Ryan, I've slept with 87 men. The child could be yours. Hand it over, and we'll let you live. Listening to the woman, his heart shattered into pieces. The woman he had fought so desperately to protect was nothing but a liar. His most trusted friend had stabbed him in the back. If I could live this life over again, I would never be kind again. He wanted to kill everyone, not spare a single soul. But life doesn't come with do-overs. Ryan, let's break up. My roommate doesn't like you. He suddenly snapped awake. This was a memory from sophomore year. That day in college, his first love, Leona, had dumped him. But more importantly, today was the day the apocalypse struck. At 7 p.m. that night, the organization would forcibly transport everyone into their vehicles to begin surviving on an endless highway. The death toll would be horrifying. Every person would awaken with a talent. The strength of the talent depended on the most powerful item around them at the moment of awakening. Someone wore a red string bracelet and gained S-level defense. Someone held a dagger and awakened A-level hunting prowess. Someone cherished a signed baseball and unlocked psychic impact. And there was also someone who clutched a pen, yet barely scraped by, with a D-level trash talent. The most powerful thing Ryan owned was the key to a bubble tea shop storage room. Through it, he awakened an A-level skill: petty theft. In his last life, he had given all his resources to the debate club, especially to its president, Zhang Zishuan. Reflecting now, he realized believing her when she claimed she was carrying his child was beyond idiotic. Ryan, are you even listening to me? He opened his eyes. He was sitting in a Western restaurant, and across from him, Leona. It's really you? His pupils contracted. The day they broke up, it was in this very restaurant. Wait a minute. Did I just come back to life? He pulled out his phone. June 21st, 2026, 3:10 p.m. The date and time were spot on. Tonight at 7 p.m., the survival game starts. He had returned to right before the end. There were still a few precious hours left to prepare. Are you okay? Leona's face was laced with worry. Ryan's mind raced with thoughts of revenge. Return to campus and wipe out the debate club? No. If I get sent to the detention center, surviving the apocalypse with hardened criminals would be a nightmare. He took a deep breath. He had to stay calm for now. The priority was using his knowledge of the future to get ahead. Zhang Zishuan and her gang from the debate club could be dealt with later. In the apocalypse, their fate would rest entirely in his hands. What are the most powerful energy items in Haiqing? The second-hand markets? An abandoned hospital? That street filled with funeral supply stores? Luxury cars parked on the roadside? Maybe a copy of the Constitution with its ingrained authority? Ryan's mind roamed through countless possibilities. Wait, why am I limiting myself to Haiqing? If I can get there in time. Suddenly, a realization struck him like a lightning bolt. A whole new world of awakening opportunities opened up. There were so many possibilities. The Simuwa Ding at the museum. The Zodiac statues at the art gallery. The cursed statue in Fengmen village. But then, a singular location leapt into his mind. The Forbidden City. His eyes lit up. Of course, there couldn't possibly be a more suitable place. The central hub of over 6 centuries of imperial power. The throne room for 24 emperors. That dragon throne in the Hall of Supreme Harmony had witnessed dynasties rise and fall. That kind of energy. It wasn't mythology, it was history itself. It wasn't folklore, it was the fate of a nation. He clenched his fist. If he awakened while sitting on that dragon throne, how could he not ascend to greatness? Ryan took another deep breath and turned to his phone. From Haiqing to the Forbidden City, the high-speed train ride was just over 2 hours. It was 3:20 p.m. now. He could make it. A smile crept across his face. Ryan. Leona waved her hand in front of his face, worried by his odd demeanor. Why had he suddenly gotten up? And why was he now grinning at his phone like that? Such a sinister smile. She panicked. Ryan, don't be like this. Ryan grabbed her wrist. How long have we been dating? 3 months, she stammered nervously. In these 3 months, I bought you a phone, a laptop, and a gold bracelet, haven't I? Leona's face turned awkward. Why are you bringing this up? Are you trying to take it back? She knew Ryan was an orphan. The money he spent on her was hard-earned from long hours of part-time jobs. She also knew this meant Ryan loved her deeply. For someone starved of affection, a little sweetness was all it took to lead him around like a dog. But now that he was broke, she had no intention of wasting her youth waiting around for him. I don't want any of your stuff. Leona scoffed indignantly. Take it if you want it. Before she could finish, Ryan snatched the gold bracelet right off her wrist. Hey, what the hell is wrong with you? Leona had never expected him to act so bluntly. Just as she was about to blow up at him, he had already left. Fine. You lunatic. Don't even think about coming back to beg me later. Ryan didn't look back. He pawned the gold bracelet for cash and sold his electronics. There'd be no electricity on the road to survival, so those gadgets would be useless. With a total of 60,000 yuan in hand, he went straight to a military surplus store. He walked out wearing black tactical gear, a windproof jacket, cargo pants, and combat boots. The best gear money could buy, costing him 40,000 yuan. On the survival highway, you could only bring what you wore, so he didn't hold back one bit. The remaining cash bought his train ticket. The Hall of Supreme Harmony would close at 5 p.m., and normal visitors wouldn't get in on time. But Ryan had no intention of entering normally. Time ticked away. The streets buzzed with activity. Cars streamed by. Pedestrians wore casual faces. No one knew the world was teetering on the edge of collapse. Ryan got off the train and slipped into the employee zone near the Forbidden City. By 6 p.m., the sky was faintly glowing. Tonight, dusk had come unusually early. In his previous life, he hadn't even noticed. By 6:30 p.m., he stood before the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Pushing the heavy doors open, he stepped inside. The hall was dim, empty, and solemn. The dragon throne rested quietly atop 7 tiers of stairs. Ryan ascended step by step. Turning, he sat down firmly upon it. 7 p.m. Buzz. His eyes snapped open. A familiar voice resonated deep within his consciousness. Global announcement. The road to survival begins. All surviving units are bound to a designated vehicle within their organization. Survivor number, 230,007. Name, Ryan. Bound vehicle, minivan small. Individual talent awakening. Talent strength directly correlates with energy concentration. An invisible scanning wave swept over him, over the dragon throne, through the Hall of Supreme Harmony, echoing throughout the entire Forbidden City. Scanning in progress. Environment analysis. Imperial core of power, 9 provinces artifact, Emperor's throne, all nations tribute map, residual energy of 24 monarchs, Jinwu deity in Qinan Hall, ancestral spirits in Fengxian Hall. Seeing the garbled text, Ryan's heart began to race. Adaptation failed. What did that mean? Had all his efforts been for nothing even after sitting on the dragon throne? Synchronization in progress. Generating talent. Suddenly, the dragon throne beneath him exploded with golden light. Purple chi surged from every corner of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, rushing toward him. The combined energy of 600 years of imperial tribute shot directly into his body. He didn't feel much physical pain, but the sight itself was mind-blowing. In his previous life, awakening his talent had been as easy as a fart, but this was something else entirely. His retinas were bombarded with text. Talent generation complete. Talent tier, SSS level. Talent name, Grandmaster's Vessel. Description, massively enhances physical capabilities. Can absorb and convert negative energy into attribute improvements. Talent tier, SSS level. Talent name, Red Thread Destiny Seat. Description, women who develop emotional bonds with you will have their survival rewards multiplied and returned to you. The deeper the bond, the higher the multiplier, up to 10,000x. Ryan was utterly stunned. 2 SSS level talents? That was absolutely unheard of. The strongest survivor in his previous life only managed an SS level talent. Yet here he was, with double SSS. Grandmaster's Vessel, Ryan muttered to himself, swallowing unconsciously. The description alone sounded absurd. Could the undead, ghosts, or even curses become fuel for him? This new life seemed poised to be a walk through an invincible path of survival. He called up his attribute panel. Base attributes. Physique, 100. Others, 10. Note, average adult male score is 10. Ryan's lip twitched. Last life, all his stats hovered near 10. But this time, his physique alone was at 100. Not just strong enough to handle 10 men at once. His overall competence was tenfold better. He was like the Hulk, capable of killing off enemies as effortlessly as flicking flies. And then there's Red Thread Destiny Seat. Ryan forced himself to calm down. Emotional connections with women meant their bonus rewards would be shared back to him, multiplied. It wasn't just unlimited resources, it was betrayal insurance. He had often wondered how to tackle paranoia in survival games, and this talent answered it. Unfortunately, only rewards officially sanctioned by the system counted. You couldn't exploit loopholes. But before Ryan could relish the thought further, a sharp pain thumped in the back of his skull, as though he'd been clubbed. Damn it, still not fully synchronized. He cursed internally before everything went black. Across the globe, every single human felt the same impact, followed by the same darkness. When Ryan opened his eyes, all he could hear was the rattling sound of an old vehicle. His nostrils filled with the pungent smell of gasoline. He found himself sitting on worn-out seats with ripped upholstery inside a van. Outside, he saw nothing but endless wilderness, with a road that stretched straight into the horizon. A few hundred meters away, an old bus was driving ahead. Where am I? Wasn't I just in the library? No signal. What the hell is going on? He heard a familiar voice break out in panic. Turning to his side, he realized he wasn't alone. Inside the van sat several of his classmates. Ryan's brow furrowed. Why was he grouped together with his classmates this time? Previously, survival games grouped participants by extracurricular clubs, and he had been with members of the debate society. This did not bode well. He let out a breath. At least we're still close to other groups, he reassured himself. From experience, he knew that players from related organizations or schools would be located fairly close to one another. Reuniting with others from his academy was only a matter of time. Kidnapping, maybe, someone muttered. Next to him sat Zhang Qingyue, a fellow classmate. She was the student council academic representative for their class, and famously composed, regardless of circumstance. Her somewhat aloof charm was emphasized by her pairing of a plain white t-shirt and denim shorts, her long, fair legs on full display. Her spotless white sneakers completed the look of a modern girl next door. Ryan honestly didn't know her well. Truthfully, outside of his high-maintenance ex-girlfriend, Lu Aoya, he didn't know any of his classmates all that well. Working part-time jobs and studying all day left him with little time for socializing, and his relationship pursuits had left no emotional budget for platonic friendships. Looking at Zhang Qingyue up close for the first time, he had to admit, her looks were on par with Lu Aoya's. "Driver, stop this van right now." Zhang suddenly stood up and shouted. But when her gaze shot towards the driver's seat, it was empty. "What? Is this a self-driving vehicle? That's insane." Zhang abruptly sat back down, trying to process the absurdity. Her panic was written across her usually composed face as her mind worked double time. Behind them sat a couple, Zhang Ziqiao and Qin Yuzhen. The two lovebirds had been inseparable since high school and even gotten into the same film college. Brian remembered seeing their showy declarations across his social media feed so often that he had blocked both of them months ago, tired of the endless boasting. Zhang Ziqiao glanced forward from his seat. Council rep? You're sure this vehicle doesn't have a driver?" Qin whimpered nervously as he spoke. In the vehicle's last row sat Ryan's ex-girlfriend, Lu Aoya, alongside her best friend, Wang Shengsheng. Lu Aoya hadn't changed a bit since their breakup, still sticking to her preppy wardrobe of short skirts and knit vests. Ryan no longer saw any appeal in her look. To him, she was nothing but a gold digger obsessed with superficial comforts. Her clingy sidekick, Wang Shengsheng, was one of the main reasons their relationship had fallen apart. She was undeniably cute, with her doll-like face and alluring outfit, fitted jeans that highlighted her curves beneath a snug t-shirt. But Ryan only associated her with unresolved bitterness. The situation was clear. 6 of them, all from the same class, were stuck together in this old van. Seats were arranged as such. Zhang Qingyue Ryan, Qin Yuzhen Zhang Ziqiao, Lu Aoya Wang Shengsheng. Then came a mechanical hum, and a piercing voice reverberated through the vehicle. "Welcome to Survival Road. Vehicle, Van E923. Group, Haiqing Film Academy, Drama Department, Class 3, Group 7. Current status, Stage 1, absolutely safe. Rules. The vehicle will only stop at designated stations. Forced exits will result in immediate death. All passengers must disembark at each station. After reaching a station, future drives will require passengers to take turns driving. Use your talents wisely to survive. Note: no killing is permitted inside the vehicle. Mission: survive." Ryan gritted his teeth as he took in the rules. These were almost identical to the survival guide from his prior life, with one key difference: the participants involving his classmates rather than his club. The starting vehicle this time was a shabby van instead of a bus. While not ideal, Ryan wasn't overly concerned. Vehicles could level up as the game progressed. At its most basic, group size corresponded to the vehicle's stage. His van's basic group of 6 people meant expansion routes to the full class, tier, 24 members, were likely achievable. Advancing beyond that, to tier upgrades like academy groups exceeding 100 survivors, was where things got notoriously challenging. For now, a group with disproportionately more women than men seemed like a boon, especially to someone with the red thread destiny seed ability. His plan was straightforward: locate and connect with the rest of his female classmates. The more bonds, the bigger the rewards. This survival game just became his playground. The quality of girls at Haiqing Film Academy is already high, let alone in the acting department. You've got to be kidding me. Is this some kind of prank? Did you hear that too? What survival road? What the hell is going on? Zhang Ziqiao, overwhelmed with panic, tried to smash the car lock. Zhang Qingyue quickly stopped him. "Calm down. We're not in any place we recognize anymore." Qin Yuzhen grabbed her boyfriend's arm. "Ziqiao, don't be rash." "Damn it." Zhang Ziqiao let go. "What is this, some kind of movie set?" Zhang Qingyue scanned the group. "Right now, we're all in the same boat. Let's share what abilities we have, shall we?" She took the lead. "My ability is S-level, pure water. I can purify water." Zhang Qingyue explained her S-level talent, which enabled her to create 60 bottles of pure water each day. Zhang Ziqiao was stunned. "Pure water? How's that even useful?" Ryan, observing quietly, couldn't help but shake his head internally. They didn't realize how valuable this talent was. Resources type abilities were incredibly rare. In his last life, out of the 28 passengers in his vehicle, there had been only one with a resource talent. To be in the same van as her now truly felt like a stroke of luck. And with the class committee leader's S-level water-making ability, having enough to drink wouldn't be an issue for 20 people. Once it became possible to trade passengers, Zhang Qinghua would surely become the centerpiece of competition between factions. Zhang Ziqiao puffed his chest with pride. I'm an S-level too. My ability is called Mighty Grappler. I'm stronger and more powerful. Qin Yuzhen clung to his arm. Wow, you're amazing. His face flushed red. Qin Yuzhen beamed. I've got an S-level ability too. I can summon crawfish, a half-pound at a time. Ryan was stunned. Another S-level resource type? With water to drink and food to eat, this group seemed entirely self-sufficient in the early stages. In his memories, only Zhang Zishuan had an S-level talent in this van, while the rest were B, C, or D level. Why did this van suddenly have 3 S levels? Had being reborn changed something? Ryan, you don't look so good. Are you feeling unwell? Zhang Qinghua asked with concern. Don't worry, we're in this as a group. We'll watch out for each other. Qin Yuzhen chimed in enthusiastically. I'll make you some crawfish. Zhang Ziqiao pulled his girlfriend aside. You don't have that much crawfish to begin with. Ryan suddenly realized they thought he was just frightened. Li Oya spoke softly. I've got a B-level camouflage ability. That time Zhang Tianxian asked me to the movies. Her trailing voice seemed intended to shut down any lingering affections. Qin Yuzhen blinked. Wait, you two weren't. Li Oya quickly cleared things up. We broke up ages ago. Wang Shengxing added fuel to the fire. You guys don't know the half of it. He took back all the gifts he gave Oya. The group fell silent, stunned. Zhang Qinghua interrupted. This isn't the time to talk about that. Wang Shengsheng, Ryan, what are your abilities? Wang Shengsheng looked embarrassed. I'm D-level. My ability is perfect timing. I can count seconds precisely without missing a beat. Suddenly, everyone felt better about their own abilities. Finally, all eyes fell on Ryan. My ability is S-level. Zhang Ziqiao shook his head. No need to pretend. It's normal to feel nervous. Wang Shengsheng joined in. Stop bluffing, Ryan. Li Oya sighed. You don't need to make something up. Ryan said calmly. I wasn't afraid earlier. I was quiet because my ability lets me see the future. The van went dead silent. Li Oya raised an eyebrow. Ryan, I understand that you're upset about the breakup, but there's no need to make stuff up. Zhang Ziqiao rolled his eyes. See the future? Have you been reading too many novels? Qin Yuzhen tugged on her boyfriend's sleeve. All right, let's drop it. Zhang Ziqiao wasn't pleased. What? You're worried he'll crack under the pressure. He's the one making stuff up in the first place. Qin Yuzhen replied gently. We're all classmates. No need to go overboard. Her concern sparked a nerve in Zhang Ziqiao. He was the one with the S-level ability, capable of protecting everyone. Yet here Yuzhen was, standing up for Ryan. Zhang Ziqiao narrowed his eyes and grabbed her by the wrist. Yuzhen, I'm your boyfriend. Think carefully about who you should be relying on. Her face paled at his unfamiliar tone. Zhang Qinghua looked directly at Ryan. What is it you've seen? Ryan had expected this reaction. The idea of predicting the future sounded ludicrous, but this little lie was necessary. In his last life, his abilities were revealed too soon, leading to him being morally exploited. This time around, he was ready to throw those moral constraints away. He spoke up. Our first stop is an abandoned residential neighborhood. Zhang Ziqiao scoffed. Abandoned neighborhood? All I see out the window is an empty field. Wang Shengxing added. The announcement hasn't even sounded. It's so blatant. What a lame lie. Zhang Qinghua cut in. We'll see soon enough. Zhang Ziqiao grinned smugly. With an S-level power like mine, I'll make sure we all survive. He glanced at Wang Shengsheng before locking eyes with Zhang Qinghua. But Zhang Qinghua only tilted her head to the side. Are you sure about that? Ryan looked out the window casually. We're almost there. In every timeline, the first stop was always the same, a rundown residential district. Its level of danger was low, intended to allow time for gathering supplies. That first night, only basic zombies would appear. Qin Yuzhen suddenly cried out. There's something up ahead. The group crowded around the window. At the end of the road, the outline of ruins came into view. Flaking walls and rusted railings loomed on the horizon. A cluster of abandoned low-rise apartment buildings soon dominated their field of vision. All skepticism was obliterated instantly. Wang Shengxing muttered, stunned. He really can see the future. Zhang Ziqiao sat up straight, clearly unsettled. Even as an S-level, I can't do something like this. Zhang Qingyue's voice trembled. Ryan, you really can predict what's going to happen? Ryan nodded, standing up. Let's prepare to head out. Destination reached. Abandoned residential district number 7. Countdown until departure. 43,200 seconds. Objective, gather supplies. Backpack function activated. As the van came to a halt, the doors slid open, letting in a putrid aroma. The 6-story apartment buildings loomed, windows shattered. The eerie silence sent chills down their spines. 12 hours here? We have to stay overnight. Zhang Ziqiao was the first to jump out of the van. Qin Yuzhen followed hesitantly, clinging to his arm. Li Oya glanced nervously at Wang Shengsheng, and the two reluctantly began stepping down. Lastly, Zhang Qinghua looked over her shoulder at Ryan. Aren't you coming? Ryan smiled faintly. If we all search together, it'll be inefficient. It's better to split into groups. I'll go with the committee leader. You and Wang Shengsheng form one team, and the couples form another. Wang Shengsheng immediately objected. Why does your grouping get two? The stronger guys were all assigned to other teams, and yet you put the two of us girls together, complained Li Aoya. Li Aoya stepped forward too, frowning. Exactly. You can't be this petty just because I broke up with you. In a soft voice, Zhang Qinghua added, Ryan, it actually is pretty dangerous for just the two of us girls. Ryan rubbed his chin in thought. All right then, you two can team up with Zhang Ziqiao. What? Li Aoya and Wang Shengsheng were stunned, completely at a loss. That didn't make sense. Sure, they were girls, but they were still assets to the group. Was Ryan really looking down on them so much? Ryan nodded decisively. That way, every team has at least one guy. Everyone happy now? Go look for supplies. He turned to walk away. Before he did, his gaze flicked toward Zhang Ziqiao, a look as sharp as a dagger. Zhang Ziqiao froze, then furiously barked, Ryan, what the hell was that look for? Say it to my face. But Ryan had already turned his back. It's just a team distribution. I hope everyone makes it back alive with something useful, he said calmly, with an even tone. But those last few words landed heavily in everyone's hearts. Because everyone knew, Ryan could see the future. Zhang Qinghua watched Ryan's retreating back, then glanced nervously at Zhang Ziqiao and the others' grim faces. She hurried to catch up to Ryan. Ugh, acting all mysterious. Wang Shengsheng spat. Don't be scared of him, Aoya. He's just bluffing. Li Aoya nodded reluctantly, but unease flickered in her eyes. Zhang Ziqiao took a deep breath. Let's go. Time to find supplies. But as soon as he stepped forward, he realized none of the girls were following him. What's the meaning of this? Zhang Ziqiao's face darkened. Li Aoya bit her lip. I just think, maybe we should ask Ryan first? He really seems to know something. Zhang Ziqiao's temper boiled over. He was supposed to be the one with combat talent. That self-important jerk has no special abilities, he fumed. He turned to his girlfriend, Qin Yuzhen. Yuzhen, let's go. Forget about them. He reached out to grab her wrist. But Qin Yuzhen took a sudden step back. Zhang Ziqiao froze in his tracks. What's this about, Yuzhen? Don't tell me you believe. Qin Yuzhen clung to his arm nervously. Ziqiao, I think we should find Ryan. Following him is better than stumbling around blind. Zhang Ziqiao shook her hand off angrily. So you think I'm going to die? You'd rather believe another man over your own boyfriend. Qin Yuzhen was left speechless. Ryan's look earlier, that wasn't something anyone could fake. They were all in acting class together. They knew each other's skill levels. Ryan wasn't one for theatrics. That look, it was dead certain. Meanwhile, Ryan came to a stop near the neighborhood's main boulevard. The road was cracked and deserted, lined with skeletal trees and crumbling sidewalks. A few residential buildings loomed silently under the gray sky. Even now, reborn into this world for a second time, Ryan still couldn't understand how these survival checkpoints worked. Were they high-dimensional projections? Fragments of time and space? Or just creations of incomprehensible rules? For a supposedly empty area, it was overwhelmingly real. Clotheslines swayed faintly. A withered potted plant crouched on a balcony. Slippers lay abandoned outside a doorway. Children's scrawled drawings marked the walls. Every detail was unnervingly authentic. Ryan, what are you looking at? Zhang Qinghua waved her hand in front of his face. You zoned out there. Ryan snapped back to reality. Nothing. Let's focus. We'll clear out the convenience store first, then check the residential buildings. Zhang Qinghua nodded. There's a small store over there. Let's check it out. When they arrived, the store's glass door was secured with a heavy chain and a black padlock. It's locked. Zhang Qinghua rattled the door handle. So what do we do? Ryan squinted at the lock, inspecting its design. Standard Nama cross-core lock. Decent resistance to picking, but not a problem for anyone with experience. Zhang Qinghua blinked in surprise. Wait, I wasn't suggesting picking the lock. I was asking if we should just break the glass. Ryan shook his head. No, too risky. Even though the checkpoint was marked as temporarily safe, he didn't want to take chances. If the noise attracts something, we're screwed. Zhang Qinghua scratched her head. All right, if we're not breaking the glass and we aren't locksmiths. I am, Ryan interrupted, holding out a hand. Your hairpin, please. Zhang Qinghua stared at him in disbelief. You know how to pick locks. Ryan didn't answer and simply waited. Hesitantly, she handed him a hairpin. Crack. With two quick motions, Ryan snapped it into two pieces. He tucked one piece away and bent the other into a tiny hook. His movements were swift, practiced, and precise. In his former life, he had encountered enough checkpoints to know that lockpicking was a necessary survival skill. Ryan knelt down. 10 seconds later, with a soft click, the padlock popped open. Zhang Qinghua stood speechless as he removed the lock with ease. This guy? He could actually pick locks, and with just a basic hairpin. Where did you even learn that? She stammered. Ryan pocketed the hairpin piece. Picked it up somewhere. You mean to tell me you picked me as your teammate, just because of my hairpin? Ryan pushed the door open. That's only part of the reason. The main thing is, out of everyone, you're the one I like the most. Zhang Qinghua's face flushed red. He likes me, she thought frantically. But wasn't he into Liaoya? Could the breakup have hit him that hard? Before she could delve any further into the thought, Ryan was already inside the store, seemingly unaffected by what he just said. The blush faded from her cheeks. I'm overthinking it again, aren't I? Suddenly, a commotion drew her attention. She quickly ducked behind cover as Zhang Ziqiao ran into view, pale and shaken, followed by the three girls, looking equally disheveled. Quick, hide first, Zhang Ziqiao hissed. This place isn't normal. Qin Yuzhen's voice quivered with fear. But what about Ryan? Shouldn't we find him? That's enough. Zhang Ziqiao snapped, cutting her off. Ryan's all talk. One look at that thing and he'd wet his pants. Class President, Qinghua, Li Aoya and Wang Shengxing spotted Zhang Qinghua and cried out in relief. Where's Ryan? We need to talk to him. Zhang Qinghua gestured for them to get closer. He's inside the convenience store. What happened to you guys? Qin Yuzhen's voice wavered with terror. We broke the store's glass. Had traces of cold sweat, and her hands trembled faintly as she hugged herself. She whispered, Ryan. Ryan opened his eyes slightly, calm and expressionless as always. What is it? She hesitated, her voice barely audible. I feel uneasy staying with everyone else. Can I stay here? Just for a little while? I promise I won't cause any trouble. Ryan's gaze lingered on her for a few seconds, analyzing her expression. She seemed genuinely scared, and not just because of this zombie they had seen earlier. Something deeper weighed on her. He sighed and gave a small nod, gesturing to the corner of the room. Fine, you can take that side. Don't touch my stuff, and don't make too much noise. She managed a faint smile of gratitude before walking over to the corner with hesitant steps. Sitting down, she hugged her knees, seeking a semblance of emotional safety in his presence. Her voice wavered. I feel like things are spiraling out of control. The world has never felt so dangerous before. And I keep thinking, what if something happens to me? To us. Ryan remained silent, looking up at the dim ceiling. Then, without turning his gaze to her, he spoke in a low voice. Fear will eat at you if you let it. Stay calm. Focus on survival, not what-ifs. She listened intently, finding unexpected solace in his measured tone. Even amidst the chaos surrounding them, Ryan exuded a sense of stability that she couldn't help but latch onto. As the seconds stretched into minutes, the two sat in a fragile silence. Just as she was about to drift into an uneasy state of rest, the faint, inhuman groan of something, or someone, resonated from outside the supermarket, sending chills racing down her spine. Ryan's eyes snapped to the blocked window. His expression darkened as he muttered under his breath. It's starting. Beads of sweat were still on her forehead. Ryan, she called out softly. Ryan opened his eyes. What's wrong? I was downstairs just now. Qin Yuzhen bit her lip. Zhang Ziqiao. Before she could finish her sentence, the tears streamed down her face. Ryan sat up. What did he do to you? Qin Yuzhen shook her head. He tried to. He wanted to take advantage of the situation. She couldn't continue. Ryan's brow furrowed. Did he force himself on you? Qin Yuzhen nodded, tears falling even harder. I pushed him away and ran up here. She cried like a fragile flower drenched in rain. I didn't know where else to go. Ryan looked at her. She really was beautiful. A sweet face now streaked with tears, which only added to her pitiful vulnerability. Sit down. Ryan patted the edge of the bed. Qin Yuzhen hesitated for a moment, but then sat down on the edge. She kept her head low, her shoulders still trembling slightly. In a world like this, human nature reveals itself. Ryan said nonchalantly. Zhang Ziqiao was never a good person to begin with. Qin Yuzhen looked up at him. You knew all along? It's obvious, Ryan replied. Selfish, fake, petty. Qin Yuzhen bit her lip. What should I do then? Break up with him. Ryan wasn't sugarcoating it. Qin Yuzhen froze. But in times like this. Precisely because of times like this, you must be decisive. Ryan looked at her sternly. Staying with him will only make things more dangerous. Qin Yuzhen fell silent. After a moment, she whispered, I'm afraid he'll retaliate. I'm here. Ryan said those 3 simple words. But to Qin Yuzhen, it was as though she found a pillar of reassurance. She looked at Ryan, a faint glow of something unexplainable flickering in her eyes. Ryan, thank you. She scooted slightly closer to him. The distance between them shortened. Ryan could catch the faint scent of her perfume. Can you really foresee the future? Qin Yuzhen tilted her head up and looked at him. I can. Then can you see my future? Her voice grew softer and softer. Ryan looked at her. The look in this girl's eyes had changed. From panic to dependence, and now to something ambiguous. Your future depends on the choices you make, Ryan said calmly. Qin Yuzhen bit her lip once more. Then, she made a bold move. She leaned on Ryan's shoulder. I choose to trust you, she whispered. Ryan didn't push her away. Potential red thread, target detected. Would you like to establish a connection? The system's prompt appeared. Ryan's mind stirred. So that's how it works. It's not just emotional. Physical contact also triggers the connection. Establish, he silently instructed within his mind. Connection establishing. Red thread, number 1. Qin Yuzhen. Current affection level, 75. Special status, dependency phase. Ryan processed the information displayed. An affection level of 75 was already quite high. It seemed like the incident earlier completely shattered her trust in Zhang Ziqiao, and his presence perfectly filled that void. Ryan, Qin Yuzhen suddenly looked up. Her face was close, so close, Ryan could see the dried streaks of tears. I feel scared, she whispered, edging even closer. Ryan could feel her warmth. Don't be afraid. He gently patted her back. Even a small, simple action like that. Affection level +5. Current affection level, 80. Qin Yuzhen's body trembled lightly. Then, she made an even bolder move. She hugged Ryan. Just let me hold you for a little while, just for a bit. Her voice carried a hint of sobbing. Ryan didn't refuse. He could sense the trembling in the girl's embrace. It wasn't an act. She was genuinely terrified. Terrified of the apocalypse. Terrified of the zombies. Terrified of almost being violated earlier. And now, she needed someone to lean on. Affection level +5. Current affection level, 85. Special skill unlocked. Empathy link. Capable of sensing red thread, emotional states. Ryan's eyes lit up. Now this was a useful skill. He immediately activated it. In an instant, Qin Yuzhen's emotions washed over his mind. Fear, reliance, relief, and a faint trace of budding feelings. How interesting, Ryan thought to himself. This SSS tier ability turned out to be even more powerful than he originally imagined. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from outside the door. It was Zhang Ziqiao. Upon hearing the noise, Qin Yuzhen instinctively hugged Ryan even tighter. Don't worry. Ryan patted her again. Let me handle this. Ryan watched as Qin Yuzhen staggered up the stairs, her voice lingering in the air. I'll head up first and wait for you in the room. She disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind a heavy silence. Zhang Ziqiao, seated on the floor below, furiously punched the ground in frustration. Upstairs, the dimly lit room was silent. The door creaked open, and Qin Yuzhen kicked off her shoes, wobbling toward the bed in her dazed state. She murmured faintly, Ziqiao. She seemingly forgot there was someone else in the room. Ryan lay quietly under the covers, watching her as she approached in her slightly tipsy state. The dim light highlighted her in a school-inspired JK uniform, her skirt swaying with each shaky step, revealing a sliver of her waist. Without hesitation, she lifted the blanket and slid under, seeking warmth. She unconsciously curled into Ryan's arms, finding comfort in the unfamiliar closeness. The confined space between them seemed to ignite attention. Ryan felt her warm body unconsciously press closer. His thoughts, however, were interrupted by a strange sensation, followed by a sound ringing in his mind. Red thread detected. Qin Yuzhen. ID 1. Bond type. Subconscious safe haven. Intensity. LV.110x multiplier. Talent. A-level petite crayfish summoning. Summons 0.5 kilograms of fresh crayfish daily. Outcome. Gains 5 kilograms fresh crayfish per summon. A flicker of surprise crossed Ryan's otherwise calm expression. Was his first bond so conveniently triggered? And of all people, it was Zhang Ziqiao's girlfriend? Even more absurd, an initial connection with a 10x multiplier? His sense of disbelief was quickly overshadowed by the realization of benefits. With her talent alone, he could gain a surplus of 5 kilograms of fresh crayfish daily, a luxury he couldn't have imagined in his previous life, where mere scraps of meat were once a delicacy. Ryan's analytical side clicked in. The key to unlocking a bond seemed tied to the explicit bond type. In this case, Qin Yuzhen's subconscious trust in him as her safe haven. All he had to do now was reinforce her growing disillusionment with Zhang Ziqiao and cement himself as her sole protector. Psychological dominance was the key to climbing to higher multiplier levels. Physical closeness, like this moment, was merely the initiation point. Ryan's train of thought was broken by Qin Yuzhen whispering his name in her sleep-like haze. She shifted slightly, her hazy eyes fluttering open briefly. As his fingers absent-mindedly grazed her back, tracing each vertebra down her spine, she let out a faint, sleepy hum. Ziqiao, stop playing around, she murmured, her body instinctively curling closer. But the next instant, her eyes fully opened, and time seemed to freeze. In the dim room, Qin Yuzhen met Ryan's calm, watchful gaze. Her pupils dilated as her brain registered a reality she hadn't yet prepared for. Her entire body tensed, stiff as a board. She wanted to scream, but she bit her lip, nerves firing as she remembered Zhang Ziqiao was just downstairs. Ryan noticed her panic but remained unflinching, gazing at her with a steady demeanor that betrayed neither malice nor guilt. Ryan, I thought you were. Her voice trembled as she started to push him away. But Ryan's arms were stronger, locking her firmly in place within his embrace. Thought I was Zhang Ziqiao. His voice was calm, neutral, unimpressed. Qin Yuzhen squirmed, her movements restrained. I was just too tired. Please, let me go? If Ziqiao finds out. If I let you go, Ryan interrupted, voice still monotone. Then Zhang Ziqiao won't make it through the night alive. Her struggles paused instantly. What? Qin Yuzhen's breath hitched, fear creeping in. Ryan's tone didn't waver. Earlier today, didn't he get his wrist caught somewhere? It was nothing. Just a scrape from a tin can. That's all. Ryan shook his head, interrupting her once more. He lied to you. That wasn't a scrape. It was a zombie's fingernail, clear as day. What he's hiding from you is evident. The darkened edges, the way he avoids using that hand. He already knows what's coming. Qin Yuzhen froze, her eyes suddenly recalling Ziqiao's odd behavior. The unnecessary caution with his left hand. Ryan continued, pressing his advantage. He's trying to survive one more day by keeping everyone else in the dark. But come sunrise, he'll have a fever. Once that happens, there's no turning back. Her lips quivered as tears welled up uncontrollably. Ryan, if you can foresee all of this, then you must know a way to save him. Please, I'll do anything. Just save Ziqiao. Ryan, unperturbed, met her desperate eyes with a faint, enigmatic smirk. I can help, but it will come with a cost. A cost? Qin Yuzhen clenched her fists, choking back desperation. Whatever it is, I'll pay it. Ryan tilted her chin upwards with a single motion, observing her vulnerability with an unreadable expression. It's not just words, Yuzhen. I need more than your promises. From this moment on, your choices, your actions, they're all mine. Do you understand? Her brows furrowed, sensing the gravity of his intent. I'll listen to you, she whispered, her voice shaky but resolute. She hadn't fully processed what those words meant. Just as the intensity of the air weighed down, a faint tap, tap, tap ruptured the silence. Footsteps approached from the lower floor. It was Zhang Ziqiao. Panic shot through Qin Yuzhen. She began to detach, ready to flee across the room. But Ryan's reflexes outpaced hers. Before Ziqiao could even reach the door, Ryan had her silenced, one hand over her mouth, the other swiftly guiding them into the cramped confines of the adjacent bathroom. The bedroom door slowly creaked open. Yuzhen? Ziqiao inquired, his voice skeptical as his eyes darted around the disheveled room, lingering especially on the impression left in the bed. You in here? A muffled response broke the silence. From the bathroom, a faint voice whimpered weakly. I'm here. What the hell are you doing in there? There's no water. What could you possibly? Rustling sounds from inside interrupted him, as though fabric was brushing against itself. I felt sick. Couldn't hold it. Wait outside. I'll be done soon. She called back, her voice a mix of urgency and forced normalcy. Ziqiao's suspicions deepened. His gaze swept across the room once more, until his eyes landed back on that empty, messy bed. His hair was messy, damp with sweat. Cheeks flushed with a hint of tears streaked across his face. Eyes darted in avoidance. The bow tie at the collar was loose. Buttons misaligned, exposing his collarbone. The skirt he wore was creased, one side slumped, exposing more of his thigh. Zhang Ziqiao's expression darkened. A scream echoed from downstairs. Someone help? Wang Xingxing's voice rang out. Bang! A loud crash. The sound of glass shattering followed. The entire building trembled. Bam! The door was violently forced open. Zhang Qingyue burst out of the room, sprinting for the stairs. Li Aoya followed quickly. What's happening? Why are there so many people? Qin Yuzhen grabbed Zhang Ziqiao's arm. Let's go check it out. This doesn't seem good. Before running down the stairs, Zhang Ziqiao glanced briefly at the dark depths of the bathroom. Pitch black. Leaning against the wall, Ryan shook his head and muttered, Tisk, what a bad time. Had it not been for this group barging in, the plan would have been completed already. Still, it didn't matter at this point. Using Zhang Ziqiao as a bargaining chip, he had already gained the upper hand over Qin Yuzhen. Her growing dependency on him was evident, her reliance increasing by the day. Zhang Ziqiao shakily picked up the rope, his hands trembling. Ziqiao, what are you doing? Qin Yuzhen gasped in disbelief. Unable to meet her eyes, his voice quivered. I'm sorry. I just want to stay alive. He crawled toward Zhang Qingyue. Get lost. Zhang Qinghua kicked him aside without hesitation. Gao Jinsong sneered coldly. You won't cooperate? Fine, I'll handle this myself. He took a step forward. Wait. Wang Shengxing interrupted him. We'll cooperate. But you have to promise not to hurt us. Of course, Gao Jinsong replied, his grin widening. Zhang Ziqiao continued crawling, leaving streaks of blood on the floor. He stopped in front of Qin Yuzhen. I'm sorry, Yuzhen. She burst into tears, crying out, I misjudged you. But just at that moment, click, the sound of a door opening came from the second floor. Everyone's gaze shot upward. A figure appeared at the top of the staircase. It was Luo Chun. He held a half-filled bottle of water, casually making his way downstairs. Gao Jinsong narrowed his eyes. Another one? Luo Chun glanced around. Zhang Ziqiao was lying in a pool of blood, rope in hand. Several girls looked pale and terrified. 6 muscular men looked ready to pounce. It's a bit noisy, Luo Chun said nonchalantly. A blonde-haired man snickered. Who do you think you are? Crawl down here and kneel. Luo Chun continued to descend, his pace steady and unhurried. Hey kid, are you deaf? Barked another man furiously. Luo Chun reached the ground floor, eyes locking onto Zhang Ziqiao. What are you doing? Zhang Ziqiao stammered. He's helping us tie people up, Gao Jinsong interjected with a smile. Want to survive, huh? Then come and help us. Luo Chun shook his head. No thanks. Then you'll die. Blondie flung shards of glass toward Luo Chun with a flick of his wrist. Watch out, Qin Yuzhen reflexively screamed. But before anyone could react, Luo Chun raised his hand. He caught the flying shards effortlessly. Then with a flick of his wrist, thwack, the glass shard struck Blondie's neck. Blood gushed out as he collapsed lifelessly to the floor. The room went dead silent. How is that even possible? Gao Jinsong's pupils dilated in disbelief. Luo Chun flexed his hands, as if warming up. Too slow. Strength, 140. Agility, 170. These were his current stats. Several times beyond the limits of an average human. Get him, Gao Jinsong barked, his rage overtaking his fear. The 5 remaining thugs charged simultaneously. Luo Chun remained rooted in place until they drew close. Then he moved. Bam! One punch sent the first man flying backward, his chest caved in. Luo Chun sidestepped, dodging a swinging iron rod. Grabbing one end of it, he twisted sharply. Crack! Both the rod and its wielder were swung into another attacker, knocking them down in a heap. Turning swiftly, he delivered a knee strike into the ribs of the 4th man, leaving his torso shattered. The last man turned tail, attempting to flee. Luo Chun grabbed him by the neck, as if handling a chicken. Thud! He slammed him headfirst into the ground. Blood splattered across the floor. The entire skirmish lasted less than 10 seconds. All 5 thugs lay defeated. Only Gao Jinsong remained. Why you're a monster, Gao stammered, his legs trembling like jelly. Luo Chun dusted off his hands. I told you, it was too noisy. I have an A-grade talent. Indestructible body. Gao tried to bluster, though his voice faltered. Luo Chun nodded calmly. Oh, I see. In an instant, Luo Chun appeared in front of Gao. One punch. Boom. Gao Jinsong was sent flying backwards, embedding into the wall. Cracks webbed across the surface, as blood began seeping into the crevices. His lifeless body slumped, unrecognizable. Turning, Luo Chun swept his gaze across the paralyzed crowd. Keep going, he said, pointing to the rope in Zhang Ziqiao's hand. Zhang Ziqiao's entire body trembled. Keep going? What do you mean? Tying people up? Luo Chun said plainly. Weren't you just about to? Go on. And no, it wasn't my idea, I was forced. Zhang Ziqiao stammered in panic. Oh, Luo Chun nodded briefly. Then keep being forced. He strolled over to a clean spot, sitting down casually. Unscrewing the bottle cap, he took a swig of water. Go ahead. I'm watching. Hands shaking uncontrollably, Zhang Ziqiao used his teeth to help secure a knot around Qin Yuzhen's wrists. The rope was twisted poorly, each knot uneven and sloppy. Qin Yuzhen didn't resist. Tears streamed silently down her face. Her gaze fixed on him, complex emotions swirling in her eyes. Once done, Zhang Ziqiao turned to Zhang Qinghua. Class representative, I. Despite her pale complexion, Zhang Qinghua's gaze remained sharp and unwavering. Zhang Ziqiao, listen to me, she whispered coldly. In a few seconds, I'll distract them by bolting toward the door. You take Yuzhen and the others and escape through the window. Zhang Ziqiao froze. Was she seriously planning resistance at this point? A mixture of envy, bitterness, and a pang of guilt overwhelmed him. If her plan succeeded, his act of betrayal would remain a lasting stain. Everyone would remember him as the coward who sold out his friends. Better to silence everyone who knew, forever. Zhang Ziqiao, Zhang Qinghua called, snapping him out of his trance. Breathing erratically, Zhang Ziqiao whirled around. Boss, this woman's trying to escape. She told me to help the others break out. She's plotting something. Tie her up. Stuff a gag in her mouth. A suffocating, deathly silence followed. Everyone froze. Then, wild laughter erupted. Haha, selling out your classmate just to survive. Kid's ruthless. Well, at least you know who to follow to get some scraps. Gao Jinsong turned to Zhang Qingwei. Your little sister's got some guts, huh? The 6 men quickly spread out, sealing off any escape route. Zhang Qingyue's face turned pale with disbelief. Qin Yuzhen stared blankly at Zhang Ziqiao's unfamiliar side profile. Wang Shengsheng and Li Oya were trembling, not daring to even whimper. Zhang Ziqiao didn't look back. Boss, tie her up. Make it tight. I know how to tie them so they can't move at all. Gao Jinsong waved his hand. Monkey, go help our new friend out. Zhang Ziqiao picked up a rope and approached Zhang Qingyue. Plap, plap, plap. Footsteps echoed from the second floor. Zhang Qingyue's face stiffened. She'd rather Ryan not show up because he wouldn't be able to change a thing. Oh, another one? Don't tell me it's another pretty face. Gao Jinsong smirked. Lucky me, huh? First stop, and I hit the jackpot. A cold voice answered. From the shadows at the top of the stairs, a pair of black combat boots emerged. Black straight-cut pants. A black tactical jacket, its collar half concealing the person's jawline. Ryan descended step by step, gripping a firefighter's axe. Gao Jinsong's smug smile faded. This young man didn't show panic, nor was he driven by rage. Only an eerie calm filled the air around him. It carried an unsettling edge. Zhang Ziqiao trembled. You seriously had the balls to come down here? Zhang Qingyue, Qin Yuzhen, and the others stared, stunned, as Ryan stopped 2 meters away. The axe in his hand tilted diagonally toward the ground. Touch her, and you're dead. Monkey froze mid-motion, his fingers just centimeters away from Zhang Qingyue's cheek. Her eyes flickered with surprise. She never thought Ryan would step up for her so assertively. Gao Jinsong's grin twitched. Kid, who are you trying to scare? Activating his Iron Wall ability, his skin took on a metallic sheen as he raised a hammer and swung it directly at Ryan's head. You're dead meat. Jinsong's an A-rank ability wielder. He trained in hand-to-hand combat, even before the apocalypse. He's the best there is. Those from Baolong Gym Club voiced their confidence without hesitation. To them, Gao Jinsong was invincible. His steel-like body made him unbeatable. Zhang Qingyue and the others held their breaths. Qin Yuzhen shut her eyes. But Ryan merely raised his gaze slightly. He wasn't just equipped with the Red Calamity constellation. He also had the Grandmaster vessel, granting him the strength, endurance, and resilience of 10 full-grown men. In front of such overwhelming force, Gao Jinsong's so-called Iron Wall was no more than flimsy paper. Bang! The hammer collided with the axe. The firefighter's hammer flew out of Gao Jinsong's hand in less than a second. His eyes filled with terror. Splat! With a single strike, Ryan chopped him in half. The entire process took only 2 seconds. Ryan shook off the blood and flesh from his axe, then shifted his gaze to the intruders. 2 options. End yourselves, or I'll do it for you. The stunned silence was deafening. Ryan. Zhang Qingyue's hands clutched her mouth in shock. Li Oya and Wang Shengsheng exchanged glances of disbelief. Their seemingly indomitable gym trainer, just like that, gone in an instant. It was their first encounter with real violence, with life lost in an instant. Blood pooled on the ground as dismembered limbs scattered around them. The metallic tang of iron filled the air. Li Oya regretted their breakup. Ryan was supposed to be hers. Damn Wang Shengsheng. Qin Yuzhen felt conflicted. Her own boyfriend was a glaring contrast to Ryan's decisive dominance. An unknown feeling stewed within her, tightening every nerve in her body. The group from Baolong Gym turned pale, overwhelmed by fear. He beat Jinsong head-on in pure strength. This guy's not normal. Attack all at once. The remaining 5 activated their abilities. B rank, Heavy Strike Proficiency. B rank, Gale Sprint. The other 3 didn't have extraordinary abilities, but their gym training made them significantly stronger than average people. Ryan, I'll fight with you. Zhang Qingyue was the first to charge out. I'm in 2. Qin Yuzhen and the others grabbed iron pipes and stood at Ryan's side. Zhang Ziqiao's face turned livid with rage. Damn it, you ungrateful. Crack. A shadow of the axe flashed. Bone shattered. Crack. Crack. One after another, members of Baolong Gym fell. Blood spread across the floor, dismembered pieces scattered about, painting a gruesome scene of carnage. Ryan stood in the center, nostrils faintly flaring. The Grandmaster vessel silently absorbed the aura of death. Not only did this ability strengthen his physique, but it also transformed negative energy into enhancements. Base attributes. Physique, 100. Agility, 10. Perception, 10. Charm, 10. Spirit, 10. Luck, 10. Available attribute points, 1. A new line appeared at the bottom of his panel. Available attribute points. Killing could boost his stats. What most people could only achieve through completing tasks and loot boxes, Ryan attained effortlessly by taking lives. Each attribute point equaled a 1/10 improvement of an adult human's respective ability. Ryan placed the available point into charm. His abilities needed charm as a foundation. He couldn't afford to let it stagnate at 10. This isn't real. I must be dreaming. Zhang Ziqiao shook his head in disbelief. But reality jolted him awake as Ryan slowly approached, axe still in hand. Your turn to choose, Ryan said coldly, pausing after every word. Zhang Ziqiao. The world seemed to buzz around Zhang Ziqiao. His mind went blank, swallowed by abject fear. Ryan loomed over him like a reaper, holding his life in his hands. Desperation overtook him as he crawled backward, sobbing uncontrollably and banging his head against the ground. Ryan, bro, I was wrong. I'm scum. Spare me. I'll let you have Yuzhen. I'll be your dog. Words tumbled out in an incoherent mess. Qin Yuzhen trembled. Her last shred of sentiment toward Zhang Ziqiao disintegrated at the pathetic sight. Even so, seeing the fresh blood on his forehead stirred a pang of pity within her. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked to Ryan. Ryan, you promised you'd save him. Can you please not kill him? Ryan glanced at the girls around him. They had yet to experience the true brutality of survival. Weakness like this would undermine his authority as a leader. If they were to survive as a team, Ryan knew he had to condition them to the harsh reality of the world, starting now. Ryan raised his axe without hesitation. Thud, thud. Ziqiao was still kowtowing. Ryan chuckled. All right, since everyone's pleading for you, I won't kill you. Zhang Ziqiao looked up suddenly, ecstatic. Really, Brother Ryan, you're my lifesaver. Yuzhen, thank you. I'll definitely repay you both. Ryan rolled up his sleeves. Ziqiao's heart sank. The next moment, smack. A vicious slap sent Zhang Ziqiao spinning midair before crashing hard onto the ground, passing out cold. Qin Yuzhen and the others looked on, stunned. Ryan flicked the blood off his hand and ordered, tie him up, confiscate all his weapons. Give me the knife. 2 hours later, on the second floor, a dimly lit room, a single candle provided faint illumination. Zhang Ziqiao, tied to a chair, woke up to the searing pain on his face. What happened? Didn't Ryan say he wouldn't kill me? He hesitated for a moment and called out softly, Yuzhen, come save me. There was no response. He glanced at the partially open bathroom door. No light shone from the gap beneath it. A faint sound drifted from inside the bathroom. It was Qin Yuzhen. Yuzhen? Is that you? Silence followed from the bathroom, save for a subtle sound of fabric brushing against tile. It's me, Ziqiao. Qin Yuzhen's voice was weak. Yuzhen, what's going on? Did Ryan take his anger out on you? No. He's very capable. Zhang Ziqiao froze. What does his capability have to do with anything? A suspicion wormed its way into his mind. Yuzhen, what are you doing in the bathroom? Nothing. Just nothing. Ziqiao inhaled sharply. Ryan isn't in there with you, is he? No way. Yuzhen couldn't possibly be into Ryan. Her principles, she always said no intimacy before marriage. I can trust her absolutely. Yes, as long as I don't see it with my own eyes, it's not real. Despite trying to convince himself, the faint noises of water running, labored breathing, and disjointed murmurs pierced his denial like needles. He wanted to break free from the ropes and barge in to see for himself. But he didn't dare. Ryan was a lunatic, terrifyingly strong. Even if it were true, what could he do about it? No, impossible. Maybe Yuzhen was just exhausted, went into the bathroom to sleep. Yeah, that makes sense. Might be warmer in there. He tried to give himself some peace of mind, until the bathroom door creaked open. His girlfriend emerged slowly, her schoolgirl uniform even messier than before. 3 buttons were missing, her neckline wide open. A step behind her was Ryan, looking utterly satisfied. Ryan glanced at Ziqiao, tied up, and placed a hand on Qin Yuzhen's shoulder. You're awake. Zhang Ziqiao froze, eyes locked on Ryan's hand resting on his girlfriend's shoulder. But he didn't even have the courage to ask her for an explanation. She had betrayed him. Choking back his pain, Ziqiao forced a smile. Haha, Brother Ryan. I'm awake. But why am I tied up? Ryan strode toward the bed, lighting a cigarette casually. I'll go check outside in a while. There are only a few women left in here. And as for you, a few hours ago, you sold out your companions just to survive. Plus, you're an A-rank traitor. Tying you up puts everyone at ease, don't you think? Zhang Ziqiao's heart pounded wildly. He nodded fervently, almost weeping. Absolutely. Brother Ryan, you're thoughtful. Better to be safe than sorry. You're doing the right thing tying me up. As he spoke, he cast a fleeting glance toward the shadow beside the bed. There, a slightly worn pair of tailor shears. The tools of this supermarket's former owner, now his last hope. Brother Ryan. Tears streamed down Zhang Ziqiao's face. I swear, I won't screw up again. Qin Yuzhen looked at her boyfriend and felt a stab of guilt. After all these years together, It wasn't easy to let go, even if she already belonged to Ryan now. Ryan nodded, sparing Ziqiao no further attention, and left the room. A flustered Qin Yuzhen hurried after him. Left alone, Zhang Ziqiao stared at the closing door, his expression turning ominous. Outside, Zhang Qinghua had just finished organizing supplies when she bumped into Ryan on his way out. You're heading outside? It might still be dangerous. Someone needs to check, Ryan responded calmly, not breaking his pace. But instead of heading downstairs, he opened the door across the hall, the room where Liaoya and Wang Shengsheng were staying. Zhang Qinghua froze for a moment, exchanging a look with Qin Yuzhen, then followed him. Inside the room, Ryan sat on the edge of the bed, ignoring the bewildered glances from Liaoya and Wang Shengsheng. In 1 hour, he said coldly, he'll break into this room. Everyone understood. He was testing their humanity. Ryan lay back, folding his arms behind his head and closing his eyes. Qin Yuzhen immediately moved toward him. Ryan, you must be tired from the fight earlier. Let me give you a leg massage. Her sudden gesture stunned everyone in the room. Quick to react, Wang Shengsheng nudged Liaoya. Go on, Liaoya. Don't let her beat you to it. Liaoya stumbled, flustered. I am not doing that. What? Make her, the goddess-level ex-girlfriend, play servant and massage him? Not a chance. Wang Shengsheng whispered urgently. Are you stupid? He used to treat you so well, buying you a phone, a computer. He's so powerful now. He definitely won't hold your breakup against you. Liaoya wavered, her eyes flickering with hesitation. Memories of Ryan's unwavering devotion clashed with her regret. But seeing Qin Yuzhen sitting so close to him, a flare of jealousy surged within her. As Liaoya wrestled with her emotions, Wang Shengsheng, frustrated by her hesitation, gritted her teeth and decided to act on her own. Taking a deep breath, she forced a bright smile and leaned toward the bed. Ryan. Yuzhen can get one leg. How about I do the other? My massage skills are top-notch. Wang Xingxing's doll-like face, with her big eyes and petite nose, made her look innocent and naive. Her tight jeans hugged her curvaceous legs, emphasizing her curvy, peachy figure. Her combination of a pure face and an alluring body created a lethal charm most men couldn't resist. She knelt beside the bed, her striking body contours on full display. Even Zhang Qinghua, standing silently at the door, couldn't help sighing internally. In this cruel world, lifelong friendships, romantic relationships, female dignity, and personal pride were all unraveling. But then Ryan's voice interrupted sharply. I don't need you to massage me. His tone was ice cold. Yuzhen alone is enough. Wang Xingxing's face fell. She hadn't expected this. She quietly withdrew her hand, feeling utterly stunned. Although the intense scenes you provided may not align perfectly with every reader's preferences, here's a US English casual localization of your text with clarity and natural flow in mind. She was a high-tier, talented girl from film school, with suitors lined up. When had anyone ever dared to reject her? Sure, she was mad, but she didn't dare show it. Instead, she climbed off the bed awkwardly, her face full of grievance. Ryan knew exactly who she was. She wasn't some harmless damsel. Before the apocalypse, she was the one sowing discord between him and Liaoya. After the apocalypse, she was just as tactless, targeting him at every opportunity. Ryan never forgot. All her actions, he mentally logged each and every one of them. But he was playing the long game. When the time came, she, Wang Shengsheng, and even Liaoya would get their turn. Time ticked by. 10 minutes later. Knock, knock, knock. Heavy, urgent footsteps thundered down the hall. Bam! The door to the opposite room burst open with a resounding kick. Zhang Ziqiao stormed in, a pair of scissors in hand, yelling, Qin Yuzhen, you conniving witch. How dare you betray me? He charged into the room, only to see Ryan lying calmly on the bed as his very own girlfriend massaged his legs. On the floor, nearby, Zhang Qinghua sat while Liaoya and Wang Shengsheng shrank in a corner. There was no chaos, and absolutely no pleading for mercy. No frantic scrambles. Nothing. Instead, the group of them stared at him like he was some sort of fool. Clang. The scissors fell from Zhang Ziqiao's hand, clattering to the ground. He finally understood. He had lost. Even the scissors in his hands? They had been handed to him by Ryan himself. He had thought himself dangerous, a threat in this new, collapsing world. But in reality, he had been nothing more than a bug, trapped helplessly in Ryan's glass container. Always. His knees gave out, and he collapsed to the floor. Ryan stood, calmly picking up the firefighter's axe. Do you see? He addressed the silence in the room. This is the person you wanted to save. The same person who, when given the chance, would stab you in the back. Now, he continued, his voice cool and deliberate. Who here still wants to plead for him? The room was silent. Not a word. Ryan approached Zhang Ziqiao. The man cowered, desperately meeting his gaze. But in Ryan's eyes? No rage. No fury. Just apathy. The emptiness one reserves for garbage. He tried to beg, but it was too late. Ryan swung the axe. Thunk. Zhang Ziqiao was dead. Ryan stared at the others, his voice flat and clear. If it weren't for me, all of you would have been long gone. From now on, he dictated, Qin Yuzhen, Wang Shengsheng, and Liaoa, you three will kneel. You don't speak, you don't move, you don't even look around unless I say so. Wang Shengsheng's face twisted. She raised her head in wide-eyed disbelief. Kneel? Were they really expected to kneel? Wasn't that crossing a line? That would mean abandoning any dignity they had left. Ryan's voice was calm but unyielding. What? You don't want to. The two women exchanged nervous glances. Calm Ryan was the most terrifying Ryan. He had just killed a room full of 7 people like it was nothing. Liaoa tried to resist. Ryan, I think that. Yank. Ryan grabbed her hair, cutting her words short. You think. He pulled hard, his strength enough to make her eyes water in pain. You. Thinking. Is the reason Zhang Ziqiao made it in here in the first place. I'm sorry. Liaoa whimpered through her tears. I'll kneel. Satisfied, Ryan let go. If you want a rebel, the door's right there. But if you're all talk and no courage, I suggest you start acting smart. Liaoa had never seen Ryan like this before. Meanwhile, Wang Shengsheng kept her head low, saying nothing, while Qin Yuzhen quietly obeyed, staying silent the entire time. Ryan turned. Class rep, head to the ground floor and organize our supplies. We've got an hour left. I'm counting on you. Zhang Qinghua seemed surprised to be addressed so favorably, but nodded quickly. On it. No kneeling? She couldn't believe it. She was relieved, even happy. Leadership was necessary for survival, Ryan thought to himself as he left the room. There'd be more women in the future, more chaos, and more challenges. Without clear authority, things were bound to fall apart. Behind closed doors, the women exchanged glances. It was Qin Yuzhen who knelt first, a calm, submissive action. No fuss, no tears. Liaoa and Wang Shengsheng were stunned. Seriously? The same Qin Yuzhen who had cozied up to Zhang Ziqiao during the day was now the first to comply? Without questioning it, Wang Shengsheng hesitated, before finally dropping to her knees. She was afraid, genuinely afraid. Liaoa glanced at her best friend, then sighed in defeat and followed suit. Silence fell over the three of them as their eyes shifted toward the door Ryan had exited. Zhang Qinghua, who had been quietly observing, gave a small shake of the head before turning on her heels and leaving. Ryan checked his view. Red thread analysis connected. Qin Yuzhen. ID. Number 1. Status. Subconscious trust fully engaged. Connection depth. LV.13. Unique skill. A+. Crayfish summon. 0.5 kilograms daily. Yield. Every use returns 65 kilograms of crayfish. Ryan leaned back, satisfied. His earlier confrontation in the bathroom had deepened Yuzhen's loyalty to a staggering LV.13, completely obedient. Practically flawless. The connection depth acted as a measure for determining how loyal someone really was in their heart. Technically, Liaoa, Wang Shengsheng, and even Zhang Qinghua were obedience adjacent, yes. But none of them had tapped into subconscious trust. Still, Ryan muttered, a long way to go with the rest. For now, the priority was water. Zhang Qinghua's dedication to fetching the supply crates mattered a lot more than anything the others were offering. Everyone else, they were secondary. A notification popped. Anomaly countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Temporary status. Residential zone number 7, safe. Reward, materials crate, bronze tier. Note, the crate is scattered throughout this region. Collect them to unlock vehicle upgrades to. Safe period remaining. 14,885 seconds to. Ryan wasn't worried about zombies. He was physically stronger than 10 grown men combined. Ryan, I've packed up everything, Zhang Qinghua reported, interrupting his thoughts. The shared backpack is full. Ryan nodded approvingly. Good work. The shared inventory was large, 30 slots. Perfect for their immediate needs. It was time to act. He left to regroup with the others, finding the three women kneeling exactly where he'd left them. Stand up, he instructed. We're searching for the crates. Hesitant but compliant, the women rose, wincing from having been on their knees for so long. Do you even know where the crates are? Zhang Qinghua asked, raising a brow of doubt. Ryan shrugged lightly. Sort of. It's more of a rough idea than a precise location. We'll need to sweep the area. She exhaled thoughtfully. Makes sense. Knowing their exact location from the start would feel kinda overpowered. This neighborhood's massive, so we'll split into groups, Ryan continued. I'll take Qin Yuzhen. The rest of you, group together and head the other way. Wang Shengsheng frowned. Again? We're splitting up again. Her separation anxiety was starting to form. Ryan shot her a harder look. What? You want me to babysit you for the rest of your life now? The women fell quiet and reluctantly accepted the divide. With rational instructions handed out clearly, Ryan took the lead, heading down the hallway with Qin Yuzhen obediently following close behind. Whatever personal feelings were left could wait. Survival made the rules. Liu Ye and Wang Shengsheng locked eyes and gave each other a firm nod. Qin Yuzhen could provide food, and the class committee could provide water. But the two of them? One had a B-level ability, basic disguise, and the other had a D-level ability, precise timing. Basically useless. Even if they were useless, Ryan definitely wouldn't hesitate to do what needed to be done. Let's go? No time to waste. 1 hour later, Ryan led Qin Yuzhen to a boiler room, the heating facility for an old residential building. From his past life experience, functional, spacious, and overlooked locations like this had a higher probability for system rewards. Nothing at the power station, trash site, or the abandoned vehicle plant. Qin Yuzhen sighed. If it were that easy to find, it wouldn't be called a treasure chest, Ryan said, stepping into the boiler room. Qin Yuzhen eyed the pitch-black depths of the room, her voice trembling. It's too dark. If you want to survive, you have to go where others wouldn't dare. Didn't I tell you all to carry flashlights? Qin Yuzhen gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and ran to catch up with him. She handed him a flashlight. The boiler room reeked of rust and motor oil. Corroded boilers, piles of discarded parts, and collapsed iron tools filled the space. Suddenly, Ryan's attention was drawn to a shadow behind one of the boilers. A box with a bronze sheen stood silently. Found it, Qin Yuzhen exclaimed, but her expression quickly darkened. In the shadow near the treasure chest, a gray-white figure slowly turned its head. Its movements were stiff, its murky eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. A zombie, Qin Yuzhen gasped, tugging on Ryan's sleeve. Yeah, I see it. Pretty creepy, Ryan nodded nonchalantly. It was a hardened zombie, immune to being cut by regular blades. Qin Yuzhen was dumbfounded. Ryan didn't take the zombie seriously at all. Hold the light steady. Keep it on him, Ryan said, grabbing a fire axe as he approached. Qin Yuzhen clumsily aimed the beam of the flashlight, the light shaking. Don't shake. He hadn't even finished speaking when the zombie growled and lunged toward the brightest spot of light, right where Qin Yuzhen was standing. Ah, she screamed, nearly dropping the flashlight as she tried to run. Hold it. Don't move, Ryan commanded. Ryan circled to the side, raising the axe. Thud. The zombie's head was severed cleanly with one strike. No matter how tough its skin was, it couldn't withstand brutal force. A physique of 100 points could rival the Hulk. The zombie fell with a crash, kicking up dust, twitched a few times, and then went still. The entire sequence of events lasted only 3 or 4 seconds. Qin Yuzhen was left speechless. When the zombie lunged for her, her mind had gone completely blank. Don't panic next time, or I'll have to punish you, Ryan said with a shake of his head. Qin Yuzhen's face turned red. Punish? Like, make her kneel? Or something else? Ryan stretched out his hand. Grand Teacher's vessel activated. A soothing current of energy coursed through him. The hardened zombie's body quickly shriveled. Previously, when he'd killed 6 people, the death energy gained had earned him a single free attribute point. But this time, there was nothing. Does killing awakened individuals yield more progress? Ryan mused. From what he recalled, several of those 6 victims earlier had decent rank talents. Compared to them, this zombie wasn't up to par. Ryan walked toward the treasure chest and touched it lightly. Construction material chest, bronze. Description: a metal container deployed according to preset rules. Effect: contains random basic building materials that can upgrade vehicles. Ryan didn't open it. If he opened it himself, his bad luck would likely doom the loot. And with Hong Luan, Red Luan Star, right here, she was obviously the better choice to open it. Yuzhen, you open it. Me? Qin Yuzhen blinked, confused. Who else? Go on. You might even get a reward. I don't want a reward. Qin Yuzhen waved her hands nervously. When I say open, you open. Ryan was getting exasperated. Reluctantly, Qin Yuzhen placed her hand on the chest. The lid slid open silently. Obtained, wood X30. Obtained, iron X15. Obtained, components X20. Obtained, low-level energy core X1. Qin Yuzhen quickly transferred the materials to the shared storage, blinking up at Ryan with her big, curious eyes. But Ryan froze in place. Red Luan has acknowledged. Qin Yuzhen. ID number, 1. Connection depth, LV, 13. Current multiplier, 130x. Talent bonus return, wood X3900, iron X1950, components X2600, low-level energy core X130. Ryan was completely stunned by the numbers. He'd struck gold. On just the second day of survival, they'd already acquired thousands of materials. And over 100 energy cores. Ryan. Qin Yuzhen waved a hand in his face. She glanced at the shared pack. Did the class committee mess with the storage? Ryan instantly checked the storage. First slot, bottled water X1. Second slot, bottled water X1. Third slot, empty. Fourth slot, bottled water X36. Fifth slot, compressed biscuits X58. Sixth slot, Canned pork X28. 1, 1, 0, 36, 58, 28. Why weren't the water bottles stacked? Why was the third slot empty? This is... Qin Yuzhen's eyes widened in realization. Ryan immediately turned and headed out. 110 is an emergency signal. They're in danger. Where are we going? The fourth slot, building 36. Ryan replied. Wow, the class committee is so clever. Qin Yuzhen gasped. The first 3 slots had transmitted the distress signal, and the fourth slot indicated the location. Using bottled water to represent the committee's resource-related talent was a genius move. Scanning their surroundings, Ryan said, "We're in building 6. Throw a short blade into the shared storage." Qin Yuzhen obeyed, and Ryan lifted her into his arms, sprinting toward building 13. With physique at 10x normal capacity, his speed exploded. The wind howled past their ears, and Qin Yuzhen could hardly breathe. She was astonished. This speed had to be Olympic gold medal worthy. Ryan's secrets just seemed endless. Meanwhile, Ryan was frustrated to realize that 100 points in physique paired with just 10 in agility made it hard to balance his movements properly. Currently, he could only brute force sprint. Every step he took sent tremors up his legs. He figured that if he increased his agility, his speed could double. A few minutes later, they reached the vicinity of building 13. 2 figures suddenly emerged from behind a pile of trash. It was Liu Ye and Wang Shengsheng. "Ryan, help!" We ran into another squad. They caught the class monitor. Liu Ye cried out. The class monitor pulled them away to let us escape. Wang Shengsheng nodded. "One of the guys can control fire." "Control fire?" Qin Yuzhen's face changed. Liu Ye added, "Real fire. The kind that can kill." Ryan frowned. Fire? Could it be the flame enlightened? Perhaps a rare, refined lighter trait? At least an A-class ability, maybe even S-class. Even with Ryan's tenfold physique, fire put him on edge. It's human instinct to fear fire. "Go to building 36. Share everything you saw," Ryan instructed, gripping his fire axe and moving ahead. Liu Ye, panting, said, "We followed what you told us." The group combed through the corridors and common areas. Outside building 36, faint noises drew their attention upward. On the half-platform between the 6th floor, they spotted a bronze treasure chest on the rooftop. But right next to the chest stood a group of people. Wang Shengsheng, on the verge of tears, stammered. "We tried to leave, but they wouldn't let us. They demanded supplies and asked about our group." Ryan asked, "And what did you tell them?" Wang Shengsheng mumbled, "I said we're just a weak student squad. Asked them to let us go." Ryan couldn't help but laugh out of frustration. "Are you stupid? You should have told them I could take on 6 of them alone. That'd keep them off your backs." Liu Ye interjected. "The class monitor said that too, but they didn't believe her." Wang Shengsheng added, "When we were running away, another squad of girls showed up, and they started fighting. That's how we got away." The class monitor headed in the other direction, but some people chased after her. Suddenly, Qin Yuzhen spoke. The purified water count just shot up to 40 bottles. The class monitor must be in building 40. Building 40, 4th floor stairwell. Behind a decrepit cabinet, Zhang Qinghua crouched beside 2 other girls. One, Yang Ting, was trembling. The other was dressed in an off-white dress underneath a black leather jacket, paired with combat boots. Burn marks scorched her right arm, and she used a strip from her dress to cover the wounds. She looked up, her mixed-race face radiant despite her injury, her eyes filled with unyielding determination. Her name was Zhou Xuaning. Moments earlier, Zhang Qinghua had stumbled upon Zhou, shielding Yang Ting as they retreated. Zhou, wielding a crowbar, had killed 2 men with swift, decisive moves. But Brother Ben had intervened. Flames shot from his palm, burning her arm in an instant. Another girl had tried to buy Zhou time, rushing at Brother Ben to hold him off. It didn't seem like she'd make it. Zhang Qinghua offered Zhou a disinfectant. "You're seriously hurt." Zhou accepted it. "You're from the Film Academy? Was that your teammate running earlier?" "Yeah. Jiangda University. Athletic scholarship. 7 Dan and Sanda. I have an S-ranked agility talent, short track star. It gives me 5-fold bursts of speed. But there's no way I can take down Wang Yongbin and his fire. The heat's overwhelming, the range is too wide. I can't get close. And if your teammate doesn't show up to save you, we're all dead here." Zhang Qinghua's heart sank. Even an S-class ability was completely suppressed. "He's strong," she murmured. "But I don't know if he'll come." Zhou shook her head. "Men? Never reliable. If he could leave someone as stunning as you behind." Footsteps echoed from below. TCH, treasure chest only had scraps. Such a letdown. "Binji, no one's left in this building. Should we bounce?" Wang Yongbin roared. "Bounce? No chance. Leather jacket girl and the movie academy chick? We're catching both. Women like them think they're too good for us during normal times. Now's our chance. No way I'm not having a taste before I die." Yang Ting's hands shook, spilling some water. Zhou signaled for quiet. reaching for her crowbar. Zhang Qinghua held her back. Fire nullifies your talent, and you're already injured. You won't have a chance in a direct fight. We have to stall. How? Zhang noticed the position of the knife in her bag, along with the rearranged water bottles. She was certain Ryan would come for her. In a moment, I'll distract them. You both head downstairs. If you meet a man and a woman, help guide them here. I'll survive as long as I can. A knife appeared in her hand. Yang Ting gasped. Zhang Qinghua said, You saved me. Now I'll repay the favor. Zhou, surprised by her resolve, couldn't believe the payback came so soon. Outside, the voices were getting louder. Haiching Film Academy. Future starlet, huh? Bet she's been with more directors than we can count. Wait, why is this floor so neat? There, behind the cabinet. Zhang Qinghua knew there was no point hiding anymore. She stepped out, her knife raised in front. Back against the wall, 5 men appeared, most over 40, their clothes stained and filthy, gripping wooden planks and metal poles. Their leader, a buzz-cut man in a black tank top, had muscles rippling. Wang Yongbin scanned Zhang up and down. Figures you're from the Film Academy. That face, that body. They don't make M like you in construction zones. Zhang met his eyes and said evenly, I don't want trouble. Let's go our separate ways. Our separate ways? Wang chuckled darkly. Give us all your supplies, and you're coming with us. Zhang gritted her teeth. Take everything. Just let me go. Wang shook his head, amused. You really don't get it, do you? He extended his hand. A burst of orange-red flames ignited in his palm. If you don't play along, I'll torch that pretty face of yours to ash. Sweat dripped down Zhang Qingyue's back. I have insider information. What info? He asked suspiciously. This morning, I heard a gentle voice. It said this survival scenario only lasts 3 days. After 3 days, all instances return to reality. Killing too many people will bring punishment. Liar, a middle-aged man barked. Wang smirked. Nice story. Even if it's true, I'm still gonna have my fun. Zhang lunged, slashing her knife and dashing toward the deeper corridor. Get her, ungrateful bitch. Flames crackled in the air, barely missing her. Boom. The force of the shockwave sent Zhang staggering forward. Wang lit his hand again, roaring, Run again, and I'll roast you like a chicken. The men fanned out, tightening their encirclement. Her escape routes were blocked. But then, a cold, clear voice called out from behind the group. Let her go. If you're so tough, come at me instead. Xuanning, Zhou charged forward. Her left hand gripping an iron crowbar, her right arm hanging limply at her side, her face deathly pale. Even Ting Yang followed close behind. Yongbin Wang spun around. Oh, so you're a tough one, huh? Xuanning Zhou sneered. The kind that could kill you. You guys don't even know each other, huh? Thinking about teaming up the 3 of you. Qinghua Zhang cried out anxiously. Xuanning. Ting Yang. Stay back. Too late. Xuanning was already on the move. Her staggered steps remained unbelievably fast. At her peak, she ran 100 meters in 12.5 seconds before the apocalypse. Now, with her post-apocalyptic speed multiplied by 5, she closed the gap in mere seconds. Clang! The bald man beside Wang Yongbin stepped in. This hefty man, sporting a beer belly, possessed incredible strength. He wielded a 1.5-meter-long rebar, the accompanying weapon of his grade A ability, hardened steel rebar. Xuanning was at a disadvantage. Her left hand wasn't as strong as her now-injured right, and the recoil caused her palm to split and bleed. But using the momentum from the recoil, she rotated, swinging her heavy combat boot viciously into the bald man's kneecap. Crack! Arg! The man collapsed to his knees. Qinghua Zhang tossed a dagger. Xuanning caught it midair and leaped forward, a streak of blood trailing with her precise cut. The attacker was dead. This was the power of extreme agility. With a blade in hand, she could kill before her opponents could even react. Ordinary awakened ones stood no chance. In the blink of an eye, the 4 men upstairs were reduced to 3. Xuanning swiftly evaded the rebar-wielding man, sidestepped the hammer holder, and darted straight for Yongbin Wang. Useless. Yongbin cursed and lifted his right hand. Brilliant orange flames ignited, threatening to engulf. But his target wasn't Xuanning, it was Ting Yang. Watch out! Qinghua Zhang shouted in alarm. Xuanning's pupils contracted as she skidded to a stop, dodging into a roll. Ting! My, how touching! Yongbin smirked, redirecting his fiery attack towards the now off-balanced Xuanning. Feigning in one direction to attack another. He gambled on Xuanning's instinct to save others. If she risked herself to rescue some nameless acting student, she would surely do the same for someone she knew, wouldn't she? Yongbin may not have had much education beyond middle school, but he understood human nature well enough. Caught mid-motion, Xuanning couldn't halt her retreat fast enough. Flames spiraled toward her. Her energy depleted, no movement left to evade. Her line of sight filled with a blazing inferno. Xuanning! Ting Yang cried out, courage erupting from some unknown place. Without hesitation, she dove, shielding Xuanning. Xuanning froze. Bam! Whoosh! Ting Yang was engulfed in flames. Her clothes and hair instantly turned to ash. Her skin sizzled with a sickening sound. Flames consumed her entirely as she collapsed in front of Xuanning. The fire raged for a few seconds longer. Yongbin Wang snapped his fingers, and the flames vanished. Heh! Huh! Yongbin panted, his voice heavy with satisfaction. They actually jumped in to save her. Boss Wang, that fire of yours sure turned her to dust. So powerful, Boss Wang. The flattery brought a twisted grin to Yongbin's face. Although Xuanning had narrowly escaped, it wasn't without cost. Ting Yang blocked the main blast of the flames, but the residual force still sent Xuanning sprawling. Splurt. Blood spurted from her mouth. Her arm, her side, her thigh, any exposed area of her skin, was charred to an ugly mix of seared flesh and flowing blood. Yet she seemed immune to the pain, struggling to her knees, glaring down at the remains on the ground. In mere seconds, one dead, one injured. Yongbin Wang, depleted by the effort, looked pale but triumphant. Facing these two now crippled women filled him with satisfaction. Two women, a beauty and a firebrand, both stunning in their own distinct ways. Before the apocalypse, he was just another construction worker. Neither of these girls would have glanced at him. But now he could have them at his mercy. All right, now that it's quiet. Yongbin grinned as his gaze roamed. He licked his lips. Which one should we start with? Boss Wang, let's go with the star here. These actresses used to only exist on TV. Yeah, look at her, soft and delicate. Boss, let me have a shot after you're done, will ya? As Wang Yongbin crept closer, clearly entertaining the vile suggestions, Qing Weizhang's face darkened. She knew she had no way of resisting. Had Ryan really given up on her? Or was he still on his way? If they had their way with her, wouldn't it be better to just end it herself now? Despite trying to avoid despair, Qing Wei silently shut her eyes. Bang! A dull thud echoed from the staircase, the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Bang! Another one. Who are you? Stop, Art! A scream followed. Yongbin froze, startled. Old Su. Xuanning looked towards the sound. From the shadows at the staircase, approaching footsteps grew louder. A figure emerged, slowly walking up, carrying a blood-stained firefighter's axe. Droplets of crimson blood dripped ominously from the blade. Qing Yue's head snapped up. It was Ryan. Whether it was reality or the adrenaline filter of the moment, Ryan somehow seemed taller and sharper in her eyes. If you're so torn about who to start with. Ryan stopped a short distance away, his voice steady and chilling. Why don't I suggest starting with you? Xuanning, still half kneeling, glanced at him, thinking, if he's showing up at just this moment, this must be the savior Qing Yue talked about, right? But does it even matter? Even with her S-class ability, she was in such a miserable state now. Qing Yue, holding on to desperation, shouted, Ryan, that guy controls fire, don't underestimate him. Yongbin and his men, still perplexed, demanded, where's our backup? Where are the guys downstairs? Ryan's steps didn't falter. They're all dead. Yongbin's surprise quickly twisted into laughter. Impressive. Really impressive. You've got guts messing with my men. Guess we'll see if you know how to spell the word death. Their banter was interrupted by hurried steps from behind. Liao, Sheng, and Qinjin rushed up the stairs, panting from exhaustion. Arriving amid the chaos, their blood ran cold at the grisly scene before them. Clearly, they hadn't yet acclimated to such endless violence. Damn, Boss Wang, one of Yongbin's lackeys yelled with wide eyes. 3 more just showed up. And they're stunners, every single one. What kind of day is this? That one in the skirt, wow, just wow. Those legs. Flames ignited in his palm. Leave the women and supplies, and you can go. Ryan sneered. I'd be happier unscrewing your head. You want to die? Wang Yongbin roared with fury. Channeling energy into his palm, the flames surged. Kid, I gave you a chance. Smack. A slap. Wang Yongbin was sent flying directly into the wall. His 2 underlings were dumbstruck. Binji, that kid ambushed you. Zhou Xuanning stared at Ryan in shock. Knocked someone across the room with a single slap? Ryan picked up a fire axe and began walking toward the remaining 2 men. Suddenly, die. Wang Yongbin rose up from the ground, flames erupting from every pore, his entire body engulfed in orange fire. Ryan, watch out, the women screamed. Ryan stepped forward in one fluid motion. Aimed. Thunk. The fire axe pierced straight through Wang Yongbin's chest. The flames burned through Ryan's jacket, leaving his skin only slightly flushed. His tenfold physical enhancement practically made him immune to fire. Next time, finish them off from a distance, Ryan muttered, looking at his scorched clothing. He turned toward the remaining 2 men. Impossible. You're not human. Binji's flames kill anyone they touch. Turn you to ashes, and you're just fine? Zhou Xuanning was completely thrown off her game. Zhang Qingyue swallowed hard, her eyes sparkling. Ryan defeated a fire-based mutant? Wang Shengsheng and Qin Yuzhen couldn't help but glance at Ryan's physique. Who would have thought he was hiding so much power all along? Why hadn't they noticed before the apocalypse? Liao furrowed her brow. Was he always eating this well in the past? They didn't know Ryan never worked out. It was the apocalypse that gifted him his enhanced genetics. Zhou Xuening was the most shocked. Her old teammates had died due to fire-based abilities. She herself had been burned before. She knew exactly how terrifying Wang Yongbin's flames were. But Ryan? He shrugged them off like nothing before killing him. Your name is Ryan? Zhou Xuening suddenly asked. Without turning his head, Ryan replied, talk later. Let me deal with these two scumbags first. He strode forward. The two men exchanged a look, desperation written on their faces. Trapped, they knew they had no choice but to fight for their lives. Get him! Splurt! 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 In mere seconds, Ryan severed their legs and left them crawling helplessly on the ground. The one wielding a steel rod didn't even get the chance to swing. Arg! I'll curse you for eternity. Ryan spoke indifferently. Public bags, private bags, empty them. Hand everything over. In your dreams. I won't. Thunk. Ryan's axe chopped into his ankle. Arg! I'll say it again. The supplies. Hand them over. I. Thunk. Each syllable of I met with another chop, cutting off a bit more of his leg. The man nearby pissed himself outright, trembling as he watched. Liao Ye and the others turned away, covering their noses. It was too gruesome. I'll talk. Thunk. I'm friggin' serious. I'll talk. Finally, Ryan paused. The steel rod-wielding man now had his entire leg reduced to chunks, just flesh and blood scattered everywhere. I wanted to talk from the start, you never gave me a damn chance. At this point, he couldn't be more frustrated. The regret hit him with the very first swing. But he wasn't even allowed to explain before the relentless blows rained down. Ryan, quit babbling. Supplies now. If we give them, will you let us go? Thunk. Another swing, and now his thigh was amputated. Aha. Ryan raised the axe again. I'll count to 3. If I don't see every last item, I'll chop you into 18 pieces. 3. Clattering. The pile of supplies grew into a small mountain. That's everything. Don't kill me. I'll give mine too. The cash was impressive. Over 10 packs of bottled water, 16 boxes of instant noodles, compressed biscuits, canned meat, luxury alcohol, knives, batteries, lighters, ropes, and miscellaneous gear. Ryan's gaze landed in the corner. A stack of deep brown blocks. Silvery gray ingots. Semi-transparent packs with a faint glow. He walked over and touched them. Wood X, 30 units. Fabric X, 15 units. Glass X, 20 units. Low-grade energy core X1. They were the same construction materials he'd seen in Qin Yuzhen's treasure cache. Please, don't kill me, boss. We were wrong. We know that now. Ryan nodded. Good job. Here's your reward, a quick death. What? The axe loomed large in their sight. Both men died swiftly. Ryan turned and helped Zhang Qingwei up. You okay, class rep? She shook her head. I'm fine. It's you. We should be asking about your skin. Up close, the damage looked terrifying. He had to be in terrible pain. Ryan waved nonchalantly. I'm fine. You focus on gathering supplies. I'll go have a word over there. All right. Ryan approached the other women. Liao Ye and Wang Shengsheng had already treated Zhou Xuening's wounds. Zhou Xuening was beautiful, no less striking than any acting academy starlet. Cream-colored dress, black leather jacket, combat boots. A sweet but edgy aesthetic, now bearing a disheveled charm with a defiant undertone. Zhou Xuening introduced herself. Jiang University, black belt in kickboxing, rank 7. She flashed a newly won trophy. The apocalypse hit while I was at my desk, so I awakened an S-tier talent. Sprinter's Star, which gives me 5-fold burst speed. What's your talent? Her question was direct. Ryan didn't expect her to get straight to the point. An S-tier ability? Her future was limitless. Ask them. Ryan smiled faintly. Zhou Xuening glanced at the others. Neither Qin Yuzhen, Liao Ye, nor Wang Shengsheng said a word. They won't say. Is your talent some big secret? Ryan's brow twitched. Clearly, those three were tight-lipped when they wanted to be. Guess I'll have to spill it myself. I can see the future. What? Zhou Xuening was dumbfounded. Are you joking? There's no way an ability like that exists. Don't get too curious. Curiosity can be fatal. Zhou Xuening shrugged. Doesn't matter. My team's dead, it's just me now. You're S-tier. You won't die so easily. What's the first stop? And they ran into Wang Yongbin, nearly losing their lives. Ryan thought to himself, just pure bad luck. Once they truly hit the road, they'd realize that even an A-rank fighter was considered elite. Out of the blue, Qin Yuzhen asked, Ryan, there's an empty seat in the car. Could Xuening join us? The rules for the vehicle don't specify if additional passengers can be picked up later. Let's stick to the regulations. Zhang Qingwei approached, saying, Ryan, everything's packed up. Good. Time isn't on our side. Let's prepare to head back to the car. Li Aoya and Wang Shengsheng were the first to agree. After experiencing last night, they both realized nowhere was safer than staying on the vehicle. Zhang Qingyue grabbed Zhou Xuanning's hand and said, "Thank you." "No, I should be the one thanking you. Hopefully, we'll meet again on this path to survival." "Same here." Zhou Xuanning looked at Ryan. "Next time we meet, I'll return the favor. Just don't owe me another favor, and I'll already consider myself lucky," Ryan said as he led the others downstairs. Zhou Xuanning was undeniably attractive and had immense potential. She was talented. But for now, bringing her aboard wasn't an option. Ryan guessed that with her skills, their paths would cross again sooner or later. Zhang Qingyue and Zhou Xuanning hugged tightly before parting ways. As Zhou Xuanning watched the group's backs disappear, she whispered, "Haiching Film Academy." Ryan. Inside the van, Ryan changed into a second-hand windbreaker. It wasn't as comfortable as his previous outfit, but it would do. Seat plan. Zhang Qingyue Ryan. Qin Yuzhen. Li Aoya Wang Shengsheng. With Zhang Ziqiao's spot now vacant, Ryan found he could finally stretch out a bit. Qin Yuzhen sat nearby, ready to give him a shoulder massage. Unfortunately, the class prefect refused to massage his legs. Logically speaking, after he saved her life, she should be quite grateful. But oddly, the connection alert didn't ring. Exploration of abandoned residential area number 7 completed. All survivors must return to their vehicle immediately. Countdown, 300, 299, 298. Route 1, extremely safe, complete. Vehicle E923, surviving passengers, 2. Continuity conditions met. Car owner voting activated. Rules displayed. All passengers may vote. Majority vote determines the car owner. Time limit, 180 seconds. Car owner privileges, driving assignments, critical decision-making, and vehicle ownership rights. Candidates: Zhang Qingyue, Ryan, Qin Yuzhen, Li Aoya, Wang Shengsheng. "There's really no need to vote," Zhang Qingyue stated directly. "Ryan should be the car owner. I can drive." "You know how to drive?" Ryan asked, surprised. "Learned it right after the college entrance exams," she replied confidently. Li Aoya and Wang Shengsheng exchanged glances, growing increasingly aware of how little value they seemed to bring to the group. Zhang Qingyue noticed their unease, turning to the back seats with a smile. "Aoya? Shengsheng?" "Yes." The two were caught off guard. "Want me to teach you how to drive?" Zhang Qingyue kindly offered. This survival road could last forever. Driving alone would be exhausting. Their eyes lit up. "Yes. Thanks, class prefect." Even Qin Yuzhen quietly mumbled, "I want to learn too." Zhang Qingyue chuckled. "Of course." 180 seconds passed. Ryan was elected as the car owner. Things were far smoother than in his previous life. Vehicle owner of E923 confirmed. Ryan. Privileges activated. Important announcement. Passengers can get in and out of the vehicle freely, but must reach the next station on time. Vehicle upgrade system unlocked. Disasters will be unleashed periodically. Their impact will decrease the closer you are to a station. "We can leave the vehicle? We're free. But then, there are disasters." Zhang Qingyue frowned. Before she could finish her thought, cold disaster activated. Temperature will drop to -40 degrees Celsius within 180 seconds. Act immediately to protect against the cold. Vehicle insulation insufficient. Upgrade or evacuate immediately. -40 degrees. The group turned pale. Frost instantly covered the windows. Ryan's face twitched, though he secretly felt relieved. In his past life, there was a silent toxic gas disaster, colorless, odorless. Breathing too much of it led to instant death, and by the third station, half the passengers had died. At least this time, the danger was visible. "Class prefect, take the wheel. Step on it as hard as you can." Zhang Qingyue gripped the steering wheel tightly. She had a driver's license and would be useful now, but she hadn't anticipated needing it to drive for her life. Qin Yuzhen shivered. "Hurry up. It's getting colder." Zhang Qingyue closed her eyes for 3 seconds, then opened them. Vroom. The van roared to life, speeding off. The barren wasteland outside became shrouded with blue, icy mist. The chill seeped through the metal panels. "So cold." Wang Xingxing's teeth chattered. "We're all still in summer clothes." Li Aoya curled into a ball. "Put on whatever warm clothes we've got." Ryan assessed the data. Current vehicle, minivan, small. Available materials, wood X3990, iron X1980, parts X2640, fabric X15, glass X20, low-level energy core X133. Vehicle upgrade. 1. Space expansion. 2. Structural reinforcement. 3. Environment control. 4. Energy power. 5. Special facilities. Such an abundance of materials. All thanks to the unlock from Red Luan points. Given how much Qin Yuzhen alone added through Red Luan, what if the entire vehicle was filled with them? Ryan took a deep breath. The temperature continued to plummet. He needed to transform this tiny minivan into the ultimate fortress. First priority, space expansion. The car was just too cramped, It couldn't fit any additional passengers. The shared backpack space would also grow with the vehicle's expansion. 30 slots were nowhere near enough. Basic expansion I. Requirements. Wood X500, iron X250, parts X200. Effect. Moderately expands internal space. Rearrange seating. 3+2+2 format. Comfortably seats 7 people. Enlarges trunk. Adds 5 more slots to shared backpack space. Ryan initiated 2 consecutive upgrades to expand the vehicle's space. I'm about to upgrade the interior space. Everyone, brace yourselves. Class prefect, focus on driving. Got it. Zhang Qingwei replied without hesitation. The vehicle vibrated intensely. Seats, walls, and the ceiling began to shift and reshape. The living space broadened drastically. The sound of metal creaking filled the air. Vehicle updated. Small bus. Interior capacity significantly increased. Standard seating restructured. 12 people. After everything had settled, the group realized they were inside a small bus. 12 seats arranged in a 2+2 configuration, 6 rows total. Did we actually switch vehicles? Wang Shengsheng exclaimed as she quickly got dressed. 12 seats, but there's only 5 of us, Li Oya counted thoughtfully. No wonder it feels so empty and colder, Qin Yuzhen said, her breath escaping in visible puffs. Ryan didn't join the discussion. Instead, he checked the remaining supplies. There's enough space, but we need reinforcement and temperature control. Otherwise, we'll freeze to death sooner or later, he said decisively. He immediately chose structural reinforcement I and structural reinforcement II. Materials used: 1,100 units of wood, 500 units of iron, and 100 parts. The vehicle's structure successfully upgraded twice. He then moved on to environment control. Most cold resistance upgrades were displayed in gray, indicating insufficient materials. However, Ryan settled on 2 options. Interior insulation layer I. Requirement: 400 wood, 10 fabric, 100 parts. Temperature regulation system I. Requirement: 50 low-grade energy cores, 200 iron, 150 parts. The temperature system alone required 50 low-grade energy cores. If Qin Yuzhen hadn't returned with 130 cores, they would have needed to open 50 loot boxes to gather enough. Given that they only got 1 core the last time they opened a box, this upgrade seemed impossible to achieve early on. But Ryan had plenty of building materials left and wasn't interested in simpler, less effective insulation upgrades. Upgrade, he commanded decisively. Buzz. The vehicle's interior walls were suddenly overlaid with a matte, grayish-white material as the biting chill was drastically cut off. Huh. The girls looked surprised. What is this? Ryan raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. A deep hum echoed from beneath the vehicle's floor, and soon warm air flowed from newly added vents. Interior temperature: -25 degrees Celsius, -10 degrees Celsius, 0 degrees Celsius, 18 degrees Celsius. Temperature system stable. External temperatures dropping. Interior stabilized at 16 degrees Celsius. The freezing cold air was driven away, replaced by a heavenly 16 degrees Celsius. It feels so much warmer now, Qin Yuzhen exclaimed as she stripped off 2 of her jackets. I felt like my blood was about to freeze a moment ago. With the temperature rising above 0, even Ryan felt more at ease. However, he didn't dare let the driver, Zhang Qingwei, slow down. External temperatures were still dangerously low, and even the temperature system had its limits. Thanks to the bus upgrades, they were spared from the ice-cold death awaiting outside. Feels like I've come back to life. Wang Shengsheng groaned as if she'd just escaped death itself. This is unreal, Ryan. How on earth did you pull this off? The vehicles changed so much. From the driver's seat, Zhang Qingwei turned her head and asked, did the materials in the shared inventory really allow for these major upgrades? She could hardly believe it. If surviving the apocalypse were this easy, eliminating the cold as a threat with such simple solutions, could it even be called survival? The root of the issue most likely lay with Ryan himself. The shared inventory certainly didn't have enough, Ryan admitted bluntly. What really matters is my innate ability. The group paused in surprise. They all knew Ryan's ability was to foresee the future, but what did that have to do with building materials? With a soft chuckle, Ryan clarified, don't forget, I can see the future, and that naturally includes hidden resource locations. Li Oya gasped, covering her mouth. So, how many materials did you just use? Ryan lazily counted on his fingers. About 3,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of iron, 1,000 parts, and a few dozen energy cores. He wasn't exaggerating. If anything, he was downplaying it. Currently, Ryan's personal inventory contained wood, 790 units, iron, 430 units, parts, 1640 units, fabric, 5 units, glass, 20 units, low-grade energy cores, 83 units. Even this remaining stockpile was enough to drive other survival teams mad with envy and desperation. Inside the bus, the women inhaled sharply when they heard how much was spent. 3,000 units of wood. Qin Yuzhen's eyes widened in disbelief. 1,000 units of iron. Li Oya covered her mouth in shock. 8,000 parts. Wang Shengsheng exclaimed dramatically. Dozens of energy cores. Zhang Qinghua turned her head in disbelief. Ryan simply nodded. Yep. Oh, my God. Qin Yuzhen's eyes sparkled as she stared at him. Ryan, you are amazing. Seriously, you're like a one-man miracle. Ryan chuckled lightly, but quickly brought them back to reality. Don't get too comfortable. If our driver can't maintain speed, the temperature system will eventually fail. The group collectively shivered at the thought. Keep going, Qinghua. Once we get to a warmer area, I'm learning how to drive. I promise, I won't let you drive non-stop, Li Oya shouted encouragingly. Yeah, me too. We'll help. Wang Shengsheng chimed in. Meanwhile, Ryan lay comfortably on a reclined bus seat, enjoying a massage from Qin Yuzhen. Admittedly, Zhang Ziqiao had a keen eye. Qin Yuzhen was not only beautiful and well-proportioned, but her personality was genuinely caring and attentive. Hey, Ryan, Qin Yuzhen suddenly asked softly. What's next? What's the next place going to look like? Honestly, I'm still a little scared. Without even opening his eyes, Ryan said, I've told you before, you won't die. You've got nothing to be afraid of. Qin Yuzhen's face lit up with a sweet smile. Good. I knew I could count on you to protect me. In the back seats, Li Oya and Wang Shengsheng were watching everything unfold with complicated feelings. Poking Li Oya in the side, Wang Shengsheng whispered, Oya, I don't want to die either. Do you think I should go get closer to Ryan? Li Oya's smile was forced as she replied. Didn't you already try offering to massage his legs earlier? Did he even acknowledge you? Wang Shengsheng pouted and straightened her posture, pulling at her collar. Honestly, how am I worse than Qin Yuzhen? My figure's leagues better than hers. Just give me a chance. Li Oya shook her head. You don't get it. That guy's stubborn. When he was chasing me, he was just like this, she said, her tone a mix of nostalgia and regret. Wang Xingxing's eyes spun mischievously as she leaned closer. Oya, you're just too proud for your own good. This is the apocalypse. Ryan's so strong it's ridiculous. Being with him is the safest option. Pride doesn't mean a thing right now. You're his ex-girlfriend. Use that to your advantage. Who knows? Maybe it'll work wonders. Li Oya froze. Her gaze shifted to Ryan, the boy who had once been at her beck and call, but now seemed so distant and unreachable. Did she regret it? Without a doubt. She regretted it with every fiber of her being. How could it be so perfectly timed? She had just broken up with him, and then the world ended. Ryan's gaze at her now feels no different than how he'd look at a random stranger. No. Li Oya shook her head bitterly. If I approach him, it might just make him dislike me even more. Wang Shengsheng, however, wasn't one to give up so easily. She glanced at Qin Yuzhen leaning almost completely onto Ryan in the front seat, then turned to Li Oya, who still remained as stunning as ever, and a vague plan began to form in her mind. Ryan's a guy, and every guy has their weaknesses, Wang Shengsheng mused while stroking her chin thoughtfully. Just then, Global Information Synchronization Channel activated. Locating. Location found. Connected to Sequence 691, Fractal Branch K7, Theta Observation Point. Channel activated. Haiqing Film Academy Zone Channel. A cold system voice echoed, and a translucent chat interface abruptly popped up before everyone's eyes. What? What the hell is this? Qin Yuzhen instinctively leaned back. A chat box. Does it even do that? Wang Xingxing's eyes were wide in disbelief. Li Oya squinted at the displayed IDs. It even comes with our names? Ryan scanned the quickly populating channel. Lu Wei, crap. Anyone here? Zhao Lin, there's freezing mist everywhere outside. No coats, and we're in for hypothermia. Zhou Qianqian, help. Mr. Wang drove off with the car. Wang Changjun, Qianqian, you're reckless. Do you want to doom us all? The chat was immediately flooded with messages as soon as it became accessible. Ryan noticed a separate small tab labeled Trade. Sun Chong, people can trade here. Wu Haoshuan, I've got cigarettes, willing to trade for food. You can trade with others. Li Oya leaned closer. Ryan, should we trade for something? And for what purpose exactly? Ryan asked. I scored 120 in math for the college entrance exam. Li Oya said, half excited, half serious. I can be the accountant. Ryan raised an eyebrow. Oh, trying to secure yourself a role here, huh? Li Oya. Ryan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. All right, you'll manage the group inventory. First task, buy hot pot ingredients. Buy what? Hot pot ingredients. How else are we going to eat crawfish? Ryan leaned back into his seat. But there's no electricity in the car, Zhang Qinghua, hands on the wheel, pointed out. I'll handle the power. Tonight, I want to see hot pot ingredients, lamb slices, and iced tea. Got it. Ryan ordered before closing his eyes and laying back. Li Oya and Wang Shengsheng exchanged bewildered looks. Hot pot in a survival scenario. Ryan wasn't sleeping. His mind remained preoccupied with tracking the info channel. Until Zhang Zixuan. I'm Zhang Zixuan, debate club president. We're stuck on a public bus with a big group. Desperately need bottled water. DM me if you want to trade. You're alive after all, Zhang Zixuan. Ryan muttered under his breath. You, of all people, wouldn't just roll over and die, huh? Last time, you milked me dry. This time, you'll pay that debt 100-fold. Serious intent simmered beneath Ryan's expression, a cold glint flashing through his eyes. They were bound to meet eventually. Would it be at the next stop? The first checkpoint functioned as a beginner tutorial, ensuring low casualties. The second? That was where things ramped up, an epic difficulty spike. Ryan's priorities. 1. Keep himself alive. 2. Keep Hongwan alive. 3. Keep the class representative alive. As for Li Oya or Wang Shengsheng, they didn't matter much, barely acquaintances. Qin Yuzhen seemed to sense the shift in his energy. Her movements grew gentler. Ryan turned to Wang Shengsheng. You, start pressing, and don't stop until dinner time. If you slack off, there'll be consequences. Can I help too? Qin Yuzhen chimed in softly. You need rest, Ryan said curtly. Wang Shengsheng eagerly unbuckled. No problem at all. I've got great technique. Thrilled to have an excuse to sit closer to Ryan, she jumped into action, not realizing the danger that awaited. Oblivious, she knelt in Qin Yuzhen's seat, her fitted jeans outlining her curves to perfection. She adjusted her posture, round and firm under taut denim, before leaning in to massage Ryan's shoulders. The faint fragrance of her perfume wafted over as Ryan closed his eyes. She began tentatively massaging. Too soft, Ryan remarked flatly. Huh. Wang Shengsheng paused in confusion, but then added more force. How about now? Still weak. Wang Shengsheng bit her lip, focusing harder as her hands worked more rigorously. What she thought would be an easy task turned into a real endurance test. Ryan was unusually demanding. Sweat soon beaded on her forehead, her breath quickening with exertion. Ryan, this part of your shoulder's so stiff. You must be so stressed normally, she ventured gently. Ryan didn't answer. Your strength's still lacking. After about 10 exhausting minutes, Wang Shengsheng's arms began to tremble. Ryan, can I take a short break? Just for a minute, promise. Ryan opened his eyes, staring down at her, knelt at his feet, weary, sweat trickling down the side of her face. What did I say about stopping? He said coldly. Smack. A sharp slap landed across her behind. Ah, she squealed, startled. Ryan, what are you? What? You think one little punishment's too much? He asked, voice calm yet menacing. Wang Shengsheng's cheeks flushed beet red as she quickly glanced at Qin Yuzhen and Li Oya for their reactions. Both pretended to stare out the window, but it was obvious they'd seen it all. No, it's fine, Wang Shengsheng said embarrassedly, taking a deep breath. Red thread connection confirmed. Wang Shengsheng. Identity code, 2. Connection type, domestication link. Depth level, LV.1. Multiplier bonus, X10. Ryan almost froze in shock. When did this activate? He hadn't done anything noteworthy yet. Domestication link? Glancing down at Wang Shengsheng's obedient stance beside him, the system's words resonated strangely. She indeed resembled a pet of sorts. Her innate skill wasn't particularly impressive, a far cry from Qin Yuzhen's high return potential. Within limitations, she could offer minor bonuses when looting or receiving rewards. Still, better than nothing. All right, enough, Ryan said finally. Go assist Li Oya with supply trades. And remember, find reliable sellers. Decent hot pot bases are hard to come by. I'd hate for Li Accountant to face any discipline tonight. His cryptic warning hit its mark. Li Oya flushed at the implication of discipline. Was he actually considering coercing me? Back in our relationship days, he'd never allow something like that. Ryan finished delegating tasks and leaned back fully to focus on one specific vendor, Yang Kuzhin. Yang Kuzhin. Attention classmates, I've got an axe, a heavy octagonal hammer, 1 meter long, with a 10-pound head. Very practical. If you're interested, bring food and drinks for the trade, DM me. The picture shows a black octagonal hammer with a large, sharp, and defined head. Ryan sends a message. Ryan, is the hammer still available? Instant reply. Yang Kuzhin. Yes, it is. You're the first person to DM me. Yang Kuzhin. But a lot of people are asking, so you'll need to make a quick offer. Priority goes to high-calorie food, compressed biscuits, chocolate, that kind of thing. We also need water. Our team is almost out of supplies. Ryan, I have food, but it's not the usual stuff. Can you accept crawfish? Yang Kuzhin. Crawfish? Are you serious? Ryan, my teammate's specialty. We just ate some today. Yang Kuzhin. Impressive. How much are you offering? Ryan, 5 pounds in exchange for the hammer. There's a pause. Yang Kuzhin. Sorry, my team thinks crawfish isn't filling enough. Ryan, 10 pounds. Yang Kuzhin. Crawfish is hard to prep and can only be grilled. Not as reliable as biscuits. Ryan, 15 pounds. The pause this time is longer, as if they're having a team discussion. Yang sorry, but after discussing it with the group. Ryan, 20 pounds. Yang you're really going all out. Ryan, so is it a deal? Yang deal? Are you really giving us 20 pounds? Ryan, I need this hammer to break through obstacles. Stop asking, are we trading or not? Yang of course. Only a fool wouldn't trade. Yang thank you. You're such a generous person. Our team was about to start eating bark. Yang oh, by the way, I'm Yang from dance department, year 2, class B. What about you? Ryan, check the first 2 characters of this message. Yang Ryan? A trade request pops up from Yang 1 heavy octagonal hammer for 10 kilograms of crawfish. Ryan accepts immediately. A black octagonal hammer appears in his inventory. 20 pounds of crawfish disappear. Yang sends a sticker and bolts. Ryan resumes scanning trade deals. He trades another 90 pounds of crawfish for 2 down jackets and 3 pairs of insulated pants. In the freezing, snowy landscape, warm clothing is more valuable than weapons or food. Those without essentials wouldn't even consider a trade. Ryan doesn't strictly need the clothing himself, but anticipates a mission requiring him to disembark. The girls on the bus don't have his tenfold constitution advantage. Qin Yuzhen provides water, and the class rep cooks crawfish with an impressive 130x yield. Ryan cannot let anything happen to them. The night is as dark as ink. The heating system maintains the bus interior at barely 59 degrees Fahrenheit 15 degrees Celsius. Liaoya pulls her coat tightly around her and suddenly shouts, I found hot pot seasoning. They're asking for 2 cases of water in return. Ryan rubs his temples. What about mutton? Wang Shengsheng replies. 1 pound of meat costs 3 cases of water. How much water do we have left? 6 cases. And how long will that last? 6 or 7 days, maybe. When's the next station? No idea. Ryan smirks. Not knowing when we'll arrive. And you're willing to trade 5 cases of water? Planning to let the whole bus die of thirst. The girls freeze. Relax. I'm not going to hurt you. You don't realize how important water is. Offer 1 bottle of water for the hot pot seasoning and 1 case for the mutton. Stick to that price. The girls hurriedly renegotiate. In the rearview mirror, Zhang Qingwei observes the entire exchange. Ryan upgrades the bus's onboard power module using 80 spare parts and 2 low-grade energy cores. An additional power outlet is set up at the front of the vehicle. The girls secure the deals. The sellers aren't thrilled but agree grudgingly. The group begins preparing hot pot and stir-frying crawfish. Suddenly, a sorrowful male voice rings out. So cold. The glacier outpost feels like an iron coffin. The geothermal core prototype. If I could find one, we'd survive. But I can't move anymore. The ice behind me is cracking. They caught up. The heat source is right there. I collapse beside it. I can't move. Let the light shine on my face. Like a dying man clinging to the last flicker of a candle. The voice cuts off abruptly. The bus falls into a deathly silence. The only sound is the bubbling of the hot pot. Wang Shengsheng stammers. Did anyone else hear that? Zhang Qingyue's face darkens. We all did. Check the chat box. On the regional channel, the fear of the apocalypse sinks its claws into everyone once more. From outside the bus comes the crunch of car tires on ice. Other teams begin arriving. A modified off-road vehicle parks on the left. 7 burly men armed to the teeth jump out. On the right is a military Humvee. 6 figures step down, all clad in camouflage. In the back, 3 more vehicles pull in with mixed team configurations. Everyone is sizing each other up. The atmosphere tightens like a string pulled taut. Zhang Qinghua sets down her bowl of food. Looks like everyone's here. Ryan opens his eyes, taking a sweeping glance out the window. Get ready to disembark. He stands up and inspects his gear. Down jacket, gloves, insulated boots, all accounted for. The others quickly pack up as well. Qin Yuzhen whispers, those people look dangerous. That's normal, Ryan replies calmly. Anyone still alive now must have some serious skills. The countdown shows 20 minutes remaining. Every team makes their final preparations. Some distribute supplies. Others check weapons. Ryan pushes the bus door open. The minus 22 degrees Fahrenheit minus 30 degrees Celsius wind rushes in immediately. He inhales sharply, exhaling a misty puff. Stay close to me. The 5 of them step onto the snow-covered ground, heading towards the entrance to the outpost. Other teams also begin moving. 86 people divide into 10 groups, slowly converging. No one speaks. Only the crunch of snow and the sound of breathing fill the air. The crack in the glacier looms closer. In the eerie blue glow, faint, intricate patterns become visible on the ice wall. The countdown hits 0. Mission start. Location of the geothermal core prototype has been marked. Attention, the first absolute zero wave will erupt in 30 minutes. 3 red dots flickered in Ryan's vision. They were scattered across different areas of the outpost. The closest one was still 2 kilometers from the entry point. Let's move. Ryan was the first to step into the crevice. The 4 women followed closely behind. Other teams were also entering in droves. The inside of the crevice was wider than expected. The icy walls emitted a faint glow, just enough to illuminate their path. The temperature was plummeting. Even their exhaled breaths froze almost instantly. Wang Xingxing's teeth chattered violently. "It's so cold." "Endure it," Ryan said without turning back. "This is only the beginning." From the depths of the crevice, an eerie echo reverberated. It sounded like the growl of some unknown creature. Qin Yuzhen clutched Ryan's jacket nervously. "What's that sound?" "No clue." Ryan quickened his pace. "But it can't be anything good." They soon arrived at a branching point. 3 paths diverged in different directions. The other teams began to scatter. Ryan chose the left path. "Why this way?" Leoya asked. "A hunch." In reality, he'd glimpsed a fragment of the future. This route was the safest, at least for the first segment. The passageway gradually narrowed. Red ferns started appearing along the icy walls, strange plants that emitted faint warmth. "Geothermal ferns." Zhang Qinghua exclaimed excitedly. Ryan nodded. "Take some. They'll come in handy later." They cautiously began gathering the warm, almost lifelike ferns. And then, the sudden scream. A gut-wrenching, blood-curdling cry tore through the air, before abruptly cutting off. The 5 exchanged uneasy glances. "Keep moving," Ryan said calmly, unflinching. After another 10 minutes of traversing the path, it opened into a massive underground space. There, in the center, stood an abandoned research facility. The rusted metal structure was encrusted with thick layers of ice. "The prototype is inside." Ryan pointed toward the facility's innermost section. But before anyone could move, another team burst in through the right passage. It was the group of muscular men. The 2 groups stood only 50 meters apart. The atmosphere immediately turned tense. The burly leader smirked coldly. "Kid, take your crew and scram while you still can." Ryan ignored him. He turned to the 4 women. "Prepare for combat." The crunch of snow under tires. 1, 2, 3 beams of headlights pierced the icy winds. Vehicles pulled up one after another around Ryan's bus. Doors swung open, and shivering figures stumbled out. "Are we still even in the country? 12 hours in negative 40-degree temps. You're from the directing department, right?" "We're from fine arts." Steam billowed in the freezing wind as the group clustered near the ice-covered entrance for warmth. Wang Shengxing peeked out the window. "Ryan, that off-road vehicle is from Performance Class 2. Li Oya squinted. "That minibus?" "A mixed group of directing and sound design majors." Ryan remained unfazed. "Makes sense if they're all from the same club." More vehicles arrived by the minute. Wang Shengsheng pointed to a cargo truck. "Is that Director Yu? The administrative department's here too." Li Oya smirked. "Same guy who wanted to extend military training by a month." Zhang Qinghua munched on a snack. "Staying in the bus? Think we're standing out too much?" Ryan replied flatly. "They're all competitors. Why buddy up?" Li Oya whispered under her breath. "They're freezing, and we're eating hot pot." Ryan sipped his broth. "Standing out is the point." Their 12-seater bus parked conveniently near the entrance. Knock, knock, knock. 3 guys rapped on the door. "Everyone's here except you. Get down here. Let's strategize together." "Director Yu is coordinating. Don't be scared." The window rolled down. The trio froze in place. Rolling down a window in this weather? Whoosh. A blast of warm air surged out, carrying the rich aroma of food and faint traces of perfume. White steam enveloped Xiao Bing's stunned face. Hey, your bus feels kinda cozy." "Through the small gap," Ryan responded. "Not interested in collaborating, sorry." Click. The window rolled back up. Xiao Bing stood there, gobsmacked. He saw it. A scene from another world. People inside the bus were lounging in just shirts, cheeks flushed from the warmth. A hot pot simmered in the aisle, red broth bubbling away. Outside, the temperature was a bone-chilling minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, and they were all shivering uncontrollably. That group was eating hot pot. "Bing, what's the verdict?" Xiao Bing suppressed his bewilderment. Director Yu, sensing something was amiss, pressed. "What's going on? What's in their bus?" Xiao Bing cleared his throat. "They're having hot pot." "What?" Director Yu's voice rose an octave. "I'm serious." Xiao Bing gestured animatedly. "Red broth, bubbling away. They're just wearing shirts, and when I got close, warm air hit me like a heater." Director Yu's expression twisted between disbelief and fury. Glancing between the cozy bus and the shivering students around him, his voice sharpened into a hiss. "Ridiculous." He spat through clenched teeth. "This is survival training, and they're treating it like a picnic?" Outrage rippled through the gathered students. "We're freezing, and they're feasting on hot pot. Where'd they even get all that fuel? This is so unfair." A glint of cunning lit up Director Yu's eyes. "All right, let's go. Ask them what the hell they think they're doing." A group of 20 or so marched toward the bus in a huff. Director Yu raised his fist, ready to pound on the window, when his eyes caught sight of a note taped to it. Plenty of heating inside. Seats available for rent. Rate: 5 bottles of water or 10 packs of biscuits per minute. Upfront payment only. No credit allowed. This, Director Yu was speechless with rage. 5 bottles of water per minute. That's robbery. 10 packs of biscuits? That's my whole day's ration. Do they even have a conscience? Director Yu pounded on the window. You in there? What's the meaning of this? Do you have any camaraderie yet? A family should help each other out. Inside the vehicle, Qin Yuzhen shrank her neck. Ryan, they look so angry. Zhang Qinghua shook her head. Just moral coercion. Director Yu has always loved lecturing about collective ethics. Ryan nodded. They're not mad because we won't cooperate. They're mad because we're doing better than they are. Wang Shengxing scoffed coldly. Now they're feeling the cold? Don't open the door. Let them freeze out there. Ryan shook his head. Leaving it empty is a waste. Why not sell them some of the space for supplies? Inside the vehicle was an absolutely safe zone. Ryan had no fear of these people. Zhang Qinghua analyzed. Director Yu wants to establish authority. Ryan, doing this might make us everyone's target. Ryan smiled faintly. That assumes they even have arrows to shoot. Qin Yuzhen looked concerned. Would anyone really be willing to exchange supplies for a seat? Ryan leaned back into his seat, closing his eyes. They will. Soon enough. The group was about 30 minutes away from the outpost. The temperature outside was life-threatening. Trying to endure it would only result in freezing to death. Ryan's price was steep, not many could afford it. But that's exactly why he was expecting something more interesting. I'll trade. A pleading voice came from outside. I'll trade water for a seat. My fingers are numb. Please let me on, just for a minute. A lanky boy clung to the vehicle's door. Director Yu's face was as dark as a burnt pot. This is Ryan, Ryan announced calmly. Send me a private message in the regional channel and initiate a supply transaction. Pay first, then board. A few seconds later, the door opened. Warm air flowed out. The boy didn't hesitate and scrambled inside. The door quickly shut behind him. The people outside shivered visibly in the frigid air. A minute passed, but the boy didn't come out. The crowd grew restless. Why hasn't Xiao Wang come out yet? What's it like inside? Did you see that heat earlier? My toes are going numb. A second person eventually stepped forward. This time, it was a bespectacled girl who gritted her teeth. I'm trading a seat too. She climbed in, and like the boy, she also didn't come back out. Then a third person, and a fourth. Suddenly, someone erupted in anger. You traitor! Wang Zikai, are you using the group's shared supplies to trade for a seat? Zhao Yu, did you just take all the shared water to get on that damn bus? We're freezing to death out here, and you're using everyone's stuff to enjoy yourself. The accusations flew. Someone tried to smash the vehicle, but the system displayed a notification. Vehicle is invulnerable to damage. Director Yu cleared his throat. Let me board and see what kind of scheme they're running. With a strained voice, the director called out, Student, approve my trade request. The door opened, and Director Yu stepped in. Warmth enveloped him immediately, a stark contrast to the freezing outdoors. It felt like diving into a hot spring straight from an ice bath. His glasses fogged up from the sudden temperature change. After cleaning them, he looked around. The interior of the bus was spotless, with a cozy, comfortable temperature. Students were lounging around in light clothing, their faces glowing with warmth. On a small table by the aisle, remnants of a hot pot meal still steamed faintly. Unbelievable. Director Yu's jaw dropped as he looked at the reclining Ryan. This wasn't post-apocalyptic survival. This was an RV winter vacation. Taking a few deep breaths to steady himself, Director Yu pointed accusingly. How can you live like this? We're all classmates. We should be sharing resources. Then he turned to the newly boarded passengers. You too, using group supplies for personal gain? Get off the bus immediately. Ryan opened his eyes, fixing Director Yu with a calm, yet icy gaze. Are you threatening my customers? Director Yu faltered, his righteous demeanor crumbling by 3 notches. I'm the administrative director. In extraordinary times, unity and discipline are critical. You charging fees like this is disrupting cohesion. I order you to. And I order you to get your ass off my vehicle. Ryan interrupted sharply. Director Yu froze, momentarily stunned. Ryan stood up, a firefighter's axe appearing in his hand. The school is gone. Can your so-called authority be traded for even a single piece of wood? This is my vehicle. What I say goes. Your time is almost up. Either get off or submit another trade request. Director Yu's face turned alternating shades of red and white. Do you have any respect for your elders? Ryan took a measured step forward. I guess you didn't hear me. When he was less than a meter away, Director Yu hastily threw both hands up in surrender. Wait. Ryan, I'll pay again. Inside the vehicle, some of the students struggled to keep a straight face. Zhang Qinghua and Li Oya exchanged knowing smiles. while those who had just boarded wore looks of contempt. Just moments ago, Director Yu had been preaching righteousness and morality, yet even he couldn't endure the cold. Director Yu's face flushed bright red as he fumbled to bring up the trade page. Suddenly, his expression twisted in confusion and panic. What? Director Yu yelled. Where are the shared supplies? Who messed with our group stash? He scrambled to the window, looking out. The scene outside was pure chaos. Who stole more of our shared supplies? All this talk about working together, what a load of crap. Everyone's just out for themselves. If anyone else tries to take more, I'll gut them. Hell, I'll take some for myself too. I should have known. There's no such thing as cooperation. Everyone's just selfish. In the apocalypse, seeds of doubt and mistrust required no nurturing. They grew into thorny brambles instantly. Trust was always a costly luxury, and in a temporary group like this, it simply didn't exist. The people huddled around the bus quickly scattered, keeping distance from one another with wary eyes. Inside the bus, the warmth was as comforting as spring. Qin Yuzhen murmured quietly. They're in complete disarray now. Wang Shengsheng smirked. Serves them right. That's what they get for using moral blackmail. Li Oya's expression turned thoughtful as she glanced at Ryan, who remained sitting with his eyes closed. A realization suddenly hit her. Zhang Qinghua leaned in closer to Ryan, whispering in astonishment, Ryan, you never even wanted their supplies from the start, did you? She took in a sharp breath. You're dismantling potential threats. If they had stayed united, we'd become their target as soon as we reached the outpost. But now, they're too caught up in their own chaos, watching each other instead of ganging up on us. Qin Yuzhen clapped a hand over her mouth, the situation dawning on her. Wang Shengsheng looked both enlightened and slightly terrified. Ryan shifted his gaze toward Director Yu, now awkwardly standing by the door. Time's almost up. Why haven't I received your trade request yet? Director Yu's body stiffened, visibly struggling to maintain composure as his face alternated shades of embarrassment and frustration. There were extra supplies, but everyone's personal backpacks were filled with life-saving essentials. The communal bag? Completely looted. Ryan. The teacher stuttered with a forced, awkward smile. I'm the teacher here, looking out for everyone. It's freezing out there, and I'm too old to handle the cold. The mission's starting, we should stick together. I've got experience. Creak. Bam. Ryan slammed his foot into the man's chest, sending him flying out of the bus and into the snow, crashing heavily into the ground and causing a flurry of powder to burst into the air. The teacher, writhing and groaning, struggled to get up from the snow for what felt like an eternity, his glasses having fallen off in the process. Ryan stood at the bus door, ice cold. You agreed to pay with the communal supplies, but you backed out? You must be confused if you think this is some mom and pop store where you can run a tab. Outside the bus, there was an eerie silence. Then, a stifled snicker broke the quiet, quickly followed by waves of laughter and ridicule. No one moved to help him. The former members of the teacher's caravan merely watched on with cold indifference. The new passengers who had boarded the bus hesitated, and then eventually decided to step off one by one. None of them could offer anything in return from their own communal stockpile. Once all the others had filed off, the bus doors shut with an air of finality. Only Ryan's team remained. Ryan settled back into his seat and gazed out the frosted window. Gear up properly for the cold, he said flatly. Zhang Qinghua gave a sharp nod and then suddenly made a slicing gesture across her throat with her hand. Ryan hadn't expected the class monitor's apocalypse instincts to develop this quickly. Not so fast, he said calmly. The mission hasn't even started yet. Don't make any rash moves. Stirring up trouble now would ruin the groundwork we've just laid. A brief look of understanding flashed across Qingyue's face. Following that unhinged spectacle, the female students sitting aboard gazed at Ryan with a mixture of growing admiration and a hint of fear. That was precisely the reaction Ryan wanted. This was the only way to ensure the safety of the communal bag, preventing the sort of chaos they had just witnessed outside. Countdown, 59, 58, 57. The cold, mechanical sound of the timer shattered whatever fleeting peace lingered in the cabin. Ryan stood up and stretched his neck. Let's go. His eyes swept across the team of girls. Zhang Qinghua was bundled up in a long black down coat, paired with fleece-lined hiking pants shielding her elegant legs. Her hood revealed only part of her sharp, icy expression, her gaze quietly resolute. Qin Yuzhen, on the other hand, was wrapped in a short, plush white puffer coat, looking warm and soft. The fur-lined hood framed her delicate features, and she wore heavy fleece-lined trousers underneath. Both girls wore gear Ryan had traded for, using crawfish as barter, to make sure they wouldn't succumb to frostbite. Meanwhile, Li Aoya and Wang Shengsheng were dressed in what could only be described as a chaotic hodgepodge. Li Aoya had multiple layers on, a sweater dress underneath two knitted cardigans, topped with a shearling coat. Wang Shengsheng sported a thermal base layer under an oversized hoodie, a jacket over that, and finally a cape draped across her shoulders. When they looked at Zhang Qingwei and Qin Yuzhen, their envious looks were written all over their faces. Thanks so much, Ryan, Qin Yuzhen said with a playful smile, her eyes crescenting. Zhang Qingwei subconsciously shifted her body, slightly avoiding Ryan's line of sight. She wasn't like Qin Yuzhen. Ryan's unwavering kindness toward her weighed on her heart heavily, too heavily. Ryan waved dismissively at the duo. Don't get carried away now. I don't even have anything to keep myself warm. You two are core members of the team, so your safety comes first. As for the rest of you, follow orders, and there'll be food and warm clothes. I promise. Countdown 9, 8, 7. After reassuring the others with some hurried words, Ryan stepped off the bus. The rest of the girls quickly followed suit. The second they stepped onto the ground, the bitter cold assaulted any exposed skin like icy needles piercing through. Huh. The steamy breath of Ryan's group caught everyone's attention as it emerged into the frosty air. Geez, it's freezing. And this wind, it's like it's howling. Wang Shengsheng shivered uncontrollably. Li Aoya's teeth were chattering as she clung tightly to Wang Shengsheng's arm. Ryan, we've got to find that prototype quick. There's no way I can survive out here for 12 hours. I'll turn into a popsicle. Look ahead. Ryan pointed toward a tear in the ground. The entrance looked as though it had been forcibly ripped open, its jagged edges descending into a dark, narrow slope. A frigid wind whistled upward from the abyss below, echoing like faint cries. It's pitch black down there. Flashlights ready. Ryan pulled out his high-powered flashlight and stepped forward, leading the way down. Zhang Qingwei, Qin Yuzhen, and the others switched on their flashlights and followed closely, their beams cutting through the shadows. They were the first team to descend. The remaining students above looked at one another, indecision written on their faces. They actually went down there? Are they nuts? Who knows what's lurking below? Just thinking about it makes my legs go weak. So what should we do? I say we wait and see for now. It was only the second evening since the end of the world. Everyone was still struggling to adjust to the harsh reality. But Ryan understood, time was of the essence. Acting fast was the key to survival. Behind his team, another smaller group moved cautiously but steadily. A group from the film department, just 6 of them. Ryan, only 6 people are following behind us. Wang Shengsheng whispered. Even better, Ryan said flatly. With 3 prototypes in hand, the cold disaster will no longer be a threat. After descending for about 10 minutes, the passage widened slightly. However, the temperature plummeted further with every step. Suddenly, Ryan came to a halt. Up ahead on the icy ground, clusters of warm amber light flickered faintly. Thermal fern. Wang Shengsheng blurted out excitedly. The plants had thick, glossy leaves that glowed softly, radiating warmth. The ice around them had melted, leaving slick puddles in their wake. Jackpot already, she exclaimed. At the same moment, the film students also caught sight of the treasure. Their flashlight beams veered over, revealing faces cracked and blue with cold, but filled with eager greed. The tension thickened instantly. Thermal fern was a key resource for combating the dreaded absolute zero wave. Everyone wanted it. The film students group was 4 men and 2 women. Take it, one of the men shouted, lunging forward. Ryan, Zhang Qingwei called out, worried. Ryan raised his hand calmly. Wait. He wasn't in a rush. It wasn't about who reached the resource first. Besides, he had a feeling it wouldn't be that simple. And he was right. The moment the man's fingers were within inches of the thermal fern. SSS. SSS. A chilling rustling sound emanated from the crevices of the rocks. Dozens of massive caterpillars, each as thick as an arm, swarmed out in a frenzy. They were long and grotesque, their ends adorned with pulsating suction cups that opened and closed incessantly. These creatures moved terrifyingly fast, surging toward the man like a tidal wave. What the hell are those? The guy tried to pull back, but it was too late. Several of the creatures launched themselves at him, their suction cups clamping onto him with a sickening pop. Frost spread rapidly from the points of contact, crawling up his arm as he fought desperately to fling them off. The larvae clung tightly to the victim. Even more bugs swarmed in from all directions. Get away. Burn them with fire. A teammate pulled out a lighter, but it wouldn't ignite. Help! Help! The filming crew fled in a panic, stumbling and crawling back 7 to 8 meters. Everyone was scared out of their wits. The guy who had moved first was already dead, his body completely drained by the insects, leaving a gruesome corpse. Ryan, are these larvae protecting the geothermal fern? Qin Yuzhen asked. Ryan nodded. Probably. Getting the geothermal fern won't be easy. So what do we do? Just sit and watch. Wang Shengsheng was unwilling to give up. The heat radiating from the geothermal fern was incredibly enticing. If they got it, they wouldn't have to fear the cold. Everyone back up. Turn off your flashlights, except for this one, Zhang Qingwei suddenly ordered, adjusting her flashlight to its dimmest setting. Ryan realized her plan and immediately switched his flashlight off. The others followed suit. Within seconds, they noticed, without the stimulation of the light, the transparent bugs were once again drawn to the geothermal fern. The insects carried the male corpse towards a crevice in the rocks. The crevice was too narrow, and the body was grotesquely mangled as they dragged it in. What kind of monsters are these? Wang Xingxing's voice trembled as she gripped Ryan's sleeve. They were drawn here by the geothermal fern to nest. The warmer the place, the more of these bugs you'll find. Qin Yuzhen gasped. Then the prototype. Zhang Qinghua hushed her. Exactly. The prototype gives off even more heat. We'll have to deal with these things. Do you see the black rock up ahead to the left? Take them over there. Ryan lowered his voice. In 3 seconds, turn your flashlights to their brightest and shine them on this area. Zhang Qinghua immediately understood. You're going to use the strong light to draw the bugs away and create an opening for yourself. Exactly. Ryan turned to Li Oya and Wang Shengxing. Hold the light steady. Don't point it randomly. If I don't tell you to turn it off, no one turns it off. The two nodded firmly. Zhang Qinghua led the 3 girls behind the rock and trained their flashlight on the target zone. Ryan took a deep breath, crouched down, and suddenly darted out. At the same time, the light from behind the rock blazed brightly. The team that had just descended into the area was stunned. They're coordinating. A speed-awakened fighter. A swarm of dense bugs erupted, rushing toward the light source. Holy crap! Bugs. Are they crazy? They're deliberately luring those things. Ryan moved through the bug swarm with ease. He crushed one bug midair in his hand. Another was stomped underfoot. Then, in one swift motion, he grabbed the geothermal fern and sprinted back. The light was promptly extinguished. Only those who were still gawking were left with their flashlights on. SHD. Turn them off. The bugs are coming. A film student shouted, frantically pressing his flashlight's button. The others scrambled to switch theirs off. Turn it off now. Who's still got theirs on? Are you trying to kill us? A 3-person team that recently arrived had a member whose flashlight got stuck. Its beam continued to shine brightly. The bugs swarmed towards them. Lao Zhao, your flashlight. I can't turn it off. The button's jammed. Throw it away. Throw it now. Screams erupted. The flashlight shattered on the ground. Only the sound of sucking and the bugs' writhing movement were left in the dark. Those who survived held their breath, frozen, not daring to move. Far away, Ryan had already regrouped with Zhang Qinghua and the others. The girls were still shaken. Leaning against the rock wall, Zhang Qinghua was catching her breath, while Qin Yuzhen had almost collapsed. Li Oya and Wang Shengxing clung to each other for support, trembling with fear. They had nearly been overtaken by the bugs just moments ago. Ryan, holding the geothermal fern, wasted no time retreating. Zhang Qinghua stared at the 3 clusters of geothermal fern in his hand. The leaves, with their fiery orange-red veins, radiated visible warmth, instantly dispelling the surrounding cold. One for the class leader, one for Yuzhen, Ryan said, distributing the ferns. He kept the last one for himself. Li Oya and Wang Shengxing looked enviously but received nothing. Zhang Qinghua subtly leaned over to share some warmth with them. Qin Yuzhen also tilted her fern in their direction, silently offering some heat. Their eyes welled up with emotion. After 10 minutes of walking, they turned a corner, and a breathtaking sight opened up before them. A complex of ice-covered buildings. This was the Glacier Research Outpost. In the center of the outpost stood a 6-story square tower. Over there, Ryan pointed to the tower. Boom, boom, boom. The ground suddenly shook violently. A deep rumbling sound grew closer and closer. What the hell is that? Wang Shengxing screamed. Hide. Ryan dashed toward the nearest stone building. The door was sealed shut with ice. Ryan pulled out a heavy hammer, activating his full strength with his tenfold physique, and smashed a hole in the door. Get in now. Just as everyone squeezed inside, a massive, 3-meter-tall white beast passed by the doorway. It looked like a blown-up version of a polar bear. Li Aoya nearly screamed, but Zhang Qinghua clamped a hand over her mouth. The giant beast ran off into the distance. But the rumbling started to draw nearer again. Put away the geothermal ferns. Ryan shouted urgently. It's searching for a heat source. Our body heat gave us away. As soon as he finished speaking, all 3 clumps of geothermal ferns were stuffed into backpacks. Outside the door, the heavy footsteps stopped. They stopped just outside the building, very close. Silence fell over everything. Everyone held their breath. Li Aoya and Wang Shengxing bit down hard on their lips. Zhang Qinghua pressed her back against the wall, not moving an inch. Qin Yuzhen closed her eyes tightly. Who ch? A sound of inhalation came from nearby. Seconds passed one by one, and the cold air grew brazen once again. No one knew how much time had passed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The footsteps moved in another direction. Another minute passed. Wang Shengxing slumped down. That's terrifying. What was that thing? Li Aoya slid down onto the floor. If we get discovered, we're doomed. Qin Yuzhen opened her eyes and grabbed the corner of Ryan's clothes with her little hand. Zhang Qingyue said fearfully, "Geothermal fern can keep us warm, but it's also bait that attracts the Grim Reaper." Wang Shengsheng asked softly, "Can we still take out the geothermal fern?" Ryan said irritably, "You take it, then leave on your own." Wang Shengsheng quickly waved her hands. "No, we're a team." Zhang Qingyue peeked through the crack in the door. "No abnormalities. The footprints are heading east. Keep going." Ryan nodded. "Get to the tower as soon as possible." The 5 of them left the house carefully. Ryan gave the arrangement. "Class rep, I'll lead the way. You bring up the rear." Zhang Qingyue, "No problem." The 5 headed toward the tower. In the freezing snow, their speed was very slow. Half an hour later, "Ryan, look. It's geothermal fern. 3 clusters again." Wang Shengsheng, frozen purple, pointed at the faint glow in the distance. Ryan was surprised. "Pretty sharp eyes, huh?" Wang Shengsheng scratched her head. "Brother Ryan, I've had good eyesight since I was little." But Ryan had already walked toward the geothermal fern. Wang Shengsheng. Zhang Qingyue asked softly, "That big guy just now wasn't guarding it, was it?" Ryan nodded. "As soon as possible. You use the flashlights to draw the bugs away. I'll go pick it." "Okay." The 4 girls nodded firmly. Things went smoothly. The feint and strike tactic never failed. 3 more clusters of geothermal fern went into the bag. Grand Tutor container quietly activated. Another free attribute point was added, and Ryan put it into charisma. Basic attributes: Constitution, 100 agility, 10 perception, 10 charisma, 12, 2, spirit, 10 luck, 10. Charisma reached 12. The average adult male has 10 points, so he counted as slightly handsome. Just as they were preparing to retreat, a rustling sound came from behind them. Ryan's expression sharpened. It was a group of students. They were bundled up tightly, carrying flashlights, their faces pale and bluish, their eyes burning with excitement. "Xiaobing." Wang Shengsheng snorted coldly. "Following us pretty tightly, huh? Too bad you're a step late. We've already put the stuff away." Xiaobing's expression was ugly. The boy behind him snapped. "Wang Shengsheng, what are you so smug about? We took risks too." "Exactly. Good stuff should be shared by whoever sees it." The girls chimed in. Xiaobing stopped his teammates and forced out a smile. "Ruyan, you really are impressive." Ruyan said calmly. "You've been tailing us for a long time, haven't you?" Xiaobing shook his head. "We've only been guarding these few clusters of geothermal ferns for a long time." He paused. "No matter who takes them, we have to discuss how to split them." Li Aoya snorted coldly. "We picked them. What right do you have to make us share them with you?" The hot-tempered boy said. "We guarded them for half an hour. We're all classmates. We should be looking out for each other. It's not too much to give us 1 or 2 clusters, is it?" Zhang Qingyue wore a cold expression. Qin Yuzhen hid behind Rian and muttered, "No merit, no hardship either." Rian said lightly, "Finished?" Xiaobing. Xiaobing narrowed his eyes. "Rian, to be honest, we don't want to resort to force. But without geothermal ferns, we'll freeze to death. 2 clusters and we'll leave. Otherwise, if we make a move and attract." He didn't finish. The 5 of them spread out in a semicircle, and the 4 boys gave them confidence. They could see it clearly. Ryan was fast and could grab the geothermal fern. But he was a speed type awakened. What about the female classmates? Unless he abandoned them. Otherwise, they could only cooperate. Click. Zhang Qingyue stepped half a pace forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Ryan. Qin Yuzhen bit her lip and also stepped forward. Liao Ye and Wang Shengsheng followed, heads held high and chests out. They knew Ryan's strength. Wang Shengsheng added fuel to the fire. "Want it? Come get it yourself. You were a coward before the end of the world, and you still are now." Xiaobing was dumbfounded. With 3 boys on his side, they theoretically had the better chance of winning. He was an A-rank strength type, and he was confident. But the other 5 all looked certain of victory, and he panicked. "You." Xiaobing was caught between a rock and a hard place. Ryan waved his hand and headed toward the tower. The 4 girls followed. "Stop." The irritable man stood out. "What the hell are you afraid of? If you don't hand over the geothermal fern, don't even think about leaving. If you've got the guts, step over my dead bod." Bang. Ryan kicked him 7 or 8 meters away. He slammed into the ice ridge stone wall, his body pierced through. "As you wish." Ryan gripped the fire axe. "Looks like you all want to use corpses as roadblocks too." Xiaobing and the other 3 froze. How could one person have such strength? Wasn't he a speed type? Was this fucking speed? Run. The 4 turned and fled. Xiaobing, with A-rank strength, had no will to fight. Ryan was like a killing machine, completely guiltless about killing his classmates. From the very beginning, he had never planned to let anyone go. The tenfold physique brought not only strength, but also explosive speed. His first target, the girl who said, "Everyone who sees it gets a share." She turned back in terror and met Ryan's eyes. Poof. The girl's head was severed. Xiao Bing felt a fierce gust of wind rushing at him and instinctively leaped sideways. Dodged a disaster. Ryan missed with his kick, but struck another boy in the crook of the knee. Crack. The boy collapsed. Ryan stepped on the back of his neck. Uffed. Another one dead. Someone broke down and went limp. Help. He's killing people. Ryan swung the axe down, killing 2 men in quick succession. Just after Xiao Bing got back up, hell was already before his eyes. Bodies lay strewn across a pool of blood. The devil slowly turned and walked toward him. No, Ryan, it was all a misunderstanding. I don't want the geothermal fern anymore. It was Wang Wei's fault. I never meant to stop you guys. Thud. Everything fell silent. Ryan shook the blood off the axe, wiped it clean on the clothes of the corpses, and put it away. The whole process was like slaughter. The other side was entirely ruled by fear. They died before even using their talents. Ryan quietly activated Taisher container. This time, he did not gain a free attribute point. The pattern for killing teams and monsters is get, don't get, don't get. There is a threshold limit. Only after accumulating to a certain extent can attribute points be obtained. Ryan returned to the 4 girls' side. Let's keep going. The 4 girls were somewhat frightened, especially Wang Shengsheng. Although she never held back with her words, she had never actually thought of killing anyone for real. They were all from the same school. Did it really deserve death? But she didn't dare say it out loud. HM, what are you standing there for? Ryan looked back and saw that the 4 girls hadn't followed. Oh, okay. Leoa. After everyone escaped the tower, Zhang Qinghua finally couldn't help asking. Ryan, do you really feel no burden at all when you kill people? Burden? Yeah, I'm afraid they'll get away. Ryan didn't stop walking as his flashlight swept over the fork ahead. The upward sloping path looked more like it led to the tower. Zhang Qinghua pursed her lips helplessly. The passage widened, and signs of artificial work appeared in the ice on the walls. The temperature rose to minus 20 degrees Celsius. We're approaching the core area, Zhang Qinghua reminded him softly. Ahead was a giant shaft, once the hub of the outpost. The 6-story tower was right before them, giving off an overwhelming sense of pressure. The tower's base was square, rising straight upward. The only entrance was 2 3-meter-high metal doors. Huge claw marks and drag marks were scattered across the surrounding ice. The front entrance won't work. Ryan skipped past it. Look there. Wang Shengsheng pointed at a small iron door. Ryan led the charge straight in. Behind the door was a spacious hall, 4 to 5 meters high. As soon as everyone entered, the iron door silently swung shut. Deep inside the hall, the floor, the walls, the cracks, everywhere was packed with arm-thick insects. More than a dozen giant white-furred beasts stood motionless. In an instant, the insects' mouthparts and the beasts' heads all turned to look over at once. Fall back. Ryan grabbed Qin Yuzhen and ran, and the others hurried after him. After sprinting dozens of meters and turning around a right-angle corner, they finally stopped. Li Aoya and Wang Shengsheng slumped to the ground. The front entrance won't work. The side door is full of monsters. There's no way out. Zhang Qinghua looked at Ryan. Ryan was silent for a long while, his gaze fixed on Li Aoya. Li Aoya's body stiffened. Your talent is B rank, superficial disguise, right? Ryan slowly crouched down. Why yes. Li Aoya's lips trembled. She understood Ryan's intention. No way. I'll die. She shook her head desperately, tears streaming down her face. I saw it. You didn't die. Ryan said indifferently. Li Aoya trembled even harder. These words from Ryan, who could foresee the future, had cut off her retreat. Ryan, breaking up back then was my fault. She crawled to Ryan's feet and clung to his thigh. We were together once. You can't be completely devoid of feelings for me, can you? But in Ryan's eyes, let alone feelings for her, he didn't even have feelings for people. He pried Li Aoya's hands away. Together once. Ryan shook his head. 3 months, a cell phone, a computer, and a gold bracelet? Li Aoya's face went deathly pale. Tears streaming down her face, she pleaded, Don't make me go in. Ryan said coldly. On the road to survival, you don't even dare use your talent. What use are you? 2 choices. First, I cut you down. Second, show your value and retrieve the prototype. Li Aoya froze. A fire axe appeared out of nowhere. The blade was dark and blackened. She looked around for help. Wang Shengsheng cowered in the corner. Qin Yuzhen lowered her head. Zhang Qinghua turned her face away. No one dared to plead for mercy. I'll go. Ryan pulled her up. Tell me about your disguise talent. Leia's voice trembled. Superficial disguise. Synchronize my aura with the environment. Zhang Qinghua synchronize. Leia nodded. I haven't tried it. If I get found out. Ryan, shape-shifting will only expose you. Bugs identify others by aura. Create chaos, then blend into it. Leia was dumbstruck. Ryan didn't give her time to hesitate. Class monitor, use the octagonal hammer to smash the front door. We'll lure the monsters with flashlights from the side door. Zhang Qinghua took the heavy hammer, her face paling. Leia focused her mind and activated her talent. I'm done. Ryan narrowed his eyes and observed. Her aura turned cold and eerie. Move. Ryan yanked hard on the iron gate. Thud. A blast sounded at the front door. The monsters were instantly alerted. Ryan raised the geothermal fern. Orange-red light burst forth. Qin Yuzhen and Wang Xingxing's flashlights fired together. Heat. Bright light. Tremors. The hall was completely thrown into chaos. Liaya rushed out. Her heart pounded like a drum. Her legs were shaking. She gritted her teeth. Ryan saw that she had successfully blended in. Fall back. He put away the geothermal fern and threw the flashlight into the monster horde. He pulled the iron gate shut, led the girls in retreat. The first step was complete. All the pressure was on Liaya. That was terrifying. Wang Xingxing patted her chest. Qin Yuzhen leaned against Ryan. Class rep, that noise just now was so loud. Zhang Qinghua shook her head. It's fine, my hand's just a little numb. 15 minutes passed, and there was still no movement inside the tower. Wang Xingxing asked softly, Uya she. Quiet. Ryan interrupted. He pressed himself against the wall and listened. The tower remained deathly silent. Footsteps came closer. Damn it, I'm freezing to death. Director Jia, keep your voice down. Keep it down my ass. Just make sure the geothermal fern is hidden. 2 men and 2 women appeared. The man in front was 1.8 meters tall, with a bulky build. When he saw Ryan and the others, he said, Wang, the chief clerk, you're not with your group of girls. Wang Xingxing shrank behind Ryan. Ryan asked, who are they? Jia Jinghui, head of the arts department. He likes harassing girls, and his uncle is a school board member. Wang Xingxing said quietly. I didn't see them during the assembly. Ryan knew this guy. A typical piece of trash. Did he try to use his power over you? Ryan asked. Wang Xingxing shook her head. He wanted to, but I kicked him in the groin and got him posted on the confession wall. Jia Jinghui walked over with his belly out, staring at Zhang Qinghua with a lewd look in his eyes. What are you waiting for? Falling pie from the sky. He took Ryan for an easy target. Wang Xingxing looked at Ryan. Jia Jinghui threatened. Classmate, Wangda doesn't even dare to kick me. Get lost. Ryan said only one word. Jia Jinghui froze. Look at me again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. The tall, skinny boy stepped forward. Are you crazy? Department head Jia has A-rank magic sound talent. Bang. Fire axe to the head. Ryan struck incredibly fast. Jia Jinghui's expression changed drastically. You're asking for death. He took a deep breath, his throat vibrating. Yee. A-rank magic sound erupted. Zhang Qinghua and the other 2 covered their ears and crouched down. Yet Ryan was completely unharmed. Tenfold resistance. Jia Jinghui was stunned. Nothing happened to him. Ryan raised the axe again. Fuck, he's deaf. Jia Jinghui suddenly realized. He hurriedly backed away and fell over. Suddenly, a chill swept over. The temperature dropped sharply. Ryan's pupils contracted as he quickly checked the public backpack. Sure enough, in one empty slot, a dark red metal sphere appeared out of thin air, about the size of a volleyball, with shifting light flowing across its surface. Geothermal core prototype. Oya succeeded. She found it. The mission is complete. The 3 girls erupted in ecstatic joy at once. But the happiness lasted only half a second. Roar. Boom. A thunderous crash came from deep within the tower. The entire tower shook violently, and icy dust fell in showers. Damn it. The prototype was taken, and the tower has lost its only heat source. The monsters have all gone berserk. Zhang Qinghua said anxiously. She could already imagine how the swarming insects would riot. And those giant beasts were definitely going to go mad too. Oya can't possibly get out of a full-scale riot. Qin Yuzhen pressed her lips together. It's over. The monsters are attacking indiscriminately. Oya will be torn apart as soon as she comes down. Wang Xingxing murmured. Jia Jinghui's fat trembled all over from the terrifying commotion. It was over. They were guarding the door not because they couldn't get in, but because they had already gotten the thing. They were waiting for their companions. He had picked the hardest iron plate to kick. We go draw their attention? Create chaos to cover her escape. Zhang Qinghua said anxiously. Rian shook his head. Too late. It's complete chaos inside. Anyone who dares reveal a light source or heat source will only end up with nothing but bones left. Then what about Aoya? Wang Xingxing said through tears. Rian was silent for a moment. Then his gaze fell on Jia Jinghui. Jia Jinghui shuddered, a foreboding feeling engulfing him. What do you want to do? I know you're not deaf. Don't come over. You've already taken the stuff? I was wrong. I'm leaving. Jia Jinghui backed away in panic. Rian stopped in front of him, looking down from above. His eyes were frighteningly cold. He raised the fire axe. Ah, uft, uft. With 2 dull thuds, Jia Jinghui let out a shrill, miserable scream. Ah. Both arms were instantly severed. Bones shattered, flesh mangled. Rope. Ryan held out his hand. Zhang Qinghua handed over the rope. Ryan firmly tied the geothermal fern to Jia Jinghui's back. Then he switched on the high-beam flashlight and secured it to the rope. Light and heat radiated from his back. No, don't. Let me go? Demon. Madman. Jia Jinghui was terrified out of his wits and struggled desperately. He kept activating his talent. Woo 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 woo. Qin Yuzhen endured the eardrum-tearing sound and stuffed a rolled piece of paper for Ryan to put in his ears. No, spare me. Jia Jinghui was utterly desperate. He could tell from the sounds coming from the tower just how terrifying it was inside. The two girls in Jia Jinghui's team had peed themselves in fear and kept retreating. Ryan had no time to deal with them. These two had no fighting ability and were extremely timid. Even if he ignored them, they wouldn't clear the mission. Ryan kept a calm expression and led Jia Jinghui to the iron gate. No, please, bro. Jia Jinghui let out a pig-slaughtering wail, his face covered in snot and tears. He could only twist and struggle. My ability is useful. A-level demon voice. I can help you guys. Don't throw me in there. I'll do anything for you. Ryan looked at Wang Shengsheng and gave her a look. Wang Shengsheng froze for a moment, then instantly understood. She stepped forward. Trash, go die. As soon as the words fell, Ryan yanked open the iron gate, and Wang Shengsheng kicked the big Zhongzi into the hall. No. Bang. The door opened and closed in one smooth motion. The sounds inside became even more frenzied. Rumble, rumble. Clang. Bang. And a piercing. Woo. Don't come over. Get lost. Ah. Help. Help me. Ah. Wang Shengsheng. Bitch. A dozen or so seconds later, the iron gate was pushed open, and Li Aoya walked out. She was drained and collapsed, only to be supported by the two women. Soaked through, gasping hard, she nodded forcefully at Ryan. Where did you hide the prototype? Did you find it smoothly? Ryan asked lightly. Li Aoya's voice was hoarse, her body trembling uncontrollably. It's in the top-floor control room. There were bugs all along the way. I didn't dare stop, so I could only grit my teeth and make my way up. I was scared to death. After I got it, I put it straight into the public backpack. As soon as I stored it, everything below went completely haywire. I almost thought I wouldn't make it out. Listening to Li Aoya's account, everyone became extremely tense. Li Aoya swallowed hard. Luckily, an armless monster appeared in the lobby. It was bright and hot, jumping around and screaming, drawing all the attention. Though he was scary, he helped a lot and gave me a chance to run out. She looked at Wang Shengsheng. That guy actually looks a lot like Department Head Jia. Wang Shengsheng coughed. That was Department Head Jia. Li Aoya froze. That armless, glowing, screaming guy was Department Head Jia? Qin Yuzhen leaned over. Ryan threw him in there just to draw attention. Wang Shengsheng spread her hands. He thought we were easy pickings, and karma bit him in the end. Li Aoya covered her mouth. Oh my god, wasn't he some school-connected VIP? Zhang Qinhue said helplessly. It's the apocalypse. What VIP connections are there left? Li Aoya calmed herself down. True, it just feels unbelievable. Oh right. She took a black card out of her backpack. Ryan, I found this in the room next to the prototype. It seems only the vehicle owner can use it. Ryan took the card. Invitation card, description, a metal card shimmering with dark silver light, resonating in a special way with the vehicle binding rules effect. The vehicle owner may invite any passenger. Once the other party agrees, they will join the vehicle queue. Remaining uses, one warning. If the other party refuses, this card becomes invalid. An invitation card? So early, Ryan murmured. In his past life memories, the invitation card was first mentioned only after the 5th station. He hadn't expected to find one at the 2nd station in this life. Wang Shengsheng asked curiously, what is an invitation card? Ryan explained, if you take a liking to someone's talent, you can bring them over. Zhang Qinhue stroked her chin. The bus can take more people now. Ryan didn't answer. A batch would have been added automatically after the mission ended anyway. It's just that the invitation card allowed free choice. Qin Yuzhen asked softly. Ryan, what kind of talent do you think the car is missing? The more, the better. Ryan said directly. Little lobsters and bottled water are too one-dimensional. If you want to live comfortably on the road to survival, we need to find more resource-gathering talents. Qin Yuzhen nodded. True. Ryan put the invitation card into his backpack. Buzz. A surge of heat welled up. The girls were stunned. In Ryan's hand was a dark red metal sphere. Terrifying heat radiated from the ball. Even brushed by the heat flow, the perceived temperature shot up rapidly. From more than -30 degrees, it leapt to 0 in a few breaths. And it kept rising. The frigid air was heated, forming distorted, rising waves of heat. Geothermal core prototype, description, an experimental device at the outpost for resisting extreme cold, containing high-purity geothermal energy. Problem, severely unbalanced effect, passive heat dissipation. The holder can adjust the affected range warning. Under an unbalanced state, heat consumption accelerates. So this is the prototype? Wang Shengsheng cried out. Qin Yuzhen said in delight. So warm. Can it keep heating up forever? Zhang Qinghua exclaimed. A ball the size of a volleyball is actually emitting such exaggerated heat. Ryan didn't answer and quickly started adjusting it. He turned it one notch counterclockwise. The range of the heat flow shrank from a 4-meter radius to 3 meters. Still too large for a 5-person team. He twisted it 2 more notches, and the radius became 1 meter. Almost there. No one knew how long the unbalanced prototype could hold out. Ryan put it back into his backpack. The girls had no objections. Ryan tilted his head. Let's go, find the second prototype. Leia's expression changed. Huh? Don't even think about making me go in there again. Ryan twitched at the corner of his mouth. The second prototype might not be that hard to get. This tower should be the most obvious, but also the hardest. Leia took 2 steps back. She didn't want to experience that terror of death again. Dense, swarming insects. Ryan shrugged. If you want to stay here, then stay here on your own. With that, he walked toward the darkness in the distance. Qin Yuzhen and Zhang Qinghua hurried to follow. Wang Shengsheng tugged at Leia said with a miserable look. Hurry up and go. If we don't follow Ryan, who could the 2 of us beat? They went around the tower and headed straight into the depths of the outpost. A gray stone building stood amid the ice fog, with a constant rumble echoing in their ears. Half an hour later. Push harder. This ice is too hard. Take turns. If there's a prototype inside, we're set for life. 8 students were gathered around the ice-sealed door, taking turns smashing at it. For boys and 4 girls, their faces pale and bluish, but the ice only showed white marks. The girls all remembered the scene of Ryan drilling through the ice layer in just a few seconds. The gap was too huge. A girl spotted Ryan and the others. Another team? The others stopped and took a closer look. Only 5 people, 4 of them girls. A look of disdain flashed in their eyes. All girls. Just one guy? This is over. Don't let them join us. I'm not here to carry freeloaders. Ruian walked straight past them. Hey, are you going to find Director Yu? The tall girl called out. Ryan paused. They're up ahead. The girl pointed forward. Director Yu is over there with several teams. I heard they found something. But there are too many people, so it's easy for a fight to break out. The boy beside her cut in. Yang Kuzhin, why are you talking to them? Turning to Ryan, he said, hurry up and leave. We're not working together. Wang Shengsheng shot back immediately, like we'd want to. You can't even break the door open, and you're talking about cooperation? Why you? Ugly, incompetent, and a nasty temper to top it off. Yang Kuzhin hurriedly explained. Sun Tao is just being cautious around strangers. Are you really going to Director Yu's place? It's pretty dangerous. She leaned in and whispered, I don't want you to die. I'm still waiting for the next trade. Qin Yuzhen stepped half a pace forward, pressing close to Ryan's side. Ryan smiled. Thanks for the warning. Before leaving, he tossed out one last line. There won't be a prototype in the place you smashed. The prototype released a tremendous amount of heat, with only a few clusters of geothermal ferns there. Sun Tao snorted coldly. Overestimating yourselves. Yang Kuzhin, what good does reminding them do? Yang Kuzhin, long-term investment. Suddenly, warning, ultra-high intensity, absolute zero wave is about to erupt. Source point. Deep within the glacial rift, surging upward. Arrival time, 300, 299, 298. Immediately seek shelter or evacuate. The countdown flashed wildly across their retinas. Yang Kuzhin's expression changed drastically. Damn it, Sun Tao said with a dark face. It's only been a few hours, and it's already here? We've only got 5 minutes. Behind them, the others hammered at the door even harder. It's too late. Keep chiseling. If there's no cover, we're all done for. Bang, bang, bang. But there was no progress at all. The countdown passed mercilessly. Countdown, 280 seconds. The temperature dropped sharply. Bang, bang, rumble. The sound of ice cracking shook the heavens. Yang Kuzhin and the others stared at the intact door, stunned. The sound came from next door? The 4 women and 1 man had already entered another building. Sun Tao frowned. Nonsense. The small building was pitch black and cold, with only a bed, chairs, and a wardrobe. Ryan sat down and stretched. Leoa asked, who's that pretty girl? Ryan shot back. Do I have to report to you every person I know? Leoa snorted. Ryan of course knew Yang Kuzhin. The octagonal hammer was traded with her. Zhang Qinghua sighed. The absolute zero wave is coming early. The other teams are in for it. Ryan took out the geothermal core. There were still more than 200 seconds left. The temperature had already dropped to nearly minus 40 degrees. Heat enveloped a 1.5-meter radius, perfectly covering the room. Wang Shengsheng rubbed her hands together. Wow, it's warm. Qin Yuzhen, like sleeping under a thick quilt in summer with the AC on. Noisy voices came from outside. Warm over here. Quick. 200-second countdown. Move aside. The 8-man group rushed to the door. Sun Tao was in front. Prototype. A girl screamed. pointing at the metal sphere. Sun Tao panted. It really is the prototype. Everyone stared at the ground beneath Ryan's feet. Their eyes were full of greed. Yang Kajin pushed her way over. Weren't you guys refusing to cooperate? Now you're the fastest runners. Sun Tao put on a flattering smile. Classmate, we were blind to Mount Tai just now. The absolute zero wave is coming. Let us in to take shelter. Right? Just for a little while. We'll trade supplies. Please. Ryan slowly stood up. His fingers rested on the prototype's latch. With a gentle twist. Buzz. The warm ring contracted. The people at the edge instantly felt the cold. Ah. They squeezed toward the center. Ryan looked up. Who let you in? Sun Tao said. Classmate, you can't just stand by and do nothing. We even warned you about Director Yu. Ryan smiled. The one who reminded me was Yang Kajin. What does that have to do with you? Sun Tao froze. You know her? Yang Kajin whispered. The crayfish on the bus were traded for from him. His name is Ryan. Sun Tao. What a case of family not recognizing family. I'm not familiar with you. Ryan cut him off. Get out. Don't push it. A burly guy looked up. You think you're hot stuff just because you have some broken ball? Believe it or not. Uffed. Ryan split his skull open with one axe blow. Sun Tao and the others went deathly pale. There's heat over here. Follow Director Yu. The doors open. More people surged over. Surrounded by the crowd, Director Yu said, Students inside. Show some spirit and let the students behind you in too. He saw the corpse, and his pupils contracted. But he still squeezed in. As the administrative director, I require you to share. He looked up, saw Ryan. Froze. Ryan? Director Yu's mouth twitched. We're in trouble. Ryan didn't buy that guilt-tripping nonsense at all. Sun Tao, who got kicked off the bus last time, why is it him again? Director Yu was caught in an impossible position. But Ryan suddenly changed his tune. Director Yu is right. The situation is urgent, and classmates should help one another. Everyone froze. Ryan went on. But the prototype's energy is limited. The more people there are, the faster it runs down. Anyone who wants and pays 10 bottles of water per person per minute, or equivalent supplies. Pay first, then enter. No credit. Those who try to run a tab end up like this guy on the ground. Out cold. Everyone, ? Ryan glanced at the countdown. 100 seconds left. 10 bottles of water? Per minute? Why don't you just rob us? We don't even have that much to our names. Making a fortune off a disaster. Inhumane. Ryan spread his hands. Purely voluntary. I'm not forcing anyone. If you don't come, I'll be even happier saving the energy. Cold winds swept in with snowflakes, and everyone hunched in on themselves. There was no way to stay outside. A boy tried to rally everyone. Ryan, there are so many of us, you can only. Uffed. An axe pierced straight through his heart. Ryan stood where he was. With so many of you, you can all scram. The scene fell into dead silence. 2 corpses were the most persuasive argument. In the end, everyone reluctantly handed over their supplies and entered the small building. 32 people squeezed in, and the ones at the door got 30% off. Ryan gained over 600 bags of packaged biscuits, over 500 bottles of water, over 100 tubs of instant noodles, 3 sets of padded clothes, and various essential supplies. Much better than killing them outright. His backpack was stuffed full, so he could only put things in the public backpack. Sometimes, doing business was more profitable than killing. Can you make weapons? Ryan asked. The absolute zero wave had passed for a minute. A cold wave raged outside, and blue crystal dust floated in the air. Ryan and the other 4 occupied the core area, surrounding the prototype machine. Yang Kajin was pulled to his side. The others were angry but dared not speak, crowding around the perimeter. Leaning her chin on her hand, Yang Kajin looked at the prototype machine. Yeah, there are quite a few limitations. My talent is called Craftsman's Vision, an A-rank one. I can think of a cold weapon in my head. If I expend mental energy and time, it will become real. She gestured. For example, an iron rod. How long and thick it should be, what the grip should look like. It won't work if it's too complicated. My mental energy is only 11. Ryan nodded. Being able to imagine whatever you want. Pretty impressive. Yang Kajin smiled. Impressive? My teammates all think it's useless. You can't even eat it. Ryan narrowed his eyes. This talent is severely underestimated. It can be customized into tools, climbing hooks, ice-breaking axes, stealth short spikes. It also has extremely high strategic value and can improve a team's equipment level. More importantly, Ryan has a physique of 100, and ordinary weapons are easily bent or broken. Only the 10-gene octagonal hammer made by Yang Kajin is barely usable, but it already shows signs of cracking. The blade of his fire axe has long since gone dull. He has been relying on sheer strength to mask the weapon's flaws. Ryan slowly said, not necessarily useless. More often than not, it's not that a talent isn't strong enough. It's that the right method hasn't been found. And what about your talent? Yang Kajin suddenly turned and asked. The corners of Ryan's mouth lifted slightly. This was the question he had been waiting for. He leaned in slightly. I can see the future. When he said this, his tone was full of conviction. Qin Yuzhen silently hugged her knees and buried her face in them. She sensed danger. Ryan was very interested in this girl beside him, and they kept chatting happily. Yang Kuzhin's teammates watched the two of them talking merrily, their feelings complicated. Yang Kuzhin covered her mouth, her pupils shaking in shock. Why, you're serious? Ryan nodded. Otherwise, where do you think my prototype came from? Yang Kuzhin looked at the prototype radiating terrifying heat. That was true. Without that heaven-defying ability, how could the prototype have been obtained so easily? Warning lifted. The absolute zero wave has passed. Current area temperature will rise back to baseline. All passengers, please seize the time and continue completing the mission. The voice was still cold, but to everyone it sounded like heavenly music. Is it over? Over? Really? It was over in just 2 minutes. Awesome. It probably wasn't even 2 minutes. If it had lasted any longer, there would have been no way to survive outside. Ryan didn't dwell on his emotions and gently put the prototype into his backpack. In an instant, a chill swept through the entire house again. All eyes turned to Ryan at once. There was gratitude, relief, confusion, and greed. With such a divine artifact, who wouldn't want to claim it for themselves? With it, no matter how terrifying the icy disaster was, one could still remain unharmed. Several boys in Yang Kuzhin's group had flickering eyes, as if some impulse were beginning to grow. Zhang Qinghua silently took half a step and stood in front of Ryan at an angle. Qin Yuzhen grabbed Ryan's sleeve tightly. Ryan, be careful. Li Aoya and Wang Shengsheng also moved closer nervously. There was a slight commotion in the group behind Director Yu. Several sturdy boys exchanged glances. Director, that thing. A buzzcut boy lowered his voice. Director Yu's expression changed. Shut up, they're all classmates. What are you thinking? As he spoke, his gaze fell on the two corpses on the floor. He was the kind of person who was good at protecting himself. Before figuring out Ryan's background, he would never make a move. Immediately, a smile spread across his face. Classmate Ryan, thanks for taking us in just now. I can't thank you enough for your great kindness. We won't trouble you any longer. The mission is the priority. Let's go. With that, he urged the team to leave. Director Yu. Wait. Sun Tao suddenly squeezed out and rushed to Director Yu's side. He lowered his voice. Director Yu, we're just leaving like this? You saw the prototype too. If we had that, we'd be able to walk all over this ice cave. No matter how strong Ryan is, he's just one person, with 4 dead weights dragging him down. We've got 30 people. If you give the word, we all rush him and take it. Though his voice wasn't loud, everyone in the room could hear clearly. The boys behind him stared at Ryan with unfriendly looks. Even the girls, seeing how many people there were, felt a surge of security, and envy began to well up in their eyes. The atmosphere instantly tense. Yang Kuzhin hadn't expected Sun Tao to pull something like this out of nowhere. She looked at the others in the team. Have you all gone crazy? We were just saved. Sun Tao shook his head. Kuzhin, and now you're still taking the outsider's side? I really don't know whether to say you can't tell what's going on, or that you're stupid. You. Yang Kuzhin's face darkened. Ryan smiled faintly. Director Yu's expression quickly darkened. 3 seconds later, he snapped at Sun Tao. Nonsense. Sun Tao, I think you've gotten confused from the cold. What kind of ridiculous idea is that? As the director, I order you. Immediately drop these dangerous thoughts. As he spoke, he shoved the group and quickly withdrew. Only Sun Tao was left behind, his face grim. His eyes were bloodshot. Fine, fine, fine. He said fine 3 times. Yang Kuzhin, what are you still doing over there? Get over here already. Sun Tao said viciously. Do you think you can still change vehicles? Wake up. When the mission ends, you're on the same side as us. Yang Kuzhin pressed her lips together. Indeed, no matter how different her thoughts were from Sun Tao and the others, in the end, they were still on the same team. They would still have to face the road to survival together in the future. Getting close to Ryan and the others now might mean being isolated in the future, or even facing retaliation. Seeing Yang Kuzhin hesitate, Sun Tao got angrier and angrier. Yang Kuzhin, think about it yourself. Sure, they're impressive, and they have a prototype, but how long can that thing protect you? When we get back to the vehicle, what are you going to do? If anything happens to you, do you think they can save you? Don't forget, the ones tied together are us. Half threat, half fact. The other 5 people in the vehicle all condemned her. Kuzhin, you've gone too far, clinging to a strong backer and ignoring your teammates. Just wait until we get back to the vehicle and see what happens. You really think those people are the good guys? You're siding with outsiders. Yang Kuzhin looked grim. Zhang Qinghua took her hand to comfort her. Wang Shengsheng crossed her arms. You're just jealous. Green-eyed monsters. Sun Tao glared at Wang Shengsheng and snorted coldly. Let's go. Yang Kuzhin was just about to speak. A hand patted her on the shoulder. It was Ruan. Can you drive? Everyone froze. Yang Kuzhin looked up. A little. Ruian nodded. Then once the mission's over, wouldn't you have a car of your own? Sun Tao stopped in his tracks. What did you say? Ruian pulled out a heavy octagonal sledgehammer. It was the same one he had exchanged with Yankajin earlier. He pressed forward step by step. To prevent you from taking revenge on Yankajin, I've decided to kill all of you. Ruian suddenly closed the distance. Old Zhao? Do it. Sun Tao dodged. Old Zhao swung the iron rod. Ruian grabbed it with one hand. Bang! A single kick sent Old Zhao flying 5 or 6 meters, smashing him into the stone wall. No one knew whether he was alive or dead. Run! Sun Tao and another boy turned and ran. They shoved the girls forward and sprinted toward the door. Just as they turned, squelch! The short blade stabbed in through his back and into his heart. Crack! The heavy hammer smashed his head to pieces. The ones who struck were Ryan and Zhang Qinghua. She had been guarding Ryan's flank the whole time. The instant Sun Tao pushed the others, she moved. Qin Yuzhen, Wang Shengsheng, and Li Aoya were all stunned. The usually silent class monitor was this ruthless when she made a move? The small building fell dead silent. Ryan swept his gaze over the remaining 3 girls. Their legs went weak, and they dropped to their knees. Classmate Ryan, spare us. It was all Sun Tao and the other's idea. I'll do anything you want. Kajin, for the sake of all these days. Yang Kajin covered her mouth. The person who had just been threatening her was now kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. Kajinjia, save me. I don't want to die, sob. The girl knelt and cried. Yang Kajin's lips moved. Rui, Rian. Rian nodded. Go on. They don't deserve to die. Uft. One of the girls died at her feet. Yang Kajin was so frightened she covered her mouth. The other 2 girls trembled. I'm useful. My talent is rapid drying. I can help dry clothes. Rian shook his head. Aren't you supposed to go back to your own vehicle? What use do I have for you? Uft. Another one died. Uft. 3 corpses fell to the ground, blood pooling everywhere. Rian put away the hammer. Yang Kajin, being soft-hearted can get people killed. Yang Kajin froze, lost in thought. She really had softened her heart. She was the only living person left in the entire vehicle. Ryan patted her on the shoulder. It's fine. Anyway, the one who got killed wasn't me. After speaking, he led the 4 women toward the doorway. Yang Kajin panicked. Ryan, see, can you take me to the prototype? I'm all alone now. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them. Why would Ryan take her along? A faint smile curved at the corner of Ryan's lips. The goal had been achieved. He stroked his chin. Taking you to the prototype isn't impossible. Yang Kajin's eyes lit up. Really? Ryan nodded. We do have a prototype, but why should I help you? Yang Kajin's expression froze. As expected, it wouldn't work. She bit her lip. Thank you for sharing the heat. I'll go find it myself. Ryan waved it off. There's an easier way. What way? Ryan didn't explain. He waved to Zhang Qinghua and the others. Go guard the door. No one comes in without my permission. The 4 women nodded and left. They leaned against the stone wall, guarding both sides of the cave entrance. Wang Shengsheng couldn't help asking. Class rep, what is Brother Ryan doing inside with Yang Kajin after sending us out? Zhang Qinghua fell into thought. Ryan seemed brutal, but everything he did had a purpose. Qin Yuzhen asked in a low voice. Could it be that he wants to use the invitation card? He's very interested in her talent. Li Aoya felt conflicted. Ryan valued Yang Kajin especially highly, even going so far as to clear out her team. That bitter feeling surged up again. Li Aoya said unhappily. What else could he be doing? Seeing that she looks pretty, he's pulling her into the group. Aoya. Wang Shengxing tugged at her sleeve. Zhang Qinghua reminded her. Ryan has his own considerations. Yang Kajin can make tools and weapons, so she's very valuable. Li Aoya snorted. Can she be better than my disguise? The prototype was something I risked my life to get. The girls fell silent. Li Aoya's sense of imbalance grew stronger and stronger. Inside the small building, the prototype was set back in place, still giving off heat. The temperature rose to 4 or 5 degrees above zero. At this temperature, you won't even feel cold if you strip naked, Ryan said indifferently. Yang Kajin blushed and stammered. The prototype really is amazing. She didn't understand Ryan's intention in keeping her. Ryan smiled. Then get started. Start what? Yang Kajin was dumbfounded. Ryan took out a black marker and twisted off the cap. Everyone on my team has to leave my mark. What? Yang Kajin's face turned pale. Ryan handed over the invitation card. I'll say this only once. My people must obey unconditionally, just like those girls outside. There was only one invitation card. He gave it only to Hong Wan. On the surface, Yang Kajin was friendly, but inside she was hard to read. For someone with ulterior motives, he would rather tear up the card. Yang Kajin took the black card, and the information entered her mind. This card could let her join Ryan's team. Ryan shouted, Wang Shengsheng. How much time has passed? 41 seconds. Ryan looked at Yang Kajin. You have 1 minute to think it over. Join me, and you'll never have to worry about food or clothing. Or go find the prototype yourself. If you do find it, I'll just take it from you. Yang Kejin's emotions surged. On one side was cold death. On the other was warmth and reliability. But Ryan's demand was too humiliating. Unconditional obedience, like a slave. She thought of the girls on Ryan's team. Some were calm and reliable, always able to guess what Ryan was thinking. Some were extremely dependent, their gazes on Ryan practically gooey. And there were two others who, though afraid, stayed right on Ryan's heels. They were surviving in danger and living better than most people. Time passed. Ryan watched her quietly. A minute later, Yang Kajin suddenly looked up. Ryan, wait, why should they be the ones finding it for us? Ryan gave her a sidelong glance. What do you think? Wang Shengsheng understood instantly. Food. If Director Yu and the others wanted to stay alive, they had to find the prototype. Once they found the prototype, they'd have to come trade it for food. Brilliant. Wang Shengsheng jumped up excitedly. Li Aoya curled her lip. Shameless profiteer. Ryan paid no heed and led everyone back to the vehicle. He pushed open the car door. Warmth washed over them. 6 people were packed into the cabin, making it feel much livelier. This was Yang Kajin's first time entering the modified vehicle, and her eyes widened in amazement. This is way too fancy. She looked around the interior in disbelief. A constant temperature system, plenty of food, clean water. Was this really the apocalypse? This was practically a vacation. Qin Yuzhen introduced. Ryan did all this modification. Yang Kajin looked at Ryan with even more admiration. Ryan returned to the driver's seat. Everyone sit tight. We're leaving here first. The vehicle slowly started up. It left Nanjing University and headed toward the outskirts. Ryan found a hidden spot and stopped. We'll rest here tonight and see how things go tomorrow. He turned back to look at the others. You've all been tired all day, so get some rest early. Wang Shengsheng was the first to respond. Okay. She pulled Li Uya along toward the rest area. Zhang Qinghua followed as well. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Yuzhen went over too. Only Yang Kejin was left standing in place. What's wrong? Ryan asked. Yang Kejin bit her lip. Where am I supposed to sleep? Ryan pointed to the rest area. With them, Yang Kejin nodded and turned to leave. Wait. Ryan called her back. Yang Kejin turned around, her eyes filled with anticipation. Ryan handed her a bottle of water. Stay hydrated. Thank you. Yang Kejin took the water and walked away a little disappointed. Ryan watched her back, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. The night grew deep. The vehicle was quiet. Ryan lay in the driver's seat, eyes closed, resting. Suddenly, faint footsteps sounded. He opened his eyes. In the moonlight, a slender figure stood before him. It was Yang Kejin. Can't sleep? Ryan asked. Yang Kejin nodded. I'm not used to unfamiliar beds. Ruian sat up. Then let's chat. Yang Kejin sat down in the passenger seat. The two of them chatted idly, one sentence at a time. From life before the apocalypse to their current situation. Yang Kejin suddenly asked, why did you save me? Ruian thought for a moment. Because you're beautiful. Yang Kejin froze, then burst out laughing. You really are straightforward. Ruian shrugged. It's the apocalypse. No need to put on an act. Yang Kejin fell silent for a moment. That mark. What about it? Does it hurt? Ruian shook his head. No, it doesn't hurt. It's just a little itchy. Yang Kejin's face turned red again. She remembered what had happened in the little building just now. That sense of shame still lingered in her heart. Go to sleep early, Ruian said. Yang Kejin nodded and stood up to leave. After taking 2 steps, she looked back again. Ruian. Thank you. After saying that, she quickly left. Ryan looked at her retreating figure, deep in thought. The next morning, there was gradually some movement inside the vehicle. The girls got up one after another. Ryan had already woken up and was checking the vehicle's condition. Morning. Qin Yuzhen was the first to come out. Morning. Ryan didn't turn around. The others also came out one after another. After a simple breakfast, Ryan gathered everyone together. Today's plan is very simple. Wait. Wait for what? Wang Shengsheng asked. Wait for Director Yu and the others to deliver themselves right to us. Everyone suddenly understood. And sure enough, by noon, the sound of engines came from afar. A battered minivan slowly approached. Wait, why hasn't that group from Kajin's team been released? There's strength in numbers. Maybe they could find it. Ryan twitched at the corner of his mouth, but said nothing. He just kept walking back, saying, cough, cough. If we spot anything along the way, don't miss it. Stay alert. Of course, he wouldn't tell Wang Shengsheng. Wiping out Yang Kejin's team was precisely to create an opportunity for her to get on the vehicle. That Wang Shengsheng was faster with her mouth than her brain. She'd need to be properly educated after getting back in the car. There were still 7 hours left until the mission ended. Ryan and his group had already returned early, crossing the edge of the glacier fissure. Flashlights illuminated the perimeter of the outpost. The vehicles were still in place, though some of them had come to a permanent stop. A cold system prompt descended. Hint, it has been detected that passengers have left the limited-time mission area. Global Information Synchronization channel has been restored. Number of geothermal core prototypes held by the team. 1. Main quest. Completed. Mission rating. Excellent. 25,003 seconds early. Rewards are being settled. Base rewards. Timber X 200, Iron Blocks X 100, Parts X 100, Cloth X 100, Electronic Components X 30, Low-Level Energy Cores X 5. Deposited into the vehicle owner's personal backpack. Ryan's expression stiffened. Building materials? Sent directly into the vehicle owner's personal backpack? He glanced at the backpack. The building materials slot had indeed increased. But that was a huge loss for Ryan. For anyone else, whether Qin Yuzhen or Wang Shengsheng, at the very least, it would have doubled. That's right, Yang Kuzhen hadn't become a Hong Yuan. Ryan's attempt to copy Wang Xingxing's path had failed. But Ryan could tell that Yang Kuzhen was very obedient and not resistant. There would be plenty of time to teach her later. Becoming a Hong Yuan was only a matter of time. That's it. We're out. Wang Shengsheng widened her eyes, looking at the deep rift and then at the ground beneath her feet. Brother Ryan, we made a fortune. She spun around excitedly and nearly slipped. Leoa reached out to steady her, also breathing a sigh of relief. Finally out of that hellhole. Zhang Qinghua swept the flashlight over the ice field. Looks like no other team returned ahead of us. We're the first. Yang Kuzhen glanced back at the abyss. Everything had happened too fast, so efficiently it felt unreal. Hearing the cold notification, she realized they had really changed vehicles. She stole a glance at Ryan's profile, then quickly lowered her head. Qin Yuzhen tugged at Ryan's sleeve. Ryan, we don't have time to look for extra construction material chests this time? Ryan nodded. That was true enough. He was still immersed in the sorrow from just now. Fortunately, the notification sound wasn't over. Based on mission evaluation, additional rewards being settled. Additional reward, Golden Body Card, X1. Already deposited into the passenger's personal backpack. Ryan blinked. There's more. Wang Shengsheng cried out. An extra reward. Liaoya, what is a Golden Body Card? Sounds pretty intimidating. Qin Yuzhen, sounds like a game item. Zhang Qinghua. In traditional terms, a golden body refers to something indestructible and immune to all evils, but who knows what it means here. Yang Kuzhen took a golden card out of her backpack. It looked a little familiar, like the invitation card Ryan had given her. Information flowed into her mind. Golden Body Card. Description: a strange card imbued with the power to briefly transcend the rules. Effect: after activation, enter the rule detachment state for 2.5 seconds, masking all aura fluctuations and resisting all damage. Everyone who saw the description had their pupils shrink. 2.5 seconds. Rule detachment. Masking aura? Resisting all damage? This was completely different from what they had expected. Even more eerie, even more special. Li Aoya didn't quite understand. Rule detachment for 2.5 seconds? What's the use? It's not even enough to run away, right? Wang Shengxing's eyes lit up. Wow. Invisibility for 2.5 seconds? Can you use it to steal things? Zhang Qinghua shook her head. Using this card to steal things is a waste. 2.5 seconds is enough to create a way out and counterattack from a certain death encirclement. Just like in a game, a movable, invincible state. It has so many uses. Hearing the analysis, Yang Kuzhen realized how precious the card was. But the next second, Zhang Qinghua took the Golden Body Card initiative and handed it to Ryan. Yang Kuzhen. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Ryan's mouth. The class rep was getting more and more used to the road to survival. This kind of awareness was truly valuable. Wang Shengsheng and Qin Yuzhen also reacted. Though reluctant, they still passed it over. Give it to Brother Ryan. If I keep it, I'm afraid I'll get nervous and use it carelessly. Ryan, you're the one who usually takes care of me, so this card should stay with you. Luoya followed right after. Mine is for you too. Everyone's eyes turned in unison to Yang Kuzhen. Yang Kuzhen chuckled, revealing a pair of tiny tiger teeth. The teeth made her look lively and full of spirit. So that's how it is. She held out the card. Ryan, I believe you'll take me through this alive. Ryan looked at the 5 golden cards. He smiled faintly. Keep them yourselves. These are life-saving cards. If you rely on someone else, there will always be times when it's too late. They walked to the front door of the minibus. Ryan stepped up and opened the door. Whew! A wave of warmth instantly enveloped him. The bus heater and the cold air collided, creating a white surge of vapor. The 5 women were swallowed by the warmth. Yua! Wang Shengsheng let out a moan. Ryan. He sat down in his dedicated seat, a smile on his lips. The Golden Body Card was powerful, but he didn't want it because Hong Yuan identified. Qin Yuzhen Hong Yuan ID. 1 connection depth. LV.15, current multiplier, 150x. An SSS-rank talent activated. Hong Yuan gain. Golden Body Card X1, talent return. Golden Body Card X150. 150 golden body cards. But those were only Qin Yuzhen's alone. Hongluan identified. Wang Xingxing Hongluan ID. 2. Connection depth. LV.3. Current multiplier. 30x. Talent return. Golden body card x30. All the golden body cards from the two of them were doubled and sent into Ruan's backpack, including his own. That made 181 in total. Each one can grant golden body for 2.5 seconds. 181 cards for 150 seconds in total. Enough for about 7 to 8 minutes of continuous use. In any certain death situation, these 181 cards could save his life. Ruan suddenly realized. Hongluan's return of building materials and supplies was only a minor use. Its real significance was multiplying rare rewards many times over. He turned to look at the group of women who had just gotten on the bus. Yang Kejin took in the car interior, her eyes widening. The air was warm, the lighting soft, and the seats tidy. The aisle was spacious, and there was even an induction cooker, a Yingyang hot pot, and a grill pan. She was slightly taken aback. Was this something an apocalypse should have? Compared with the cramped, chaotic truck she had been in before, this place was perfect, especially with warm air blowing from multiple directions. She was completely stunned. Don't just stand there at the door. The cold air is getting in. Zhang Qingyue took off her coat, revealing a white t-shirt and long legs. She helped Yang Kezan close the door. Sorry. Yang Kezan blushed and quickly stepped aside. She then took off her down jacket along with everyone else. Hang your clothes over here. I've adjusted the heater, it can blow over here. Zhang Qingyue pointed to the rear half of the carriage. Okay, thanks, class rep. Yang Kezan hung up her clothes and sighed. You only have 5 people, so why is your vehicle so big? Wang Shengsheng lifted her little face. Of course, because it's been upgraded. Several times. At first it was just a broken van. Upgraded enough to change this much? Just switch vehicle models. Huh? Your upgrades don't change anything. Wang Shengsheng asked back. Yang Kezan shook her head. At most, you add a layer of windproof film or fasten snow chains. Something like this. I've never heard of it. Wang Shengsheng was just about to brag when she remembered what Ryan said. Right, their vehicle was different. She reined in her pride. It's just like that, I guess. We've been slowly saving up with brother Ryan. Ryan spoke helplessly. Yang Kazini's one of us now. There's nothing we can't say. This truck used 5,000 units of building materials. 5,000 units. Yang Kazin exclaimed. Ryan smiled faintly. Asked the class rep for the details. From now on, everyone needs to look out for each other, so get acquainted quickly. Wow, your outfit is so pretty. Qin Yuzhen leaned over. She looked at Yang Kazhin's fitted t-shirt and floral short skirt, her eyes lighting up. Thanks, Yang Kazhin smiled. Both of them were sweet-looking girls, but Qin Yuzhen was more reserved, while Yang Kazhin was lively. Sit next to me. Qin Yuzhen patted the empty seat. After Zhang Ziqiao died, the seat beside her had remained empty. The upgraded seats were arranged in a 2+2 layout, with 3 rows and 12 seats in total. Everyone sat on the left side, so if Yang Kazhin didn't take this seat, she'd have to go to the right side. Never mind. Ryan sometimes lies here to rest. Qin Yuzhen suddenly remembered something. Ryan waved from the front row. It's fine, let her sit there. Yang Kazhin sat down beside Qin Yuzhen. Left side seats. Zhang Qingyue, Ryan Qin Yuzhen, Yang Kazhin Liuo, Wang Shengsheng. The 6 seats on the right side were all empty. People would be added after the mission ended, but they had to be on Ryan's side. The public backpack was shared by the whole bus, and no one could harbor any disloyal thoughts. More than 6 hours left. Ryan stretched. Still over 6 hours to go, Ryan said, stretching. If you're tired, go lie down in the back row. I'll give you a massage. Qin Yuzhen said with concern. Ryan looked toward the back row. Wang Shengsheng and Li Aoya were whispering to each other. The far right last row was too close to them. Anything he did there would feel awkward. Wait, let me check the upgrade options, Ryan said. It can be upgraded again? Yang Kazhin asked in surprise. Qin Yuzhen made a shushing gesture. Yang Kazhin fell silent, but was shocked inwardly. They had just spent 5,000 building materials. How could it be upgraded again? Ryan checked the interface. Available materials, 990 wood, 530 iron blocks, 1,660 parts, 105 fabric, 20 glass, 86 low-level energy cores. He directly selected space expansion. There wasn't enough material to expand the seats, so he had to think of another way. Basic protective resting corner with 200, iron 100, parts 150, fabric 60 effect. Adds a partition and curtain to the rear, forming a private corner. Time required, 60 seconds. Too crude. Ryan skipped it immediately. Expandable folding cabin electronic components 22, parts 400, iron 150, energy cores 5, fabric 20 effect. A metal cabin is installed in the far right last row, creating 2 square meters of enclosed space after expansion. Time required, 180 seconds. Metal cabins would be uncomfortable on rough roads. Ryan kept looking. Multifunctional safety compartment with 380, iron 220, parts 500, glass 10, fabric 40, electronic components 15, energy cores 10 effect. Occupies the last two seats on the right side, building a fully enclosed 2 square meter space. The compartment comes equipped with reinforced walls, airtight doors, explosion-proof windows, and a ventilation system. Time required, 180 seconds. Sacrifice some passenger flexibility? None of my damn business. I'm the owner. Ryan made his choice without hesitation. Although it took up 2 seats, his upgrade was fast, and the bus wasn't far off. Initiate multifunctional safety compartment upgrade. The right rear of the cabin trembled. The rear seats began to deform. Leoa and Wang Shengsheng were so startled they ran to the front row. What happened? I did an upgrade. Ryan said calmly. What upgrade? Wang Shengsheng asked. A multifunctional safety compartment. In plain terms, it's my private room. Leoa widened her eyes. You're building a room? Of course. I need privacy too. You're all girls. I have to protect myself. The girls were speechless. 180 seconds later, a dark, gray metal door stood at the right rear of the cabin. There was an explosion-proof glass window on the door, covered by a panel. Ryan walked over and used the key to open the door. The cubicle was about 2 square meters, with a 1.2 by 1.8 single bed and a folding tabletop. Qin Yuzhen, Wang Shengsheng, come in. The two of them squeezed in sideways. The door closed, cutting off the outside world. The cramped space was filled with fragrance. Ryan lay half reclined on the bed. You can start. The two girls knelt by the bed, ready to give a massage. Qin Yuzhen was wearing a JK uniform, her pleated skirt swaying lightly. Wang Shengsheng wore a tight t-shirt with jeans, her curves astonishing. Brother Ryan, this bed is pretty wide, like a double bed. Wang Shengsheng said with a sweet smile. Are you blind? Ryan said with his eyes closed. Is your double bed this narrow? Wang Shengsheng's expression turned awkward. What a blockhead. He couldn't even take the hint. Qin Yuzhen suppressed a laugh. Yuzhen massaged the shoulders and arms. Shengsheng massaged the legs and feet. Qin Yuzhen took off her shoes and climbed to the side, her skirt riding up. Wang Shengsheng knelt at the foot of the bed facing forward, her jeans even tighter. Only their rapid breathing remained in the cubicle. Ryan was immersed in the massage. The SSS tier talent Red Lawn Tribulation Throne has upgraded again. Red Lawn Identification. Qin Yuzhen No. 1 Connection. Subconscious Safe Entrustment. Physiological Connection Depth. LV.16 Multiplier. 160x. Red Lawn Identification. Wang Shengsheng No. 2 Connection. Domestication Connection Depth. LV.5 Multiplier. 50x. Inside the carriage. 1 hour passed. The compartment door remained tightly shut. For the 6th time, Li Aoya glanced at the door and let out a soft hum. An hour already, long enough. I wonder what they're doing. Zhang Qingyue stared at the glacier crack outside the window and said nothing. Yang Kejin leaned over. Someone nearby asked, Aoya, is your assistant counselor for performance class 3 senior sister Shun Qingxi? Li Aoya still looked displeased. Hearing Shun Qingxi's name, her tone softened a little. It's her. She said enviously. Senior sister is so outstanding. For performance class 3, Shun Qingxi was a special presence. Someone so admirable that not even envy could arise in girls. Yang Kejin sighed. I really like her. She was the top beauty in her junior year, and before even graduating, she played the heroine Ling Shuang in Qin Yunjie, becoming an instant hit. So many people in the dance department followed that drama. Her fight scenes were especially amazing. At a glance, you could tell she had a solid foundation. She rested her chin on her hand. I never expected someone of her stature to still be willing to serve as an assistant counselor. I'm so jealous that you get to be close to her. Li Aoya nodded. She has good resources, but she never puts on airs with juniors and freshmen. She's like a reliable older sister, both a mentor and a friend. Yang Kejin smiled. Having a celebrity senior sister is great. Hey, I heard. The two girls huddled together gossiping. Their friendship was in the making. Zhang Qingyue was still staring at the glacier crack. 2 hours passed. The door to the safe compartment opened. Qin Yuzhen came out with a flushed face. Li Aoya immediately asked, Yuzhen? Just you? Where's Shengsheng? Qin Yuzhen closed the door. Ryan said he'd give her one-on-one tutoring and told me to come out first. One-on-one tutoring. Li Aoya shot to her feet. What kind of tutoring can they be doing in there? Qin Yuzhen shook her head. I don't know. Li Aoya's face went red, then pale. Wang Shengsheng was her best friend. They'd been inseparable since freshman year. They complained about classmates together, celebrated performances together, drank together. Wang Shengsheng had once held her and cursed Ryan out for 3 hours. Ryan was her ex-boyfriend. She had still been fantasizing that he would come begging for forgiveness. By then, she would graciously forgive him. But now, Ryan and Qin Yuzhen had been flirting with each other, fine. How could Wang Shengsheng do this too? What's wrong, Aoya? Yang Kejin asked carefully. Li Aoya pressed her lips together. It's nothing. I'm just a little unwell. Zhang Qinghua suddenly spoke up. Someone's coming out. Yang Kejin leaned against the car window. She wiped away the thin frost and looked outside. A group of people emerged from the glacier crevasse. Leading them was Director Yu, beaming and full of energy. Go tell Ryan. Li Aoya hurried to the metal door. Knock knock. The door isn't locked. Come in. Ryan's voice came from inside. Leoa pushed the door open. Her mind went blank. Wang Shengsheng was kneeling on the ground. Sitting back on her heels, her hair stuck to her cheeks. Her chest rose and fell. One hand braced on the floor, the other wiping her mouth. Ryan stood in front of her, buckling his belt. What is it? Leoa looked away. Director Yu and the others are out. They should have gotten the prototype. Ryan nodded. Got it. You wait in the car. I'll go get the goods. After speaking, he walked out of the compartment. I'll go with you. Zhang Qinghua volunteered. Ryan. Okay. Yang Kejin. I'm going too. Qin Yuzhen also stepped forward. Ryan waved a hand. Not needed. I'm just picking up some cargo. Having the class rep with me is enough. He got off the vehicle, and Zhang Qinghua put on her padded jacket and followed. Inside the safety compartment, Leoa took a deep breath and closed the door. Only she and Wang Shengsheng were left. The flush on Wang Shengsheng's face had faded, but her lips were still red. What's wrong? Why shut the door? Leoa's expression was grim. Wang Shengsheng, do you still have any shame? You know full well about my relationship with Ryan, and you still. Wang Shengsheng's eyes darted away. Let me explain. Explain what? Leoa pointed at her mouth. Explain what you were just doing? Explain how my best friend ended up crawling to the feet of my ex-boyfriend. You're just like A. She couldn't bring herself to say that word. Li Aoya was furious. I didn't. Wang Shengsheng grabbed her hand. You know it too. Only if Brother Ruan is happy can we stay by his side, and that's the only way to be safe. Li Aoya couldn't find the words to argue back. That still doesn't give you a reason to seduce him. Who's seducing him? Brother Ruan was the one who took the initiative. Wang Shengsheng opened the door to the safe compartment. Being favored by Brother Ruan is a good thing. By the time, the two of them sat back down in the last row and began plotting in a low voice. They're out. Finally out. Director Yu. Our car can be warmed up too. And Zhao Chen's team found it too. 2 cars, 1 each. That's awesome. At dawn, the wind and snow howled. More than 20 people gathered together, their discussion animated. Director Yu walked at the front, surrounded by his trusted students. I'm guessing we're the first ones to withdraw. All 10 cars are still lit up? None missing. Someone leaned over and asked, Director, didn't Ruan and the others find the prototype earlier? Why didn't they just come out and drive off? Director Yu sneered. Young people find one and get a taste of the benefits, then want to find a second one. Don't they know what kind of place that is? An ice pit, a monster nest. He deliberately raised his voice. God is fair. He won't give all the benefits to those who only think of themselves. Now both prototype machines have been found by us. All wrapped up, the students immediately chimed in. The director is right. Only by following the collective can we get meat to eat. Director Yu's gaze fell on Zhao Chun, limping in the rear. Their team had also found a prototype machine. Xiao Zhao. Sensing something was off, Zhao Chun hurriedly shouted. Director Yu helps his classmates and asks for nothing in return. An exemplary teacher. Why say all that? Director Yu walked up to Zhao Chun and heavily patted his shoulder. The force made the exhausted Zhao Chun sway. Xiao Zhao. In the outpost we faced life and death together. I'll be straight with you. Zhao Chun swallowed hard. Go on. Your team has only 6 people, injured and crippled ones among you. And the prototype machine is a hot potato. Who wouldn't be jealous? Director, you definitely won't spread this around. Director, you let out a soft sigh. Whether I say anything or not doesn't matter. These classmates are all watching. His gaze swept over the bedraggled teammates behind Zhao Chun. As a teacher, I have a responsibility to protect every student and let resources be used to their fullest. Zhao Chun wanted to back away, but Director Yu's hand clamped onto his shoulder blade. You hand the prototype over to me for safekeeping, and I guarantee I won't treat you unfairly. I'll trade food to you every week. Zhao Chun's face darkened. The people on Director Yu's side were quietly surrounding them. Just moments ago, they had been shoulder to shoulder, but now they wanted to put them to death. What are you doing? We're all classmates. Weren't you just talking about the whole group a moment ago? Director Yu, we can protect the prototype. The 3 men and 2 women hurriedly spoke up. The smile on Director Yu's face vanished. You useless bunch? Not even a single A-rank talent among you. I'm only discussing this properly out of our teacher-student relationship. Zhao Chun looked at his injured teammates, then at the crowd glaring at them. Fine. Brother Zhao, you can't agree to this. Kill us if you've got the guts. Fight them. Zhao Chun waved a hand. We're not their match. Director Yu is right. The prototype is a hot potato. No matter what, we can't keep it. Director Yu nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Zhao has team thinking. Everyone see that? This is the power of unity. Only by concentrating resources where they can be most effective can we survive. Those who only think of themselves will only end up with human hearts never satisfied. However, before he could finish, a calm voice pierced through the snow and wind. Director Yu is right. I'm just wondering, can your snake swallow 2 elephants? Director Yu's smile froze. Who dared to talk like that? In the snowstorm, 2 figures stood there. Ryan and Zhang Qinghua. Ryan had both hands in his pockets, expressionless. Zhang Qinghua stood behind him, her gaze sharp. Ryan, why is he here? Didn't they say he hadn't come out yet? This guy came out long ago and was resting in the car. Everyone was buzzing with discussion, their expressions turning hostile. Zhao Chen wanted to back away in the confusion. Director, you didn't even turn his head. Keep an eye on Xiao Zhao. Zhao Chun was blocked by the 2 men. Director, you put on a smiling face, rubbing his hands as he walked toward Ryan. Student Ryan, we were just saying that with your ability, you must have come out early. He stopped 5 steps away, not daring to get any closer. Ryan looked at him. Director, you swallowed. We're preparing to withdraw. There'll be plenty of time in the future, huh? Who said there'll be plenty of time in the future? Ryan spoke. You know why I'm blocking you here. I don't understand. Director, you played dumb. Ryan smiled. What were you doing? Bringing over 20 people to surround those few students. Friendly exchange. I think it's coercion and inducement, making them hand over the prototype. Director, you forced a smile. That's teamwork and cooperation. Pool resources and achieve maximum effectiveness. Oh, Ryan stepped forward half a step. If it's about achieving maximum effectiveness, Director, you bring out your prototype first. Director, you backed away, narrowing his eyes. Ryan, don't push it too far. I wasn't backing down because I'm afraid of you. It was for the collective inter. He didn't finish speaking. For meters. Ryan crossed the distance in a single stride. Director, you let out an ow and tried to run. His collar tightened, and his feet left the ground. The world spun. Ryan lifted him by the throat with one hand, and his legs kicked wildly. Let go of Director, you. Ryan, stop. Everyone gasped, but no one stepped forward. He put me down. I'm the director. Director, you said haltingly. Ryan was like he was carrying a chick. Director, you struggled desperately, but he couldn't pry Ryan's hand open. He completely broke down. His strength stat was 20 points. With the massive boost from the B-rank talent, lifting heavy as light. He still couldn't pry it open? This guy's strength had to be 30 plus? Thud. Ryan let go, and Director, you crashed onto the ice. Before he could even cry out, Ryan stomped on his chest. Uft. Director, you was in so much pain, he was close to passing out. Where's the prototype? Ryan's voice was ice cold. The area fell silent. The students' faces turned pale, and they instinctively stepped back. Everyone knew how strong Director you was. Now he was being stepped on like a dead dog. The gap was too obvious. The few who had just been surrounding Director Yu and shouting unity had already retreated farther away. Director Yu's face turned the color of pig liver. First, take your foot off. Ryan pressed down harder with his foot. Where's the prototype? Zhao Chen suddenly shouted. Ryan, I want to hand over the prototype. The one from our team. Voluntarily, he pushed aside the 2 people in front of him. The 2 students who were supposed to be guarding him didn't dare stop him now. Zhao Chen staggered over and rushed up to Ryan. Ding. Trade invitation received. Trade item. Geothermal core prototype X1. Required item. None. Ryan lifted his foot, and Director Yu coughed violently. Ryan clicked accept. The dark red metal sphere went into the bag. Take them and go. Ryan nodded. As if granted a pardon, Zhao Chen called to his teammates. Go. Several of them helped each other onto the vehicle, not even glancing at Director Yu. They had lost the prototype. If they fell behind, they could freeze to death. Watching Zhao Chen leave, Director Yu suddenly thought of something. Ryan, campus chat has been enabled, and I'm going to post your wicked deeds from today. Bang! A vicious kick. Director Yu's chest caved in, and he screamed, spewing blood. He scrambled backward across the ice. Save me. Dajuan. Xiao Chao. Save me. I'm the director. You can't do without me in the vehicle. The students avoided his gaze. Some lowered their heads, some recoiled, and more watched apathetically. A tall boy spoke up. Director, the earth still turns without anyone. Director, you froze. You animal. I'm guarding the prototype for your sake. For the collective. Another boy leaned in. Don't act anymore, Director. You're just keeping it for your own comfort. The prototype has always been in your backpack, and you wouldn't even let anyone touch it. Centralized custody? So you can keep it in your pocket and stay warm all by yourself. Director, you trembled with anger. Rebellion. You've all rebelled. Zhang Qinghua raised a hand to cover her mouth, stifling a laugh. Ryan crouched down. Director, you. Remember next time what it means to set an example as a teacher. Next time. Director, you trembled. You're going to let me off? The crowd exploded. We can't let him go. He just snatched Zhao Chen's prototype machine. Hypocrite. All talk about the collective, but he keeps all the benefits for himself. And he even used his identity as a teacher to pressure people. Ryan remained crouched. Hand over the prototype machine, and I'll give you another chance next time. Director Yu's expression changed repeatedly. He had thought he was doomed, so he refused to hand it over even at the risk of death. Now that he handed it over, would he survive? The young man was too naive. I'll give it. I'll give it. Director Yu presented the metal sphere with both hands. Ryan took it, feeling warmth in his hand. Director Yu forced out a smile through the pain. I handed it over. Everyone's faces turned grim. If they let Director Yu go, given his vengeful nature, none of them would get any good out of it. He was an E-rank awakener. Zhang Qinghua frowned. Ryan stood up and put away the prototype machine. Director Yu. Yes. Director Yu wiped the blood from his face. There should be a lot of supplies left in the backpack, right? Director Yu's flesh pained for a moment, and he immediately adjusted. Yes. Yes. Ding. Trade invitation received items for trade. Compressed biscuits X80, bottled water X80, antibiotics X50. Ryan confirmed it directly and tossed it into the public backpack. The backpack was full. Director Yu had quite a stash of supplies. Then what about me? What about me? Uffed. The short blade instantly pierced Director Yu's chest. Ryan let go of the hilt, his gaze icy, letting him collapse into the snow. Blood seeped out, forming dark red icy shards. The wind and snow howled. Director Yu's expression shifted from hope to shock, then to pain. He opened his mouth, unable to make a sound. Ryan said lightly, next time, it'll be in your next life. All the students widened their eyes and held their breath. 1 second he was trading, the next he was a corpse. Zhang Qinghua suddenly understood. That's more like it. I said it. How could he really let him go? Ryan's gaze swept over the surrounding classmates. Everyone he looked at took a synchronized step back. In the deadly silence, only the sound of wind and snow remained. Ryan smiled faintly. Anyone want to avenge Director Yu? No, absolutely not. Yes, Director Yu deserved to die. Classmate Ryan is acting on behalf of heaven. The voices grew louder and louder. Ryan nodded. Okay, class rep, let's go. He slowly walked toward the minibus. Zhang Qinghua followed closely behind. Only after the bus door closed did the condemnation die down. Everyone looked at the corpse and fell silent. Look at the regional channel. A girl raised her hand. Director Yu sent a message before he died. Everyone hurried to check. UD High. That little bastard Ryan is a complete monster. He kills while smiling. He's enjoying taking everything away. UD High. If he can kill me today, he can kill you all tomorrow. He'll suck everyone's blood dry and climb over corpses to the top. UD High. He's a demon in human skin. Haiching Film Academy. Class 3, Acting Department. Ryan. Everyone. So all that struggling in the snow was just him furiously typing? Thud. The bus door kept the wind and snow outside. A warm current wrapped around their bodies. The girls crowded by the window, faces pressed against the glass. Qin Yuzhen ran to the door, grabbed Ryan's arm, and asked, Ryan, are you bleeding? Are you hurt? Wang Shengxing immediately poured hot water and rummaged for a towel. She eagerly handed it over. Ryan, you're amazing. That old bastard should have been dealt with ages ago. Leoa, sitting in the back, felt a little uncomfortable. Ryan killing Director Yu was a complete crushing blow. After the apocalypse, such power that surpassed everyone else really would emerge. Yang Kejin asked, what are those people outside discussing? Zhang Qinghua started the vehicle. They're checking the regional channel. Qin Yuzhen pulled up the interface. Why is it so active? The flood of messages scrolled so fast it was dazzling. While driving, Zhang Qinghua explained, the second station quest just ended, and the regional channel restrictions have been lifted. Wang Shengxing scrolled up. Holy crap. That old bastard actually called you out by name. Lu Wei, holy shit. Did you guys see the message Director Yu posted? Wu Peng, Performing Arts Class 3, Ryan, the big villain. Zhao Lin. I tried private messaging the director, but found that private messages are disabled. Sun Lily, could he really be sucking other people's blood dry like Director Yu said? The messages were flooding by at high speed. Zhang Qinghua shook her head. In the path of survival, people die every moment. Director Yu's death won't stir up much of a storm. Wang Shengxing cursed as she read. That old geezer. Even dying, he's dragging us down with him. Leoa coughed twice. Wang Shengxing fell silent. Leoa suddenly said, I actually think what he said is pretty good. Wang Shengxing, ? Everyone looked over. Wang Shengxing whispered, huh? Li Aoya explained. Director Yu was so scared that he only dared to go crazy in the channel before dying. Demon Lord sounds awful, but with that reputation, how much trouble can it save us? Qin Yuzhen frowned. But being called that. Ryan waved his hand. Kill anyone who calls me that. Then wouldn't that make you a real demon? Wang Shengxing had just finished speaking when she covered her mouth. Ryan's gaze turned to Yang Kujin in the corner. Kujin, come back to my room with me. Everyone froze. Qin Yuzhen stood up on reflex, only to realize he was talking about Kujin. Yang Kujin blushed and followed Ryan through the metal door. Just like an emperor favoring a concubine, Li Aoya muttered. Wang Shengsheng was furious. Aoya, you've got the advantage and you still don't cherish it. If it were me, I'd have won Ryan over long ago. Li Aoya looked toward the metal door, torn with hesitation. Inside the safety compartment, Yang Kujin stood awkwardly by the door. Ryan sat by the bed. The road to survival is a long one. Being able to make weapons alone isn't enough. Yang Kujin's face darkened, afraid of being abandoned. I know this is basic. Give me time, and I can definitely. Time. Ryan interrupted her. The next disaster could come at any moment. No one is going to wait for you to slowly grow. He stood up and hooked a finger under her chin. Only by becoming completely mine will you have any value. Ryan locked the door. His fingers touched her collar and gently parted it. Half of the character, I, was revealed between her collarbones. It didn't come off. I'll write something else today. Today. Daybreak arrived. The highway stretched straight into the distance, the earth covered in snow. The geothermal core raised the compartment temperature to 20 degrees. Crimson 1 identified. Yang Kujin number. 3 connection. Value contract. Physical connection depth. LV.11 multiplier. 110x talent. A rank. Craftsmanship conception. Simulate making ironware times 1 daily. Return. Each summon grants simulated ironware times 110. Ryan pondered the information in silence. A value contract had appeared for the first time. Yang Kujin's level had risen rapidly and already surpassed Wang Shengsheng. 3 Crimson 1 levels. Qin Yuzhen, subconscious entrustment / physical connection LV.17 Wang Shengsheng. Taming connection LV.6 Yang Kujin. Value contract / physical connection LV.11. 110 pieces of ironware a day. Ryan tapped the edge of the bed. He invited Yang Kujin onto the vehicle, not just for the ironware return. More importantly, her talent had strategic significance. With 110 pieces of ironware every day, they would eventually all end up in Ryan's backpack. There had to be a solution. Sell them all? In the early stages, when passengers lacked weapons, ironware was indeed a hard currency and could be traded for food, water, and medicine. But the weapons market would eventually become saturated. As the mission progressed, people would obtain basic equipment, and the demand for axes and blades would decrease. Mass-selling standard-issue iron weapons is troublesome, too. Like the first deal between him and Yang Kujin, she only dared say she had gotten it by accident. Besides, Ryan was going to sell several hundred of them. Too many supplies and no space is a problem too. I need to prepare some rope and turn single weapons into a bundle. Ryan pondered. Ryan, this is from the public backpack. It should have been found by the class monitor, right? Yang Kujin had changed into new clothes. She was wearing a hooded knit cardigan, the V-neck revealing a pure white camisole and delicate collarbones, while the high-waisted shorts perfectly showed off her long legs. As a dance student, she had an excellent figure, and the high-waist design further elongated the visual line of her legs. Ryan froze slightly. Yang Kujin blushed, but she was very happy. She found that Ryan was very interested in her legs. Kujin, make me a knife. Ryan leaned against the headboard. Yang Kujin immediately got into it. What kind? Size, purpose? Ryan gestured. 1 meter overall, easy to swing in confined spaces, with a heavy blade and a forward center of gravity. It needs to have some force when I bring it down. As she listened, Yang Kujin sketched out the outline. A straight blade, leaning toward a chopper. Got it. Her expression grew focused. Invisible energy gathered in her palm. More than 10 seconds later, Yang Kujin opened her eyes, with her palms facing each other. A silver halo emerged, and a long blade could be seen faintly taking shape at the center. 3 seconds later, she slammed her palms together. Buzz! A silver flash burst out. A tactical longsword appeared in her hand. In Ryan's mind, Hongwan gain. Simulated iron tool, crafting times 1 talent return. Simulated iron tool, crafting times 110 warning. Backpack capacity insufficient. 110 simulated iron tools cannot be stored. Ryan frowned and pulled up the backpack interface. After looting a bunch of people, the supplies had become excessively abundant. All kinds of supplies crowded the space, leaving only the last slot. There really was no room for 110 iron tools, just as he was about to put the supplies into the public backpack. Unable to store talent supplies, exchanging equivalent supplies material upgrade. Impure iron dense alloy steel talent return. Simulated steel tool crafting. Ryan's expression changed. Would return supplies that couldn't be stored automatically trigger an equivalent exchange? Refining 110 iron blades into 1 alloy steel blade? Seeing his surprise, Yang Kujin's face lit up with smug satisfaction. Things made by an A-rank talent. Ryan really liked them. She puffed out her chest. Ryan, how is it? Before she even finished speaking, a smile curved at the corners of Ryan's mouth. Very good. He grabbed her arm and half pulled, half pushed her out of the compartment. Bang! The metal door closed. Yang Kezan stood outside, looking utterly dazed. Wasn't it just fine a moment ago? Why had she been kicked out? Inside the carriage, Zhang Qingyue, Qin Yuzhen, Li Aoya, and Wang Shengsheng all turned to look at her. Inside the safe compartment, Ryan took out the alloy steel knife. 100 iron knives fused into a steel knife. What about 10,000? The alloy steel knife had a heavy feel to it and weighed well over 10 caddies. At this level of sharpness, chopping people is like chopping watermelons. He no longer needed to rely on brute force as much as before. If this was the hidden rule of the talent, when the returned item exceeded the backpack's limit, it would be smelted and sublimated. That application range was terrifying. If a crayfish exceeds the limit, will it become a lobster? Ryan rubbed his chin and shouted, Yuzhen, come in. Outside the carriage, Qin Yuzhen sprang to her feet, her face turning red in an instant. She subconsciously straightened the collar of her JK uniform. Pleated skirt. Coming. She quickly stepped into the safe compartment. Less than 10 seconds later, Ryan directly pushed her back out. Qin Yuzhen. The girls. Inside the compartment, Ryan was holding a giant lobster. Dark red shell, thick claws, body over half a meter long. 6. Hongluan talent. A-rank crayfish summoning. 0.5 kilograms per day. Talent rebate. 85 kilograms of crayfish backpack full. Cannot store species upgrade. Crayfish Boston lobster returned. Boston lobster times 17 kilograms. 6. 85 kilograms of crayfish in exchange for 17 kilograms of Boston lobster. Ryan was secretly delighted. He hated peeling crayfish shells. With his strength of 100, he often crushed them apart instead. Boston lobster was perfect. He had never eaten it in either of his 2 lifetimes, and in the apocalypse, he could actually try something new. Ryan walked out carrying 2 live lobsters. The girls all looked over in unison, stunned. The lobster tails hung down to his knees. Wang Shengsheng, wow. Such a huge Boston lobster. Qin Yuzhen, is this Boston lobster? Wang Shengsheng, obviously. It's just too big. Qin Yuzhen pressed her lips together. Someone had awakened the ability to summon Boston lobster? A completely upgraded version of her own talent? Ryan, I found a partner. They have Boston lobster producers, and I traded supplies for it. Zhang Qingyue asked while driving. Someone exchanged Boston lobster for crayfish? Ryan, of course. Wang Shengsheng, Leoa, boil some water. Soon, the steamed Boston lobster was served. Bright red and plump, with fragrance overflowing. Leave the 2 big claws for the class monitor. After all, before he finished speaking, Hongluan has identified Zhang Qingyue number 4, connection, trust consensus depth, LV.10 multiplier, 100x talent, A-grade, basic drinking water guarantee, 50 bottles of water per day, return, 5,000 bottles of water. Ryan was stunned. Zhang Qingyue had actually formed a connection with him like this. Trust consensus, directly level 10, 3 days, 5 girls, for already connected. Only his ex-girlfriend, Leoa, was left. Ryan thought to himself, I'll give her 3 more days. If that doesn't work, then physical connection, and then dump her. What do you mean, after all? Leoa pressed. Ryan, after all, there aren't many people I find pleasing to the eye, so she has to eat well. The car fell silent. Zhang Qingyue's ears turned red as she forced herself to stay calm. The bond leveled up again. Yang Kajin sighed softly, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Li Aoya felt a pang of sourness in her heart. Wang Shengsheng grinned mischievously. Exactly. The class rep has had it tough, and Ryan is so considerate. Ryan, class rep, summon today's water. Zhang Qingyue responded at once and activated her talent. Ryan's backpack was filled with bottled water. A talent prompt sounded. Obtained A-rank talent, basic drinking water assurance. Summon 50 bottles of water per day talent return. 5,000 bottles warning. Backpack is full automatically exchanging for high-tier supplies obtained. Medical grade sterile remineralized water times 50. Ryan's mouth twitched. What the hell? Medical grade? Sterile? Remineralized? Wasn't this just an IQ tax? 100 bottles of ordinary water only got him 1 bottle of this stuff. He was taking a huge loss. Vehicle begins replenishing passengers' empty seats detected, matching new passengers transferring. Li Aoya's expression changed. New passengers? She looked at Ryan. There were already enough girls on the bus crowding around him. Qin Yuzhen, Wang Shengsheng, Yang Kajin. What if a few more come? Ruan said. They're all familiar faces. Zhang Qingyue's hand on the steering wheel slipped. Class rep, come down and take a break. Yang Kajin, you go drive. Yang Kajin nodded. The 2 hadn't even switched seats. Thump, thump. 4 people suddenly appeared in the seats out of thin air. Fuck. Zhang Longqi jumped up and nearly hit the car roof. The class monitor from the performance major, a 1.9-meter tall athlete. Beside him was his roommate Lu Zixuan. Two girls sat in the back row. Luna, with a doll-like face, looked a little nervous. Shen Qingzi, a junior-year senior. A well-known actress. A beige coat, with a coffee-colored knit sweater outlining her proud curves. Known as Little Nini. Why is it you guys? Zhang Longqi looked around the carriage. Liao Ya, Wang Shengsheng, Ruan, where's Zijiao? Qin Yuzhen's expression stiffened. Lu Zixuan suddenly stood up. Class rep. He stared at Zhang Qinghua. She was his goddess. Beside her was another girl with especially long legs. Yang Kazhin waved. Hi, everyone. Yang Kazhin said crisply. My name is Yang Kazhin, from the Department of Dance. Her gaze was fixed on Shen Qingzi, unable to look away. Lu Zixuan hurriedly nodded. His eyes lingered on Yang Kazhin for a moment before quickly sticking back to Zhang Qinghua. Class rep, how did you guys? Zhang Qinghua interrupted. Don't ask yet. How did you suddenly end up in our vehicle? Shen Qingzi stood up, her black hair slipping down. She gently tucked it behind her ear. It's a long story. 12 of us took part in the joint performance, and we were all put on the same bus. We ran into zombies at the first stop and suffered heavy losses. The second stop was a timed mission, and after finishing it, only 4 of us were left. Later, a voice prompt said we could transfer vehicles. We didn't expect it to actually work. It's great to run into you. Lu Zixuan echoed. Yeah, it's great to run into the class rep. Zhang Qinghua was helpless. This guy had pursued her before the apocalypse, and even after being rejected, he still wouldn't give up. Zhang Longqi suddenly asked, why is your vehicle so warm? Upgraded, Zhang Qinghua said. An upgrade can make it this warm? Zhang Longqi said, feeling the heater vent. The ones I've seen are all options like power, hardening, and the like. Lu Zixuan stood up and looked around. 5 people, but why is there so much space? He walked to the back row and saw a metal door. Damn, a separate compartment? Luna looked up timidly. Could it be an RV? Shen Qingzi caught a glimpse of the dish on the table out of the corner of her eye. It looked like lobster. This RV was far too unusual, far too comfortable. Zhang Longqi sniffed. Smells so good. He saw 2 palm-sized lobster claws in the pot, plump with meat. Lobster. He reached out to grab some. Qin Yuzhen stopped him. Don't touch it. It's the study reps. Zhang Longqi froze. The study reps? He forced a smile. The study rep got this? That's awesome. We've been eating instant noodles for days. What's wrong with having a taste? Wang Shengsheng also stepped forward. Class monitor, don't move. Leave these 2 big claws for the study rep. Zhang Longqi said unhappily. We're all in the same class. You've already eaten, so what's wrong with letting us have these 2? Li Aoya, no. They're the study reps. Zhang Longqi let out an exasperated laugh. When had Zhang Qinghua ever gained such authority? He looked at Shen Qingzi. Senior Shun, say something fair. Am I going too far? Shen Qingzi shook her head. I'm not hungry. Lu Zixuan leaned over. Leave it for the study rep. You can eat something else. Zhang Longqi was speechless. Fine, I'll eat something else. He reached for the other food. The 3 girls said in unison. No, that's not allowed either. They stood in front of the table. Zhang Longqi was utterly speechless. So I'm supposed to just watch? We barely escaped with our lives. What's wrong with eating some leftovers? He looked at Zhang Qinghua. Class rep, as the class monitor, can I have some? Zhang Qinghua shook her head. Sorry, no. If you want some, ask the car owner. The car owner? Zhang Longqi frowned. Who is the car owner? Ryan finally chimed in. The boy who had been silent all this time. Ryan. Zhang Longqi's eyes went wide. You're the car owner. Not only him. Lu Zixuan also looked over in shock. Ryan? The most inconspicuous person in the class. Among the handsome guys and beautiful girls in the acting class, he had plain looks and a dull personality, didn't live in the dormitory, left as soon as class was over, and never took part in any activities. And now he was the car owner? Luna was stunned, her eyes full of confusion. The owner of such an amazing car was Ryan, and everyone was treating him with such respect? Shen Qingzi reacted the fastest. After a brief moment of surprise, the corners of her lips lifted slightly. I see. No wonder Shengsheng and the others were so excited. So Ryan Jr. is the one calling the shots in the car. That's right. The girls all answered in unison. Zhang Longqi and Lu Zixuan sensed something was off. What was wrong with these girls in the class? Were they hypnotized? Every time Ryan came up, why were they so perfectly in sync? Shen Qingxi's beautiful eyes flickered. She had been testing the waters. She hadn't expected such a unanimous answer. Since Ryan Jr. is the one in charge, I'll introduce myself. She smiled, cool and alluring yet sweet. My talent is S-rank, mirror-flowing shadow. Wait, senior. Ryan waved her off to stop her. In everyone's stunned silence, he leaned back, setting the seat to full recline, and lazily stretched. The 4 people on the right were all stunned. Ryan yawned. Go on. What shocked the 4 even more was, Qin Yuzhen and Wang Shengxing hurried over with lightning speed. One pressed his arm, the other his thigh. Their movements were incredibly practiced. Zhang Longqi and Shen Qingzi both widened their eyes. What did that mean? Just suddenly start giving a massage? And in such a completely unconcerned way. Zhang Longqi's head buzzed. Wait, Qin Yuzhen, what about Zhang Ziqiao? You still haven't answered me. Qin Yuzhen focused on massaging Ryan's arm, her movements pausing slightly. She looked up at him, her voice soft and sweet but distant. Ziqiao? He died. He got infected with the zombie virus at the first stop. Zhang Longqi narrowed his eyes. You're sure he died from being infected with the virus? At the first stop, he had also encountered zombies and been scratched. How could there be any fatal virus? Qin Yuzhen let out a soft sigh. Class monitor, don't ask anymore. The dead can't come back to life. Maybe. She looked at Ryan, her eyes full of tenderness. We should cherish the person in front of us more. Zhang Longqi was left speechless. If Zhang Ziqiao had seen this scene, he'd probably be crawling up from the underworld. Lu Zixuan glanced at Zhang Qinghua. His mind went a little blank. Thankfully, the study rep hadn't given Ryan a good face. She was still as cold as ever. She might reject me, but that doesn't mean she doesn't like me. Being assigned to this car really was heaven's favor. Something occurred to Lu Zixuan. At the start of the apocalypse, did our class's two couples both get assigned to this car? Luna asked softly. Aoya, isn't Ryan your boyfriend? Seeing him like that, aren't you jealous? Aoya froze. Jealous? Jealous of who? Ryan? She wasn't capable of that. She hurriedly waved her hands. Why would I be jealous of that? As long as Ryan is happy, that's what matters. Luna. Her boyfriend was being massaged by two female classmates. He was practically about to sit on their laps. And the girlfriend can tolerate that. Aoya coughed. Senior Shun, hurry and talk about your talent. She quickly changed the subject. In the eyes of those who had just gotten in the car, she was Ryan's legitimate girlfriend. Somehow, she had started to enjoy that identity. She didn't want to expose the breakup. Shin Qingzi composed herself. I'll continue. My talent is S-rank, mirror-flowing shadow. Before the apocalypse, I used to rehearse solo dances in front of the mirror in the practice hall. After the apocalypse, I can control shadows. Ordinary S-rank opponents are no match for me. Ryan raised an eyebrow. Control shadows? A rare ability. She was so confident that ordinary S-rank opponents weren't her match, so she must have really fought them before. Luna nodded. Senior Shun is the strongest one in our car, even stronger than the class monitor. Realizing she had said too much, she quickly lowered her head. Without her, we would have been wiped out at the second stop. Ryan followed up. What ability does the class monitor have? Zhang Longqi straightened his chest and cleared his throat. Hey, didn't you eat? Ryan turned his head to look at Wang Shengxing. Wang Shengxing hurriedly said, I ate, Brother Ryan. I'll put some strength into it right now. Ryan nodded. Class monitor, continue. Zhang Longqi was interrupted and felt a bit stifled. Hey, put some force into it. Ryan called out again. Wang Shengxing lowered her head and said softly, Brother Ruan, I've done my best. Ruan said helplessly, Go on, class monitor. Zhang Longqi took a deep breath. I'm A-rank steel body. He deliberately stressed the words A-rank. After activation, for 10 minutes, my entire skeleton reaches alloy level density. I fear no blades or weapons. He clenched his fist, and his knuckles cracked loudly. Ruan nodded. So basically, you're just really durable. Zhang Longqi's face flushed red as his gaze darted between Rayan and the girls. When he was the car owner, he never got this kind of treatment. Zhang Longqi said coldly, Ruan, being the car owner comes with huge responsibility. The most suitable person for our class is still senior sister Shun. Shin Qingzi shook her head. If Junior Ruan is recognized by everyone, there must be a reason. Lu Zixuan interjected. In terms of ability, the most suitable one should be the class monitor, right? Zhang Longqi raised the corners of his mouth. With my A-rank ability and senior sister Shun's cooperation, we can protect everyone. Isn't Zhang Jiaqiao A-rank too? Didn't he still die? Wang Shengxing muttered while massaging him. Zhang Longqi ignored her and finally bared his fangs. Then, Junior Ruan, what's your ability? Ruan smiled. I can see the future. Zhang Longqi and Lu Zixuan's expressions tightened. See the future? Zhang Longqi's first reaction was to believe it. Only such a talent could have such status. But this talent has no offensive power. Ryan isn't his opponent. Zhang Longqi let out a breath of relief. Luna asked softly, Then what can you see now? Ryan shook his head. I'll tell you when the time comes. Zhang Longqi walked over to the side and said with a smile, Ryan brought everyone through the second stop. Not easy. But we're a team. How can you keep your talent hidden? Ryan waved his hand, and Wang Shengxing and Qin Yuzhen immediately stopped massaging. Ryan smiled. You want to know the future too? Zhang Longqi looked down at him. Of course. All right then. Class monitor, your future. is kneeling down and begging me. Zhang Longqi's expression hardened. Thud. A huge boom exploded. The carriage lurched. Just a second ago, Ryan had still been leaning lazily back in his seat. The next second, he had already grabbed Zhang Longqi by the back of the neck and slammed the tall, 1.9-meter class monitor face first against the car window. Zhang Longqi clawed at the glass with both hands, unable to budge that hand. His S-rank talent actually couldn't resist it. What are you doing? Lu Zixuan rushed forward. Let go. Ryan didn't turn around. Take one more step if you want to know the future. Lu Zixuan froze with one foot in the air, cold sweat pouring down his back. Zhang Longqi wasn't even a match for an A-grade opponent. What could he do if he went up there himself? Luna shrank her shoulders in fear. Shin Qingzi stood up and reminded him. Junior Ryan, you can't attack each other on the vehicle. Ryan smiled. I can drag him off the bus. Zhang Longqi gritted his teeth. Ryan, you're breaking the rules. Snap. A slap cut off his words. I have my own rules. Ryan backhanded him so hard that Zhang Longqi's head was knocked to the side. But Ryan held back, using only a third of his strength. 0 points of strength. A few more slaps, and he'd definitely be able to smack someone to death. The corner of Zhang Longqi's mouth split open, and blood splashed onto the back of the seat. That one slap made his head ring with a buzz, and he was almost knocked out. Shin Qingzi frowned. Zhang Longqi, with an A-grade talent, was completely unable to fight back? Wasn't Ryan supposed to be a support? How was he this strong? What surprised her even more was that Wang Shengsheng, Qin Yuzhen, and the other girls all looked calm. That meant Ryan's combat power was their everyday norm. Lu Zixuan was completely scared stiff. He plopped down into his seat, his face ugly. Half of Zhang Longqi's face was swelling up, just as he was about to activate his talent. Smack. Another slap. You bare your teeth at me? This time it was a straight-handed slap, hitting his right cheek even harder. Zhang Longqi's gums were loose now. Only then did he finally react and activate his talent. Buzz. A dark metallic sheen seeped out from his skin, covering his entire body. His neck, arms, and face took on the cold, hard texture of alloy. A-grade talent, steel body, fully activated. Bang. The third slap. The sound exploded like a thunderclap. Everyone in the carriage felt their eardrums jolt. Still making noise? Bang. The fourth one. Zhang Longqi was completely dazed, the shock in his head several times stronger than before. Ryan let loose. Bang. Uffed. Zhang Longqi couldn't take it anymore. His gifted alloy protection instantly dropped away. 3 teeth flew out. Lu Zixuan watched his good brother getting beaten to the point of near death, his face contorted. Hearing still making noise, he was so scared he forced his expression back. He could only look towards senior sister Shun. Shin Qingzi pressed her lips together and stepped forward. Junior Ryan. Ryan raised his fifth slap high. Shin Qingzi said seriously, he's an A-rank defensive type talent. On the second stop, I only saw one other person of this type. It's very rare. In the scenes ahead that need a human shield, he might be able to help more people survive. Of course, I have no right to interfere. You're the owner of the vehicle. Zhang Longqi spat out 2 teeth, his eyes swollen into slits. He no longer had the handsome image he had when he first got on the car. Ryan said flatly, Senior, sorry, I still can't stop. Shin Qingzi froze. What? Zhang Longqi regretted it to death. Why did he listen and switch vehicles? He'd come to hell. Ryan said coldly. Because the future I saw hasn't come true yet. The slap was about to fall. Zhang Longqi shouted, I was wrong. I was wrong. Ryan's lips curled slightly as he let go. Zhang Longqi collapsed to the floor, wailing, wrong. You two, what are your talents? Ryan shook his wrist and asked the other two. Lu Zixuan sprang up. I have a D-rank talent, Mind Link. I can establish a brief emotional perception with a target lasting 10 seconds, within 5 meters, 3 times a day. After saying that, he looked nervously at Ryan. Glancing at Zhang Longqi, he swallowed hard. I'm just support, no offensive ability, but I'm still kind of useful, right? Luna's voice was very soft. Mine is B-rank, crystal armor. She raised her hand, palm up. A faint glow appeared. A thin layer of blue crystal spread from her fingertips, forming a delicate crystal shield. It looked like a single kick could shatter it. It can block a few attacks, but it's not sturdy. Luna lowered her head and twisted the hem of her clothes with her fingers. Ryan twitched at the corner of his mouth. These two were utterly useless. Just then, about to arrive, Blizzard Villa objective. Survive until the dawn of the 4th day, 0/4. Rule summary. 1. For each person who survives, the team score is multiplied by 1.22. At midnight each night, the exclusive rules for that night will be issued 3. Anyone who violates the rules will bear terrifying consequences. 4. There are 3 ghost slaves in the villa. Please identify them carefully. Status sync. 1. Remaining people, 48. 2. Remaining teams. 6. Pending confirmation. Ghost slaves already in hiding. 3/3. Area notice. 1. 8 vehicles have been assigned to 8 parking points around the villa 2. Upon arrival, the vehicles will enter silent mode 3. Each team may only have 6 people get out. The rest must remain in the vehicles and will be protected by phase barriers 4. Participants are designated by the vehicle owner, who must also participate 5. Trust is a luxury. Welcome to the 3rd stop. Villa map has been distributed. Global information synchronization channel has been closed. The villa's front door has been opened. Please enter the room you have chosen before the countdown ends. Countdown. 59:58. Ah. Luna. Qin Yuzhen hugged Shin Qingzi, her face as pale as paper. Again. Blizzard Villa? Wang Shengsheng frowned. Like a live-action script game? And ghost slaves. She shuddered violently. There won't be ghosts, will there? The girl's expressions changed drastically. Qin Yuzhen's voice trembled. Ruyan, can I not go? Wang Shengsheng panicked. Brother Ruyan, I'm scared of dirty things. Shin Qingzi swallowed. Could ghost slaves be some kind of controlled monster? Lu Zixuan stared at the void, reading the rules. 48 people, 8 teams, choose 6 to participate. Ruyan spoke directly. Class rep, you come with me. Zhang Longqi, Lu Zixuan, senior sister Shun, Luna, the rest of you. Zhang Longqi waved his hand. I'm not getting off the bus. Shin Qingzi said gently. Junior Longqi, for each person who survives, the team score is multiplied by 1.2. Ruyan won't do you any harm. After confirming the rules, Zhang Longqi let out a sigh of relief. His eyes filled with fear as he looked at Ruyan. He couldn't understand how this guy was so strong. Ruyan chuckled. If we're playing the game together, why would I kill you? In fact, there always had to be some people to take the hits. This time, there were quite a few people taking the hits. Shin Qingzi comforted Luna. Don't be afraid. Be brave. Luna answered softly. Ruyan looked at Zhang Qinghua. Class rep, you're okay with this, right? Zhang Qinghua smiled. Of course. I'll go with you. Liao Ya suddenly stood up. Ryan, this time I want to go with you. Let me go. She sped up her speech. My talent is a better fit than the study comedies. The carriage fell silent. Wang Shengsheng widened her eyes. Huh. Zhang Qinghua looked at Ryan. You decide. Ryan hadn't expected someone to fight over taking the mission, and it was a mission with the character for Ghost in it. In that case, I'll take you along. Zhang Qinghua went to drive. Dusk was almost over. The bus pulled into the parking space marked 7. Ahead stood a massive villa on the ice field. Its spires were pitch black, its windows hollow. Only the wind and snow wailed. A rusted solitary lamp beside the parking spot lit up less than 5 meters. This villa is way too big, isn't it? Lu Zixuan looked up. Zhang Qinghua cut the engine. It needs to accommodate 48 people. Liaya asked. What about the other vehicles? Shin Qingzi explained. They should be parked in different spots. We're number 7. Ryan checked the time. There are 20 minutes left. Let's go. He got out of the car first. The cold wind swept across them, and everyone shivered. Liao Yu jogged after him. The others followed. Lu Zixuan turned back. Class rep, wait for us to come back. Qin Yuzhen, Yang Kejin, and Wang Shengsheng waved from the doorway. The way Wang Shengsheng wiped away her tears left Ryan speechless. Shin Qingzi put on a black mask to cover her face. She knew very well that her identity would bring trouble. The villa door was left ajar, with a dim yellow light spilling out. Ryan pushed the door open. Creak. Dust swirled through the air. The hall came into view, spacious and dilapidated, with only a few chandeliers lit, their shadows swaying. 2 groups were talking, 6 people in each. From their appearances, none of them looked like they were from the film academy. Buzz. A male voice sounded. Water on my face, cold. I woke up on an operating table. They were wearing white lab coats. I said I didn't need surgery, but they shook their heads. The needle was huge. The ceiling spun. I tore free of the straps and ran. The corridor had no end. The lights went out one by one as they lunged at me. Behind me came the sound of wheels, rumble rumble. Rubber gloves brushed together, swish swish swish. I didn't dare turn around. I ducked into the nearest door. Hid under the bed, in the wardrobe, in the bathroom. It came in. I prayed it couldn't see me. The voice stopped abruptly. Ah. Luna screamed. Why is it a person talking? Li Aoya's face went pale. Stopping halfway is even scarier. Shin Qingzi frowned. Don't get dragged into it. This mission isn't simple. Ryan led the group into the hall. The door shut behind them, and only the crystal chandelier provided light. The room was dim and yellowish. At the stairwell, the buzzcut man had a cigarette in his mouth. Another group. He looked at Shun Qingzi and Li Aoya, the corner of his mouth twitching. The skinny man beside him chuckled. And you brought an injured one. He was referring to Zhang Longqi, whose face was swollen and bruised. Someone tried to strike up a conversation. Hey there, little beauties. Ryan's expression turned cold, and he shut them down. After a brief greeting, Ryan took them up to the second floor. The hallway was dim, the wall lamps faint. 204 and 205. Li Aoya searched for the room numbers. Found them. Brass room plates, covered in spots. 204. Ryan, Li Aoya, Shun Qingzi, Luna 205, Zhang Longqi, Lu Zixuan. Lu Zixuan's mouth twitched. 2 rooms for 6 people, and that's how you split us up? Zhang Longqi was equally dumbfounded. The 2 of us get 1 room? Ryan shrugged. Listen to the rules. Zhang Longqi kicked Lu Zixuan. What's wrong with 2 people sharing a room? The girls, on the other hand, took it in stride. Luna let out a sigh of relief. She was afraid of being assigned to a room alone. Ryan opened the door to room 204. A wave of stale air hit them in the face. The room was spacious, with a living room and a master bedroom. In the master bedroom sat a huge European-style bed, big enough for 3 or 4 people to sleep on. Shun Qingzi checked the windows. Liao Yao examined the wardrobe. Luna stood in the living room in a daze. Ryan's gaze fell on the bedside table, a pure black. Ryan stared at the invitation card on the bedside table. The card shimmered with a dark silver glow. Invitation card, effect. The vehicle owner may invite any passenger to join the vehicle queue. Remaining uses. January 1st warning. During the mission, the invitation card's effect will not be announced at any time. Ryan frowned. It had 1 extra line of warning compared with the invitation card at the second station. That meant if someone was invited, the others would never know. A silent team swap greatly increased the possibility of betrayal. More crucially, the fact that this card appeared in his room was definitely no coincidence. A luck of 10 was only average. Maybe the others were also thinking about how to poach people. Why does this bathroom feel so creepy? Liao Yao peeked into the bathroom, frowning deeply. The fixtures inside were old, and the mirror was blurry. Ryan quietly slipped the invitation card into his pocket and turned around. Old houses are like this. Shun Qingzi suddenly thought of something and quickly walked to the bed. Remember that panicked male voice when we first entered the villa? In the end, he said. Luna said softly. Under the bed, in the wardrobe, in the bathroom. I'm hiding under the bed, I'm hiding in the wardrobe, I'm hiding in the bathroom. Everyone remembered that eerie line. Leia quickly stepped out of the bathroom. I remember it too, but what does it mean? Shun Qingzi shook her head, suppressing the chill in her heart. She crouched down and, gathering her courage, lifted the bed skirt. The darkness under the bed was empty. Leia rested her chin on her hand. I checked the wardrobe and the bathroom too. There's nothing there. The 4 of them looked at each other. Luna asked timidly. So what do we do now? Just wait. Ryan shook his head. What's the mission? Survive until dawn on the 4th day. Right. Ryan sat down on the bed. Then there's nothing to do. Just stay alive. Shun Qingzi also sat down. In an unfamiliar place, the less you do, the less chance you have of making a mistake. We should avoid triggering anything. Leia said uneasily. But we should at least know what will happen tonight, right? Who'd dare sleep like this? Shun Qingzi let out a soft sigh. Blind guessing will only increase our fear. Let's familiarize ourselves with the room first and make sure there are no hidden dangers. Ryan looked at Shun Qingzi. Under the dim yellow light, she took off her mask, revealing a delicate face. Senior, your ability is controlling shadows. How can you use it in total darkness? Shun Qingzi smiled confidently. Shadows exist at the boundary between light and dark, in the outlines of all things. They're always there. That kind of composure and confidence is extremely rare in the apocalypse. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Ryan glanced at the time. There were still 2 minutes left on the countdown. Leoya asked through the door. Who is it? It's me, Lu Zixuan. I wanted to ask Ryan for advice, so open up. Ryan walked over and opened the door. Lu Zixuan stood outside with a grin, and Zhang Longqi was behind him. And gee, it's just, the 2 of us are sharing a room, and we don't know anything, so we're a little panicked. Could you give us just a tiny bit of information about the future? Like, will anything happen tonight? Leoya said unhappily. Is Ryan's ability something you can just use whenever you want? Lu Zixuan's expression stiffened. Ryan said indifferently. Anything else? No, no more. Ryan closed the door. Time passed by the second. The 4 each had their own thoughts as they waited for the unknown night. The surroundings were eerily quiet. The villa was extremely soundproof, yet all 48 people remained utterly silent. Everyone was waiting. Night had fully fallen. The snow and wind slammed violently against the windows. At last, the hands of the clock neared the top. First night special rule, under the bed at midnight. Effective time, midnight to 0:30. Content 1. Must hide under the bed 2. Face outward, able to see the bed frame 3. Absolute silence 4. No matter what you see or hear, do not make a sound, do not look away. Blood-red words seared before their eyes. Leoa trembled. We have to lie under the bed. Ryan nodded. 5 minutes left. Luna asked softly. Can we close our eyes? Shun Qingzi shook her head. No, don't take any chances. No matter what you see, Don't make a sound, and don't look away. Luna shivered. What if there really is a ghost? Time flew by. Get under the bed now, Ryan urged. The villa was warm, around 10+ degrees. The space under the bed was cramped. Take off your down jackets, or it'll be too tight. Shin Qingxi reminded them. She revealed a coffee-colored knit sweater. Leoa took off her coat, revealing a short skirt and vest. Luna slowly pulled down her zipper. A white t-shirt, her collarbones clearly defined. The light blue denim miniskirt stopped just at the roots of her thighs. White canvas shoes. With the down jacket no longer blocking her, her small face was revealed. A doll-like face, a delicate nose bridge, and a few freckles. Big eyes, damp lashes, and reddened outer corners. When she looked at people, her gaze flickered away timidly. That was when Ryan realized that this girl was actually very eye-catching. A film academy student, with top-tier looks and figure. She was just too timid, which hid her advantages. What's wrong? Luna asked softly. Nothing. 3 minutes left. Stop dawdling. Luna crawled toward under the bed, her short sleeves riding up to reveal her slim waist. Shin Qingxi and Li Aoya were already in position. Senior Shun, I want to lean against the wall. Okay. Ryan walked to the door and tried to lock it. The door was broken. 2 minutes left. He hurriedly hid under the bed. Under the bed layout. Wall Ryan Li Ishin, Qingxi Luna wall. Exactly 12 o'clock. Click. The villa plunged into darkness. All the lights went out. Hearing was magnified to the extreme. The three women's rapid breathing could be heard. The slapping sounds outside the window grew distant. Li Aoya tugged at his clothes, her body trembling. Fear stretched time thin. Breathe. Listen. Wait. The four of them stared fixedly at the edge of the bed and the doorway. No one knew how much time had passed. Tap. 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 The sound of wet bare feet stopped at the doorway. The door handle slowly turned. Creak. The door opened a crack. Ryan held his breath. Lyoya bit her hand. His fingers trembled as he forced himself to stay calm. She saw a pair of ghastly, swollen feet. The toes were swollen and twisted, the skin wrinkled from soaking, leaving wet streaks on the floor. Those feet stopped by the bed, only a few dozen centimeters from Ryan's face. Then, those legs slowly bent as it crouched down. The four of them held their breath. That face was hanging upside down from the edge of the bed. Black hair clung to its face like seaweed, revealing a pale, bloated visage. Most terrifying of all, its neck stretched unnaturally long, lowering that upside-down face little by little. Just like that, it stared at the people beneath the bed. Lyoya's eyes nearly burst open as she desperately held back a scream. Shin Qingxi and Luna weren't doing any better. That ghostly face tilted slightly, then began moving extremely slowly from side to side, as if inspecting the treasures hidden under the bed. It moved to in front of Shin Qingxi and stopped. Shin Qingxi's jaw tightened, her gaze icy, and she forced herself not to blink. A few seconds later, it moved again to the very innermost spot beneath Luna's feet. Luna was completely terrified and dazed. A banging sound came from room 203 next door. That sound made Luna clench her teeth again. A few minutes later, that ghostly face seemed to have left room 204. Shin Qingxi checked the time. There were less than 5 minutes left before the special rule expired. No one made a rash move, waiting until 0:30. First night special rule. Beneath the bed at midnight. Rule expired. The wall lamp snapped on. Phew. Shin Qingxi let out a long breath. Good thing you didn't move at all just now, Luna. Luna's body trembled as she said tearfully, but senior, can you stop hitting my leg with your foot? It really hurts. Shin Qingxi froze. Her feet had been pressed together the whole time. There was no way she could have hit Luna. I didn't. She quickly lowered her head. Under the dim yellow light, there was a swollen hand beneath Luna's feet, repeatedly scraping against her calf. Luna, Shin Qingxi screamed, but it was too late. That hand suddenly clamped tightly around Luna's ankle. Ah! Luna was dragged toward the corner of the bed. Liao Ye and Shin Qingxi lunged to the foot of the bed, gripping Luna's hand with all their might. But that force was too strong. The two girls were dragged along toward the foot of the bed. Luna's hand was slipping away bit by bit. Bang! She slipped free. Luna was yanked away whole, disappearing beneath the bed. Shin Qingxi gritted her teeth and flicked her fingertips. A dark shadow shot out, trying to coil around Luna's ankle, but it only brushed the toe of her shoe. The ghost-faced thing moved at astonishing speed, already dragging Luna toward the bedroom door. Ryan, what do we do? Liaoya looked back, and Ryan was gone too. Ryan had been too fast. He had already chased after it. In the living room, Ryan's eyes were icy cold as he caught up to the shadow of the ghost face. That thing was trying to drag Luna into the pitch-black hallway. Damn it, it still dares to steal my points. Ryan cursed under his breath and erupted with full force. The hallway was pitch black. The ghost-faced thing dragged Luna toward the stairs. Luna's body scraped across the floor, her legs covered in bloody gashes. Her face was pale, and she'd bitten her own lips until they bled. Despair. Helplessness. Her lips were trembling, curling upward. It hurt. It hurt so much. But your fingers are so ugly. Swollen, blue-black, like rotten wood soaked in water. I really want to peel them off one by one. Luna's heart was pounding hard. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps sounded. In the darkness, Ryan approached step by step. Ugh. The ghost face froze, seemingly unable to understand why this prey would throw itself into its own trap. Luna hadn't expected anyone to come save her either. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The ghost face let out a strange cry, its body crouching unnaturally. With one hand gripping Luna, it suddenly lunged forward. Its other hand shot toward Ryan's ankle. Huh. Got him. The ghost face let out a triumphant ugh. Luna's heart jumped into her throat, and she instinctively closed her eyes. Luna closed her eyes. The swollen, ghostly face's shriek cut off abruptly. Her eyelashes trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. In the dim light, Ryan remained motionless. The swollen, ghostly hand clutched his ankle tightly, tearing the hem of his pants. But he stood unmoved, even taking a step back. Bang! His left foot stomped down hard, driving into the ghostly face's head, with tremendous force, crushing everything. The swollen, ghostly face tried to escape, but it didn't have nearly enough strength. Bang! 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 Luna lay on the ground, forgetting to breathe. Ryan stood there, expressionless, his eyes filled with cold indifference. The contrast between extreme violence and calmness made her clamp her legs together. Black sludge splattered onto her skin. She only felt heat. Boom! The ghost face head was crushed into a pulp. Ryan stopped. SSS-level talent, Grand Tutor Vessel, gained 2 free attribute points. Basic attributes, Constitution, 100 Agility, 12, plus 2, Perception, 10 Charm, 12, plus 2, Spirit, 10 Luck, 10. Put all of them into agility. He had crushed the ghost face, but had failed to kill it outright at first. His agility was still not enough. With his current agility, as long as he didn't run into a true mental entity, he could crush them with 10 times his power. He didn't even need to use a golden body card. This monster was worth 2 attribute points. Explanation: 1 swollen ghost face, 1 free attribute point. Grand Tutor Vessel absorbs viruses, fiends, energy, death intent, and resentment. This villa was gloomy and eerie, and the monsters were disgusting as hell. Could this be a training room? Ryan shook his head and scraped the black sludge off the soles of his shoes against the floor. Go back to the room. The hallway isn't safe. He looked down at Luna. Luna met his gaze and trembled. A flush rose to her face. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end said nothing. Ryan reached out and pulled her. Luna's legs went weak and she nearly fell to her knees. The searing pain from her wound, making her let out a muffled groan. Ryan twitched the corner of his mouth. Can you walk? Luna lifted her pale little face, tears clinging to her eyelashes. I can't walk. My leg hurts so much. Can you carry me? Ryan narrowed his eyes. You can crawl back if you want. The blush on Luna's face froze, and she hurriedly grabbed the corner of his shirt. At room 204, Shin Xingzi and Li Aoya paced anxiously. Why did it go quiet? There was fighting just now. Li Aoya worriedly said. Ryan won't be in trouble, will he? Shin Xingzi's expression was solemn. A figure appeared around the corner of the hallway. It was Ryan and Luna. Li Aoya rushed out. You're back. That's great. Shin Xingzi hurried after her. Are you okay? She supported Luna. Ryan said faintly, I'm going out to take a look. You 3 stay in the room. Li Aoya blinked. Go out. Go where? Ryan pointed at the pitch-black corridor. Shin Xingzi swallowed. Go out now. Ryan nodded. The rule only says we have to hide under the bed for that half hour. It doesn't say we can't go into the hallway. Rather than wait around, we might as well gather information. Shin Xingzi hesitated. Wouldn't it be better to gather information during the day? Ryan, you're right, but tomorrow there'll be more people and more complications. Besides me, no one else is willing to go out at night. That was certain. Without 181 golden body cards, even he wouldn't dare. But with his invincible time in hand, he could still run back to the room if he ran into anything supernatural. Li Aoya bit her lip and stepped forward. I'll go with you. My disguise talent can be useful, and with one more person, we can look out for each other. Ryan narrowed his eyes. What was with his ex-girlfriend? From taking the initiative to enter the villa to now wanting to follow him on an adventure, she kept pushing forward. That didn't seem like her usual style. No need. Ryan refused bluntly. Dragging along dead weight will just get in the way. Li Aoya's face flushed red, but she didn't argue back. Ryan turned to Shin Xingzi. I'm leaving them to you, Senior Shun, the S-rank talent. Shin Xingzi's face turned slightly red. She understood what he meant. She gave a wry smile. Don't worry, I'll stay alert this time, and absolutely won't let anything happen. Ryan nodded and walked to the door. He unlocked it, his figure flashing as he melted into the darkness. Darkness swallowed Ryan. Only a few dim lights remained in the distance. Ryan took out his flashlight and lit up the hallway. Cries, screams, and curses came from all over the second floor. Not peaceful. Ryan narrowed his eyes and walked deeper inside. On the entire floor, he was the only one brave enough to come out. Room 219's door was slightly ajar. Ryan pushed it open and went inside. The room was pitch black. He fumbled around for a long time, but found nothing. As expected, an unoccupied room didn't have an invitation card. He kept moving forward. At the corner, there was a corpse. A young man, his chest torn open and mangled, died with his eyes still wide open. Ryan crouched down and searched the body. There was nothing. Grand Preceptor container activated. The intent to die was absorbed. Ugh! A voice came from the darkness. A swollen, ghostly face slowly emerged, staring fixedly at Ryan. Long time no see, free attribute point. A smile curled at the corner of Ryan's mouth. Gah! The ghost face lunged. Splurt. 1/ decapitated it. The power of 10x physical strength instantly killed it in one strike. As expected, another point. Ryan weighed the knife in his hand, revealing a twisted smile. From 201 to 220. 20 rooms. Ryan killed 3 ghost faces and absorbed 16 corpses. To avoid arousing suspicion, he threw all the corpses to the first floor. He put all the attribute points into agility. I hope more tasks like this come. Ryan walked to the railing and looked down. There were only a few wall lamps lit in the first floor lobby. On the wall directly facing the staircase was a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror. In the mirror, a girl of 17 or 18 was backing away, tears streaming down her face. In front of her, a woman dressed like a nurse was closing in. But the first floor lobby was empty. Ryan looked again, and the scene in the mirror disappeared. Ryan narrowed his eyes. After hesitating for a long time, he took out 7 or 8 golden body cards. Clack, clack. Footsteps echoed. Ryan stood in front of the mirror. Hello? Is there a ghost? There was no response. He carefully examined the mirror. The mirror reflected his figure, black tactical jacket, a clean and handsome face, and cold eyes. Ryan frowned slightly. Ryan frowned. The person in the mirror also frowned. He turned sideways, and the person in the mirror turned sideways too. He raised his hand, and the person in the mirror raised his hand as well. Well, no difference at all. Ryan shook his head. But what had just happened was definitely not an illusion. He leaned closer to the mirror. The moment their gazes met, the Ryan in the mirror suddenly smiled. Ryan's pupils shrank. A strong wave of dizziness hit him. Hot. Heavy. His vision spun and blurred. Like having a fever. But he knew the mirror was the problem. Golden body card. Buzz. 2.5 seconds of invincibility activated. The dizziness vanished. Ryan looked into the mirror. Empty. In the mirror there was only the lobby behind him. Not him. This was the effect of the golden body card. His presence had disappeared. As expected, there's a problem. Ryan felt a chill in his heart. He immediately activated a second golden body card. A heavy octagonal hammer appeared in his hand. Bang! Crash! 3 strikes smashed the mirror to pieces. The frame twisted and snapped. When the golden body card ended, the dizziness did not return. Even better, Grand Tutor container had really increased. Basic attributes: Constitution, 100 Agility, 18, 8, Perception, 10 Charm, 12, 2, Spirit, 10 Luck, 10, a Blessed Land. Ryan smiled. 18 agility points. That was equivalent to gaining an extra speed talent. He set his sights on the other mirrors. Bang! Crash! In the darkness, the sound of mirrors shattering rang out constantly. Soon, all the mirrors in the lobby were broken. Unfortunately, no new attribute points appeared. Only the first mirror was special. Could it be because it housed a spirit, and only by smashing it can I absorb it? What about other objects? Ryan didn't want to waste the opportunity. This villa was basically a training room. The sound of shattering echoed through the whole night. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the crack in the curtains. Ryan woke up on the king-size bed in the master bedroom. He still had on his black tactical jacket. Too exhausted. He'd been busy until 2 or 3 in the morning last night. But the payoff had stopped at the first mirror. Ryan sat up. The 3 women were already awake. Shinxingxi was sitting on the old sofa across from him. Leoa and Luna were sitting by the bed. You're awake? Leoa asked with concern. Luna was wearing a thick down jacket, wrapped up tightly. She didn't say anything. Shinxingxi stood up. We've been waiting for you. Things are a mess outside. What happened? Ryan rubbed his temples. Someone organized a roundtable meeting, Shinxingxi said. Ryan looked at Luna. Can you leave today? Yes. Just take it slow, Luna replied softly. Get ready to head downstairs. The group quickly tidied up. Shinxingxi and Leoa wanted to help Luna. She refused. They opened room 204. 2 seconds later, room 205 opened too. Zhang Longqi and Lu Zixuan came out, looking even more haggard than last night. What a coincidence. Lu Zixuan greeted awkwardly. They'd obviously been eavesdropping, only daring to follow out after Ryan left his room. The bruising on Zhang Longqi's face still hadn't faded. I heard the scavenger group is taking part this time, he said. Scavenger? Ryan hadn't heard of them. Brother Ryan, these guys pose as a security company, but they're really gangsters. Loan sharks, forced demolitions, they're not easy to deal with. Zhang Longqi said in a low voice. Leoa asked curiously, how do you know? I took a walk outside this morning. Everyone received an invitation to the roundtable meeting at noon, so I passed the word along. Ryan nodded. What about the other 7 teams? Don't know. Zhang Longqi shook his head. Let's check the restaurant. The group passed through the hallway and went downstairs. Before they even reached the restaurant, a wave of noise hit them head-on. They're dead. All dead. Ajia, Xiaolu, Wang Ying. They were dragged out of the room right in front of my eyes, all dead. There was no way to stop it. One look at that thing, and your legs just turned to jelly. Damn it. We never should have come to this damn game. It's just like a horror movie. The restaurant was packed wall to wall. Aside from the survivors who had hidden in their rooms last night, most of them were gathered here. At a glance, there were more than 20 people. Some were standing, some leaning against things, all of them wearing looks of terror, clustered together in small groups of 3 or 5. In the center of the restaurant was a huge dining table. 8 chairs for 8 car owners, and 7 were already occupied. 6 men and 1 woman. At the head seat was the buzz-cut man with a cigarette they'd seen yesterday. Well, little bro, you finally got out of bed? You've kept your big brothers and sisters waiting. He was the car owner from the scavenger group Zhang Longqi had mentioned. Everyone at the table had their eyes on Ryan. Yeah, we thought you didn't dare come to the meeting. Looks like they're still students, huh? Yeah, youth really is something. They can sleep soundly, even in a place like this. Murmurs rose all around, most of them directed at Leoa and Shin Qingzi. Stop crying and look. Those are definitely beauties. Nonsense. With that figure, who cares what they look like with the lights off? Forget that for now. First think about how we're going to survive. The 2 women were wearing masks, but their figures were impossible to hide, drawing quite a few glances. They were used to it and didn't care. Ryan casually pulled out a chair and sat down. If you can't wait, then don't. Who says we have to cooperate? The buzz-cut man with a cigarette in his mouth stiffened. Oh, brother, you still haven't figured out the situation? Ha ha ha. Next to him, a middle-aged man with glasses sat upright. The 7th convoy, Haicheng Film Academy, Department of Acting, Ryan, the strongest fighter, right? Ryan frowned. Zhang Longqi leaned over. Brotherin, this morning when they were collecting information, I only told them the organization name and the car owner's name. I didn't say anything about combat power. Lu Zixuan also hurried to defend himself. Right, brotherin, I swear I never revealed your ability. Ryan said nothing. The middle-aged man introduced himself. This is Li Herong, head of Division 3 of the Sanitation Workers Group, with S-rank talent, Wolf, Fong Heavy Hammer. And I. He adjusted his glasses. I am the president of the Lighthouse Society, Sun Xueming. The Lighthouse Society? Shin Qingzi frowned. Haicheng Elite Club, whose members are all top scholars, engineers, and artists. The entry threshold is as high as 170. She was clearly saying this for Ryan to hear, reminding him that the group of middle-aged men behind Sun Xueming were no ordinary people. Ryan nodded. So the minister and the president are here to take charge. His voice was not low, and he didn't bother to hide it.